So here we go. Hello everybody, this is Golden Star 1, and we have ourselves a unique video. Now, because of how long these movies are in question, me and a friend of mine, as well as others, if they do a show up type of thing for these sort of sessions and stuff, are actually watching these Pokemon movies. Mel, you want to say hello?
Yeah. Hey guys, Mel here. Well, I'm Brand, but you can call me Mel.
But our focus in question, though, is actually looking over these Pokemon movies, though, and discussing our thoughts on each one. Now, we can't really show the full movie, though, because, well,
Well, we
we're
would get
copyrighted
copy.
and reflect. So
Yeah.
I can't do, like, say, well, let's just say 24 different videos of us reviewing the Pokemon movies, though, in question. So
Yeah.
instead, I have basically done the following. For each movie that we watch, we will have sort of a video discussing our thoughts on the movie afterwards. We're not gonna really, we're not really gonna show much discussion in the movie, like footage. When we watch the movies though in question, we'll watch movies and we'll go give our thoughts in particular. Each time we give our thoughts though, I will probably sort of like rate/rank them and all and try to see how they work. Whether or not the movies are, better or worse than the ones,
Yeah.
which tier they would be. Whether they're amazing S tier or pretty good A, okay B, craps, pretty mid C, bad D, or what the fuck were they drinking F, basically. You
Yeah,
know,
basically. Yeah.
overall, though, I would say Pokemon movies, they've been a staple from the Pokemon franchise since really the first generation. I mean,
Yeah.
really, movies themselves were always like this, always like a cinematic thing. There was always like a big ordeal. Now, I never really
Yeah.
got into Pokemon until, say, later on, but from what I recall, the Pokemon movies did really solid with their own premise.
Yeah.
So,
Like I haven't watched. I haven't watched the majority of them. I've only watched some. So yeah, yeah. I'm gonna get to watch all of these movies.
I have watched a lot of movies though, except for some of the modern ones though. But a lot of this was mainly because I was watching other stuff. So
Yeah.
a lot of them in particular, I have a lot nostalgia behind the whole thing. Now, are the movies actually? Uh, I do have some DVDs though for some of these movies though, so I'll give some of these movies much more, credit. Right.
Yeah.
So,
Mm-hmm.
are these movies
Joint.
actually good, bad, or ugly? And question is
Yeah.
though, well, I guess you know what? Shall we get started? Shall we start to discuss each movie briefly and understanding?
I mean, sure. And for all of you who haven't like watched these films, like you can totally watch them on your off time. But trust me, they are good.
All right. So let's start with. So first off, the first movie of all time was Pokemon. It's called the first movie though, which if you really think about it makes
Yep.
sense. And basically, the whole focus behind the movie is about Mewtwo. Giovanni
Yep.
creates a clone of Mew called Mewtwo, and then basically Mewtwo, escapes, and then he tries to build his own scheme to kind of take over the world. Obviously,
Yeah. Cause
Ash Ketchum goes ahead and you know
yep.
tries to stop him. Although he doesn't realize
Yep.
it, type of thing though. Eventually, though, Mewtwo has to then kind of understand the meaning of, say, people in Pokemon and known Ash type of thing as ports. Up next is
Yeah.
Pokemon. Yeah. Up next is Pokemon Move 2000. The plot behind that movie, though, is mainly the fact that, well, Lugia
Ash is the
has Ash is the chosen one, and
yeah.
Lugia basically, and the whole. I guess to quote the whole thing though, when when the orbs, what what's the prophecy again exactly?
I think I think the chosen hero has to unite. I think I think the three legendary birds and Lugia. I don't know. I haven't seen this film that much, but yeah. Basically, in some
Okay.
just
Here we go. So prophecy. Um. Uh. No pun. All right. So here's the prophecy though. All right. Do not disturb the god of fire the god of thunder, or the god of ice, lest the heavens and the earth become angry and the world will heat towards destruction. The god of the sea will appear to save the world from destruction. It will not be able to stop it. A great giant will appear and be the only one capable of quelling the god's flame, wrath. Basically, in a sense, though, they will turn to ash, basically, in a sense. Also
Yeah.
wrong if you think about it, though, that literally the whole special weapon thing for Ho-Oh is known Sacred Ash. But yeah.
Yep. But yeah.
Up next, and that's
It's
all
like-
that's all moves from Generation 1, basically from the first generations.
Yeah.
Next up, we have
It is Pokemon.
Spell the
The
Unknown.
third Pokemon movie.
To put it-
in my opinion, the best Pokemon movie in my opinion.
Dispel the Unknown, in my opinion, has its own thing. The whole focus behind that movie, though, is literally the fact that the Unknown create an entire world made by the mind of a little girl. That little girl
Yep.
being trapped inside this giant crystal palace, and that you literally have no way. And after her main, she wants to have family in a sense. After she loses her father and mother, so she tries to create her own family. And
Yep. Like
it's simple. I mean, it's a really simple plot, though. Up next, Pokemon Celebi. This is probably the movie in particular that sort of like she adds the whole plot, understand how, basically, Ash and Pikachu was able to meet perfectly, because of basically the idea of a random trainer, who you may not know who this trainer is in question. Trainer name is Sammy, except Sammy is very much interesting. I won't say much else after that, because obviously, if you haven't seen the movie, though, you would understand completely at the very end. Those who have seen it know exactly who Sammy is. Those who haven't, though, you should watch it.
Yeah, totally.
Finally, next up for the last of the Pokemon Johto movies, Pokemon Heroes. This movie features Latios and Latias, two twins that are basically, together. Latias ends up getting feelings for Ash because, well, it's Pokemon.
Yeah.
How many Pokemon actually have fallen for Ash? Pretty much.
I feel it's in like a lot. Honestly, I think I've lost count.
Just to be honest, though, yes. Also, stand by a standstill that Latias was the first Pokemon that first Pokemon / human in a sense, well, in disguise, to kiss Ash. What do you think about it?
Yeah.
But other than that, though, it's a solid movie premise. Up next, we have Generation 3. Generation 3 is a bit interesting. Starting off with Jirachi Wismaker. This movie, in my opinion, is mainly the movie that mainly gives Max really a big, role.
Yeah.
This is probably the movie where Max has the best role in all the movies for, say, really the Hoenn movies, though. And the idea behind it, though, works so well, because you do get, like, a premise of, obviously, Jirachi being, well, a bit of an interesting Pokemon. Even though it is literally just there for a little bit, it fits really well, and also has a good role in movies. Next up, Destiny Deoxys. A movie that actually features basically Deoxys and basically a kid who is afraid of Pokemon. Of all Pokemon, though. But Deoxys basically, it does show kind of a lot of the feud between both Deoxys and Rayquaza, which obviously you probably can see most likely in the games. Games like Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, though, were literally Rayquaza just rockets itself through a giant meteor, and Deoxys is like, dude, man, what the fuck is wrong with you? I was flying there. I'm gonna kick your ass, man.
Yeah.
Lucario Mystery of the Mew is the second movie that features Mew, because it makes sense. But also, this movie itself features Lucario, which is a special Lucario. Also introduces actually Ash having Aura, of which becomes basically kind of never relevant ever again. But Lucario is treated sort of like a legendary Pokemon. It is basically the same way how Arcanine and Kanto was called a legendary Pokemon, even though it's not.
Yeah.
But, Kanto people are kind of stupid. And Pokemon Ranger Temple of Sea. I would say, honestly, this is a movie that, to be honest, is probably the weakest of the Pokemon Hoenn movies.
To be honest, I forgot this movie even existed.
Manaphy is a Pokemon that really has a mix. I don't know how popular Manaphy is though as a whole, but I think Manaphy's kind of mixed. I would say, right? Is
Yeah.
Manaphy really popular? Eh, it's hard to say. Up next is Generation 4. Obviously, The Rise of
Yeah.
Darkrai. This movie, I would say, the movies The Rise of Darkrai, Guaranteed the Sky Warrior, and Arceus and Jewel of Life, all three of these movies all kind of link up together, which is
So
actually a very
yeah.
clever premise.
So most of those
Starting
movies
off,
are trilogy.
starting off with Darkrai, where the whole focus behind where Darkrai basically is kind of trying to help dealing with the issues of, say, the events of actually Dialga and Palkia causing problems in fighting. This later on then culminates into basically Giratina, who gets mad at Dialga for fucking up his world, so he tries to go and basically kind of punish Giratina, which then gives us Shaman, which obviously I would say definitely is the weakest part of Giratina and Sky Warrior for a lot of people. But we're lucky enough to kind of still weigh it down. And then finally Arceus and Jewel of Life, though, where Arceus himself is just enraged, which also kind of falls into line as to why Giratina was pissed at Dialga and why Dialga and Palkia were fighting each other. Is in fact the whole instance of Arceus of having the it. In some ways, so all three of his movies though were built in such a way they actually link together.
Yeah.
Finally,
It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah. Finally, Zoroark the Master of Illusions, which, ironically enough, if you think about it, though, is the second Pokemon movie, or actually, I say the third Pokemon movie, or the third Pokemon movie, that actually features a Pokemon of a later generation. Previously, we mentioned before Lucario, which is the Generation 4 Pokemon appearing in Gen 3 movies. You have Latios and Latias, Gen 3 Pokemon appearing in Gen 2 movie, and then finally Lugia, a Gen 2 Pokemon appearing in Gen 1 movie. Perfectly teasing them a little bit. Zoroark being the same thing, no different. Generation 5, the first movie, Pokemon the movie White and the movie Black, is the first Pokemon movie, though, I would say, or two movies in particular, actually has basically very similar versions that are slightly different. Now, the fact that Pokemon movie Black and Pokemon movie White, you can watch both versions separately or simultaneously, and you get the same exact story though, but both versions are slightly different though, works so well. And I do like the idea behind how literally that. Well, here's the thing though, the fact that you literally could have a. Well, the fact that certain trainers actually Pokemon actually are different depending on the version you have, whether actually it's normal or shiny, or how it actually works. So, or which Pokemon the post has in question though, is actually kind of impressive. Is actually kind of neat. It is really a cool idea, and also I do kind of like the whole details. If you didn't really realize it though, in some ways though, it just becomes more apparent. Like, it's brilliant though. Honestly, the fact that no other Pokemon movie's ever done this sort of thing is honestly epic. Pretty cool though, and plus also it does fit the whole idea of Ash either being known for the hero of truth or hero of ideals, because in fact Ash kind of embodies both. So seeing how he actually, and it's a good also.
It doesn't matter which version you watch because basically, like we said, guys.
Both movies are exactly the same though, but yet they have enough of a slight variation difference though that you can still enjoy them a little bit. It's a minor though, but it's kind of cool. I like the idea. Like it works. Definitely. Up next, Kyurem and the Swords of Justice, aka this movie is also a successful journey featuring Kyurem and Keldeo. This is actually a pretty good movie as well. Understand the idea of how Keldeo has to focus on his, knowing literally. The movie is basically a special journey for Keldeo to learn and everything, though. Where the evil Kyurem
grows character.
Yeah, basically he has to try to hopefully defeat the evil Kyurem in a sense.
Yeah, basically, it helps him grow more competent. Yeah, plus he's kind of incompetent.
Finally, the last of the Unova movies, Genesect and the Legend Awakening. Genesect is another Mewtwo movie, though. This features Mewtwo for the second time, only it's slightly different. Although, Genesect, in some ways, though, Genesect is basically, I guess you could say Genesect is kind of the Mewtwo of Gen 5, if you really think about it.
Yeah.
Only
And
this
also,
time
yeah.
though, this time though, actually there's 5 Genesect, which, although
Yep.
kind of neat though, is kind of annoying though when you literally in Pokemon Go when they're giving out free legendaries, they give you like literally 5 freaking Genesect and not one of them are shiny. Like, come
Yeah.
on, come in handy though. At least you get unlimited Pokeballs to catch them all though. That's really something though, right?
Yep. But yeah, Mewtwo returns and it's a female.
Yeah.
Yep. Up next
Next, you have
is
the 3 Generation
is
6 Kalos movies though. Now,
yep.
obviously, Diancie and the Cocoon of Destruction features Diancie, or so let's say this movie itself main focus behind those Diancie, Xerneas, and Yveltal, or why
Yeah.
Bacon Bird.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the idea behind it is neat. Here's what I think the idea behind it though is
Yep.
kind of clever. First off, this movie introduced the idea of literally Mega Diancie, which basically became sort of available for a lot of players though after the movie came out. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Pokemon the movie, Hoopa and the Clash of Ages, obviously features
Oh,
basically, Ash and taking on
yep.
literally a bunch of legendary Pokemon. This is literally, I would say, the legendary over when legendaries are all over the place, featuring.
Or as I like to call it, Pokemon No Way Home.
But this also features Pokemon from basically the whole Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire thing, featuring certain Pokemon in question, which is kind of neat. Although
Yeah.
Hoopa in the games would never get any sort of its special recognition until pretty much, I would say, wouldn't get their representation though till literally Pokemon Legends ZA, and it's exclusively in DLC.
Yep.
Unless you want to count Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, where a lot of the rings that you get to capturing legendaries are all Hoopa rings. I mean,
That would make sense, I guess.
yeah. I mean, it would. It's
Like,
Hoopa's a unique Pokemon in question though, but the idea of summoning rings is a unique premise behind it though. But yet, honestly, missed potential for Pokemon Z8 though. They should have had it based around Hoopa, not Zai. Unpopular opinion though, I think Pokemon ZA, if it actually been based with Hoopa, and the idea behind those actually literally you would jump through one of Hoopa's rings, so traveling to a different area in either the entirety of the Kalos region or in another world itself, Pokemon regions though, and capture Pokemon in question though, to help maybe you're sort of like rebuild and help. I mean, what if? Okay, what if the idea of Lumino City was a hub world that it was all kind of sort of damaged or destroyed, either after the events of literally the weapon and stuff. And literally your focus behind it though is that you have to help with Hoopa, you jump through various rings though to help catch Pokemon, help maybe bring them back, bring them here to Lumino City, where they can then go around, help out, and rebuild the city. And each ring you going into is different area, different land stuff, different Pokemon, all the fun stuff. And the more Pokemon you add into the world, though, the more it kind of looks better. But the problem is, though, you actually have to go with special rings where you actually face against basically powerful Mega Pokemon that have gone crazy.
yeah.
Better price than what Legends ZA was in particular, though. It was a disappointment of a game, though, to be
Yeah.
honest. But
yeah.
well, I've
Just-
yet to actually finish the game, pretty much. It was all kind
Yeah,
of in the
but
middle
just
of
to
the
say
game.
about this, but to say about this film, guys, yeah, basically like I said, it's basically like Spider-Man No Way Home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Volcanion, the Mechanical Marvel. This movie actually features Volcanion, interesting Pokemon in question. Obviously, Volcanion is usually pretty much a Pokemon that I would say was completely forgotten for the most part.
Yeah,
But
like
same
I don't even remember.
Magearna, which is kind of unique though, but also have the Pokemon variant, though, however, unlocking certain stuff is interesting. Although I will admit though, showcasing the idea, I guess saying the teaser in that movie, Magearna, which is technically the Gen 7 Pokemon you get later on, and also 100% Zygarde, which is also, and 10% Zygarde, both movies of which actually were teased, and also the fact that literally you deal with, I would say, a bunch of Mega Evolved Pokemon at once. In some ways, could have sort of been one of those ideas that went out of. In my opinion, though, they could have easily have flipped Volcanion and Hoopa around, and it would actually have made more sense. You know, feature all the
Yep.
Mega Pokemon and stuff. Although Ash
Yep.
and his Frogadier and Ash Greninja though would be difficult though, but
Yeah.
that's a focus.
Yeah. So, and actually, wait. Okay, up next we have Pokemon the movie I Choose You. So to say this, this movie was made to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Pokemon. Plus, it's kind of a remake of Ash's journey from Episode 1.
But modified slightly though. Although in some ways though, it's very similar to the first part of the whole Ash's journey in the Kanto region though, but slightly modified and changed.
Yeah.
Although one thing I do have to definitely give this movie credit though in question though is that it literally adds Pokemon of different regions though, which I like though. I like the idea that actually you have like both like Piplup and Lucario appearing literally as partners, and you see a legendary Pokemon like Entei, Suicune, Raikou, like you get all Pokemon though.
Yep.
It just feels more. In some ways though, this movie would work really well as sort of a help promotional thing for say a Pokemon Johto movie. But also we had all Pokemon from all different regions still. It feels unique. You
Yeah.
get all Pokemon from all the regions though. I like that whole idea.
But yeah, like it felt like a whole different journey than the one Ash went to in the original series.
Yeah. And plus also the old Pokemon Marshadow. Now,
Yeah.
what's really interesting though is that at this point in time, while the first 6 generations of Pokemon movies though, all of them usually featured a Pokemon in question, or usually in particular usually featured Ash on his journey. It was basically part of the whole timeline stuff. The next movies after that pretty much kind of sort of split off the timeline and separate everything.
Yeah.
Which is kind of
So
an
we
interesting
have-
sort of concept.
So we have alternate universe Ash, then we have the main Ash.
Yes. Next one
Yeah.
is The Power of Us. This movie itself featured basically Ash, who pretty much, you know. Although
Yeah.
this movie features, for the most part, you wouldn't see much in particular though, but yet the movie has a various cast of characters though that I would say you would kind of learn and have a unique sort of adventure through. It is another one of those separate, separate timelines, separate Ash timelines though in particular. So it works pretty well
Yeah.
though.
Mm-hmm. So yeah.
Next up
Okay,
is basically a remake.
is-
This is the only movie
yeah.
that actually had a remake though in question. Strikes
Why
Back,
they made it
Evolution.
a remake?
They wouldn't show the recent
The
animation and stuff. As for how this movie actually would work though, we should find out most likely. For the moment type of thing, if
Yeah.
you've seen the original
movie-
movie though, then you'll probably have seen this one as well for the most part. As for how this movie
Yeah.
actually compares to the original or not, it's entirely,
yeah, it's basically the
I-
same except with the new voice cast.
I don't know why they remade this movie in question
Yeah.
though. I think if
They-
anything though, this movie felt like it's an odd choice for a movie
It-
to remake though. But
Well, it was the first, so they probably wanted to bring it back in a new way.
yeah, okay, I can see that. I can see that though. Well,
Yeah. Plus, it's the first movies, and it's nostalgia for a lot of Pokemon fans.
yes, makes sense. And for the first Pokemon movie though, a lot of people kind of praise it. It is probably one of the best and most popular ones.
Yeah.
But we have our final Pokemon movie left, The Secret of the Jungle, which features Zarude, which
So basically, this is kind of like it's Pokemon, but somewhat Tarzan.
is the final Pokemon movie though. Although I don't know for sure. This movie does feature Ash, right?
No, yeah, it does. Ash is in it. He is in the movie.
Except in some ways though,
I know.
it's an odd choice. No, yeah. I guess you just have to see. From what I'm reading from the description of the movie though, I do see the whole idea behind it being literally Pokemon Tarzan, which, you know what? Fair enough. I like the idea behind it.
Yeah.
It's a clever premise. Same goes with like, heck, you could literally have a tribe. But you could have the same thing as, you know what? You could have done similar without using Zarude, and then a tribe of Primeape, right? What if
Oh,
what,
yeah.
what would a tribe of Primeape do if they saw a young infant, type of thing, would they go crazy or would they try to, be caring for it? I mean, Pokemon are caring towards trainers and stuff, and Primate, sure, is
Yeah.
a wrathful Pokemon though, but I think Primate actually probably would be very calm. It actually would not be enraged. Same goes actually with like
Yeah.
Pokemon say slacking in Line, right? Or heck, even more so, you have Pokemon like say, uh, uh, the two monkey Pokemon from Orang Oranguru and Passimian, right? You know,
Yeah.
I mean,
Hmm.
you in the Alolan anime, there's one that actually works as like works at like some sort of like Pokebar, which is actually kind of funny. I like that. That's actually one of the most clever things you see. Like Alola does a lot of good stuff, but
Yeah. Sure.
for this last Pokemon we're checking though, here's the question. So, the question now is this: is this the last Pokemon movie though? And this movie actually helped enough in particular to end off on the whole focus of the Ash timeline movies.
Yeah.
And
Like
unfortunately though, there are no other Pokemon movies that came out during the era after Journeys. After Journeys ended
because
though completely,
yeah, because
we then
Ash is
ended
now
off
fucking yeah,
on
Ash is now fucking retired.
next up we have basic movies, movies that never came out. Well, at least there's no movies at all from the whole timeline with
Yeah.
for pretty much Scarlet and Violet, aka the last generation, versus recent generation, though.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no, there are no Pokemon movies though in question in focus, though, which would have been neat though. I could have done. Who knows? I would have done in question though, but unfortunately, that's kind of it in terms of the movies and stuff. So in total,
Hmm.
we have 24 movies. Well, 23, but 24 if you would have count the two black and white movies in question as separate movies, though. So
Yeah.
the question now is this, Mel. Which movie do you think is probably going to be the best? Now, obviously, if you have your own tier list in question, you guys can give your own thoughts in question. Which movie is the best? Which your
Yeah.
favorite? Which we don't care for as much? And the question though is now
Well,
is
this is my personal opinion. Is it's a tie between the third movie and the 20th movie.
for me personally, I would say really the movies that really kind of praise the most are a lot of the cinema movies. I like the idea of the whole trilogy with Darkrai, Garantina, and Arceus, but also like Zoroark movie because I like the idea. Because first off, Zoroark though it teases the idea of Zoroark being similar to Lucario, but it immediately shows a little mini Zorua, which for starters is really adorable though. Zora's an adorable little Pokemon though, but it fits so well and makes you invested in the story a little bit. Now, is this are these with these movies farewell? Well, but we're putting all these movies up against each other, right? Pretty much.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Hmm.
We're putting movies up against each other. So the question though is, well, you already figured I'm doing. This tier list in question though is literally just us going through all these movies and stuff. Obviously, our
Yeah.
thoughts will be particularly done afterwards. So,
Yeah. And plus, it's just us having a good time watching these movies.
yeah, we'll have our own personal thoughts off screen, the alternative stuff though. But we'll give it a little tier list. So we'll be discussing and rating each movie because, to be honest, I don't want to actually kind of get copyright struck for literally,
Yeah. So unfortunately, we
yeah,
can't watch all the. We can't show you all. But if you guys do want to watch these films, if you have them on DVD, you can watch them on your own time.
yeah. Or if actually,
But trust me,
or if literally actually the Pokemon website gives you the option to actually watch these movies though, which would be neat
yeah.
though. But I doubt they'll
Or
do
or
something.
or if you guys do want to watch like, well, actually no, the Pokemon movies are not on there unfortunately. But if you do want to watch some Pokemon stuff, you can go to the Pokemon TV YouTube channel. But yeah, if you have them on DVD, just yeah, go and watch. They're pretty good.
Yeah, I recommend them. I recommend watching them. If you have them on DVD, great. If you don't have them on DVD, or actually having VHS, because I think actually the first Pokemon movie you could probably see on VHS maybe, possibility.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, yeah, the first movie is on VHS.
But if you don't have, you're not gonna have VHS though, because that's really old and stuff. So probably a DVD would probably be easier to obtain.
Yeah, because who here has a VHS tape nowadays?
I used to have a VHS.
Yeah, but oh yeah, I mean us who
Well,
actually
I, mean,
had a
I don't
VHS
have
in
one
the
now though, but I
'90s.
used to have one though. But you know what?
Yep.
Give give these movies if you haven't seen these movies though, give these movies a chance still. You know, give these
Yeah,
movies a chance. Show these movies some support and love and stuff, enjoyment though.
yeah, because they really do like deserve all the love and support they get.
Yes. So yes,
Yeah, like I
is
said,
the
they're really enjoyable. You'll have yourself a great jolly time watching these films, as well as you do, as much as you do watching the Pokemon anime.
well,
Yep.
I would say Mel. Should we get started with the first Pokemon movie though?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So the first movie, so basically watch each of these movies in order of release. This is to make it kind of sort of relatively fair and unbiased. Granted, we can probably watch them in any order we want, though. I think honestly, the best thing to do is watch these movies all in order of release, because it's
Oh, yeah,
smart to watch them start from finish.
yeah, yes. It's smart to watch them in order.
Question now
Yeah,
is,
like if you want, yeah, if you like I said, if you guys want it, if you guys just do a Pokemon movie marathon, all yeah, you have all the movies start in order, first to the last one. That's just how we do it.
it makes it more fitting and fair because we can at least can sort of like experience each movie though and understand what we're going into, and look at them based
Yeah.
on how they were when they first came out, their quality,
Mm-hmm.
all that fun stuff. We can
Yep.
see how it is, see Ash's journey type of thing. Sure, can we watch them all in
Yeah.
random order though? Yeah. But would it have really affected everything? Not really though. Most of the movies are
Yeah.
all not really canon though. But would have made things really
Yeah.
confusing, understand which ones we've
Well-
already seen.
Well, not all of them. Most of these are canon anime.
Really?
Like I said,
Most of
the first movie is canon.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
Mhm.
First movie is canon though. The rest of them, not so much. They're up in the
Yeah.
air. But.
Yep.
I sometimes well.
Well, actually, Pokemon movie 2000 is also canon. Did you confirm that?
I have no idea.
If you actually haven't,
Whether they're canon or not doesn't really matter. The idea behind each of these movies, though, have their unique sort of role. And in some ways, though, they help promote and give a certain Pokemon a lot of focus. Whether it's Mewtwo, Lugia, Entei, Suicune, Celebi, the Latis, Jirachi, Manaphy, Deoxys, Lucario, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Arceus, Zoroark, Victini, Reshiram, Zekrom, Kyurem, Keldeo, Genesect, Deoncé, Hoopa, Volcanion, Ho-Oh, Lugia again, Mewtwo again, and Zarude. Otherwise, really, we got a lot of movies though. And overall, all the movies actually are in question though, yes, these movies actually are long. They're at least between an hour to like 2 hours long for some of them. So in some ways, though, it kind of does fit though because of how long it takes to animate movies though. So in some ways, though, it fits. So
yeah, and anime movies are usually like an hour long.
Just like this intro we're doing.
Yeah.
But to be honest, though, I think it's best to kind of sort of overview a little bit. So Mel and I will be getting started watching the first Pokemon movie though, and then I will probably jump back in and we'll go for our thoughts of each movie though.
Yeah,
right,
basically,
Mel?
Yeah.
And then
so basically, after we watch a movie, we'll jump back into the tier list and rank the movie.
We have our thoughts a little bit. We'll discuss it, and we'll see everything. See how it goes, everything. How will Mewtwo? How will the first movie with Mewtwo and work really well with, say, other movies and stuff? We'll find out.
Mm-hmm.
So,
find out. So,
all right, Mel. I'll see you at the movies.
I'll see you at the movies too. Oh yeah, see you guys later.
Okay, so the first Pokemon movie, right?
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna give this movie like a B tier.
Oh, well, first off, we're not rating it based on tier. We're giving sort of our thoughts on the movie though, and then basically we're gonna sort of like rank them as we watch them, type of thing. It's a slightly different kind of tier list. Overall, right now at this point in time, Mewtwo and Mew is first place. Okay, we've only seen the first movie though. Okay, that's fair, right?
Yeah.
Oh wait. Does it show the Mewtwo remake movie?
Wait, does this tier list show the Mewtwo remake
It
movie?
excludes the remake, unfortunately, the one that was actually remade. Remember?
Yeah.
We'll have to make sure to update and add the remake movie because that's the one we have to watch as well. For the most part, 2 movies a weekend is not too bad though if you think about it. So, first movie has some pretty glaring flaws. Right, it's not perfect, but at the same time, well, it's the first movie. There's a lot of funny stuff that makes you want to crack up. You're gonna laugh at probably ridiculous stuff in particular. Bad translations, things like that. The backstory of Lord Mewtwo is really good.
Yeah, I gotta agree.
I think the only question though is like, how well is the original movie compared to the rest of the movies on this list? We'll find out later on as we watch more of these movies though.
Yeah. But yeah,
but
the movie definitely first place. Like, it does explain Mewtwo and Mew's backstory pretty well. Plus, the movie had some pretty good, like, scenes in them.
Yeah.
Despite what you think about the Aspen turned stone thing, I still think that scene is quite emotional.
Yeah. I mean, it's emotional. It's an emotional scene. Yes, I can see the thousands of Pokemon fans back when the movie first came out, and they literally were people just went and burst into tears seeing Ash get killed. Like, I remember that happening. I mean, I wasn't there because literally the movie came out before I was even born, though. So, yeah, pretty much, I was never a Pokemon fan. But for the most part, yeah. Overall, the Pokemon movies, they're easily one of the most interestingly hyped things. And if anything, you always knew for a fact each season of Pokemon anime gave you a Pokemon movie. It is a real kind of shame though that pretty much when Journeys kind of hit though, I think that's when the movies kind of started going out of whack. Because really think about it though, there's like not many, even Alola, there's not really many movies that are based around the Alola region.
Yeah, because
right?
I think after the I Choose You movie, they now had the movie take place in an alternate universe where Ash goes on a separate journey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
The Volcania movies, I mean, the last movie that's actually basically a quote-unquote Pokemon canon movie, and after that, there's different stuff going on. Otherwise?
Because, like the anime, okay, season 1, the Kanto, like, saga, built up for the movie.
Well, every single Pokemon movie is built up by each season, and usually the movie comes out usually either at the end of the season or in the middle of the season. Usually always some sort of focus. Obviously, the next one features a Pokemon that only starts to appear in the next region. You know, certain regions that confirm Pokemon stuff. For instance, like, let's take, I don't know, most movies though always tease certain Pokemon to give you the focus and a focus in question. Like, for instance, like the Black and White movie or Zoroark movie, they gave you something particular that teases you that Pokemon. Now, that's kind of what they want to do, and in some ways it's kind of neat though. When you look at the photos, you can kind of sort of see, like, in some ways though, like for instance, like you see other trainers involved in particular. You also kind of notice it a little bit. At the same time as well, it is also a good way to kind of gauge where Ash's team is though, because Ash will always reveal his entire team in the movie itself. So basically, you can understand, see exactly how strong Ash's team is. For example, if Ash has a Monferno in a Pokemon region, but his Monferno's evolved to Infernape in the anime, then that means the movie, in terms of timeline origin, came out before his Infernape, before he has an Infernape, right? And that's kind of what it is.
But wait, okay, yeah, this movie definitely takes place before Ash, eventually goes to the Indigo League.
Right, exactly.
Yep.
But also, if anything, right now, yes, Mewtwo's in first place, but for the most part, I do think right now, we're going to find out in the movies in particular how they're going to fare, and it'll be interesting to see what we go about it. For the most part, I definitely don't see Mewtwo staying in the top spot for too long. Right now, it's only first place because we haven't seen the rest of the movies yet, and yes, you're going to be seeing multiple recordings, multiple jump cuts, though, because we're watching these movies, and we're looking at discussing our thoughts of them as we finish watching them, though. So it's gonna look like this mostly for the most part, but
yeah. But yeah, staying in first place for right now.
If we overall, yes, it's only first place due to technicality because it's the first one movie done. There will be other movies that probably will pop in. They'll probably say will be better than others. I know definitely movies definitely is better than it. Although there's quite a few movies for me personally that definitely are better than this one. But I think right now we should probably start the second movie, right?
Yeah, Pokemon 2000.
Which, if you think about it, makes perfect sense still, because the movie came out in the year 2000.
Yeah.
So,
actually, a year before I was born, actually.
So, shall we go and get started watching the movie? And I'll see you guys go back in a bit and we go and look over and discuss our thoughts on the movie.
Yeah.
All right. Jump cut.
Yeah.
All right. So, thoughts on this movie. Overall, this is what I think. Already, second movie definitely ramps up the stakes heavily. Way better.
Yeah, definitely. I gotta agree.
No, there's a lot more humor. Also, Team Rocket actually is better involved and much more solid one. What are your thoughts? Like, there's a lot of hilarious crack-ups that makes you want to like laugh out loud.
Okay.
The funny stuff.
Okay, my thoughts on the movie? Actually, this movie is pretty good. Like I said, there's a lot of funny moments. Although, I gotta say, the villain, yeah, he's quite forgettable.
I agree. Villain actually is the weakest part of the movie. But even then, it is still a good movie. Lugia is a very good Pokemon in its own right, and also the legendary birds fit well as sort of a secondary antagonist, though.
Yeah.
This holiday, Verizon is giving you incredible gifts and savings.
Oh, this is... No, we're... Oh, no, shoot. Mel, we get a chance to do the gold, silver, and crystal. Just give us an entire place just gold, silver, and crystals. Makes it easier, though, right?
Sure, yeah.
At least for the movies in question that we can like focus on. So overall, though, it fit. What happened so far was really solid. In terms of the movie, Team Rocket, still, well, honestly, you didn't really need any. You didn't really need any sort of backstory on who the Giovanni before he gets a Mewtwo. Like Mewtwo. You watch the first Pokemon movie, you're gonna need to have no idea what Giovanni is. You need to understand what Giovanni is to understand Mewtwo, right? This one, there's no reason I should understand. Overall, I think this movie definitely is better than the first one. Hands down.
For sure.
Plus, also, Ash feels more more of a character than he does in the first one, where in the first one was like, you kind of saw the hilarious kind of bad moments. Like, it felt cringeworthy, but it's the first movie that makes sense though. Overall though, this is how I would probably rank them. And I don't know how you'd probably rank them yourself, though, right?
Like, I'm doing it the same way you're doing them. You know, first, second, third, fourth, fifth.
But yeah, and next, looks like next week we'll probably have third and fourth movies, which will be interesting to see what we do.
Yeah.
But overall,
Actually,
I think
hold on,
it's a pretty good.
Hold on. I'm looking at the list. Oh, I think I'm missing the Mewtwo Returns movie as well.
Yeah, you are. We are. We'll get the Mewtwo. We'll get the Mewtwo returns.
Yeah.
We'll add Mewtwo returns though, or Mewtwo Strikes Back's evolution.
Yeah, we
That
gotta add
needs to
that
be-
one.
Yeah, we'll need to make sure to add it on there. So we'll make sure to add it on there. So you'll probably see a jump cut where you'll suddenly see that movie pop in, and we'll probably put it around the era to the very end. Since technically speaking, like you'll notice different music though. We'll use different music based on the region that we're in. So next two movies
Yeah.
are since they're Gen 2, we'll have those music, and we'll have like Hoenn music, Sinnoh music, Unova music, Kalos music, Sun and Moon music, and then finally Journeys, which technically will be the last movie left. So you'll have the Journeys, so you'll have Sword and Shield music for the most part.
Yeah. But yeah, hard.
And yes, I think right now it looks like we could probably do 2 moves at a time if you think about it.
Yeah.
Two. Ooh. Okay. Next one is a bit interesting though. I think what I'm gonna do in the case of, see, the black and white movie is unique though, and there's 2 different versions of it, even though it's the same movie. So for the most part, we'll probably rank them probably in the same spot for the most part. And if you have a preference on a certain one over the other one, it's mainly that sort of preference because they're exactly the same.
Yeah.
So we'll definitely be watching the one movie one weekend, and then watch the other versions we can kind of sort of compare. Right? You much
Yeah.
easier to do that.
Mhm.
I believe actually you can definitely still watch both. Yep, they can watch still both.
Yeah.
They're both here as well. This is good. So overall though, for the first 2 movies, both really do hold off pretty well together.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Well, you know what they say. We have the third movie up next, so let's see how the third movie compares up. So we'll see you for the third
Yep.
movie.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So Mel, let's get started. First things first,
Alright.
play the music.
Local tax experts
said-
are.
Play the music.
Okay, Richardson.
I said
the hall-
play the music. Okay. Okay. So, Mel, let's start with the most obvious case. What are your thoughts on this
Yeah.
movie, and where would you rank this movie on your list?
I think I rank it like
Well, right now, of the 3 movies so far, where would you rank it?
first place.
First place.
Like-
Okay.
Like I said, this is like one of my favorite. This is one of my favorite Pokemon movies. I think it's a
I
pretty
rem-
good movie.
I never remember actually
What?
liking. I never actually remembered actually liking it though, but it was like really solid though. I think each movie gets a step up from the last one, though. I'm wondering if I want to rank it either above or below the second movie.
Yeah, like
I will be honest though, I do have a lot of nostalgia for a lot of earlier Pokemon movies. Like, specifically, the 2nd to the 5th, I remember the 2nd to the 5th and the 10th to the 13th, as well as the 14th and 15th are the movies I remember the most and have the most memories of. So those are the ones that are always the hardest ones for me to rank. As for how I'm going to rank this movie in question, obviously I spoke with you about, you know, specifically the one fanfic that actually makes, you know, gives
Yep.
you much more improvement of the movie as a whole. But oddly enough, it's also funnily enough also on quote unquote Ash's birthday, which adds much more of a sentimental value involved. Oh no, that's the 5th movie. But it's also
Yeah,
fun.
just-
Well, I think actually in the story in particular was the fact that it was actually Ash's birthday and it happened though. That was not really her fault though, but you know, obviously.
Yeah.
But the way I see it though, obviously Mewtwo Returns kind of goes down in 3rd place.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta think, who do I like more? 2nd or the 3rd? I gotta think. Honestly, think. It's something to think about, because obviously we saw it. Obviously, last week we saw the second movie though, right?
Yeah.
In that one, Ash actually was the chosen one. To kind of sort of basically save the world.
Yeah.
And while the villain was Lawrence III, he was kind of forgettable villain. In the third movie, though, the villain, honestly, isn't really a villain though, but more or less just like Molly, who's conflicted on her own feelings though. So, in some ways, though, while yes, Mewtwo in the first movie was the villain. Okay.
Yeah. Mewtwo.
Plain and simple as that. Plain and simple as that. But what's different though, that this third.
Same extra value meals.
Yeah, like I said, yeah, Molly isn't
Really?
really the villain. She's just conflicted on, losing her dad and
Yeah, exactly.
not having her mom.
Well, her mom is not really that much relevance though, because you don't really get to hear much though.
Yeah, she's just trying to. Like I said, she's just trying to cope with the fact that she lost her dad.
Yeah, and she creates Entei, which is,
Yeah.
and obviously if you think about it though, Ash actually is fairly smart in this movie.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, yes, Ash is laughable in the first Pokemon movie though, because it's actually kind of funny, and even more so, we'll definitely be able to rank it. Really look at the remade version, but it's funny. And then there's also, obviously, the second movie. Team Rocket sort of helps out, is a bit more direct about choosing saying they're going to help out Ash and stuff. Versus, say, the other movies, though, where Ash... Like, if I really had to boil it down, contrast, no, obviously, in the Pokemon tier list we mentioned before, which we did, if you recall, I did put, if I recall correctly, let's go back to Pokemon directly though. Remember, two Pokemon to compare though, Lugia and, well, Entei. That being basically the two major Pokemon to look at in regards to tier list. And Mel, if you recall looking at that tier list in question, right? I think I shared to you that was much more smaller.
Oh yeah.
Went back a little bit. Let's find it first though, because it's a massive tier list though. Okay, I know I sent you via images. Let me check my via images from you though, okay? So give me a second to find images though. Just keep talking thoughts on the movie though. Just start rambling.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna just say rambling. Yeah, like I said, the movie is great. Like the fact that Molly isn't really the villain. She's trying to cope with the fact that she lost her dad. But overall,
Dentei being basically sort of like used as a figurehead for father, because in the early moments though, like it literally goes right off the bat and it shows you what's going on. Like it doesn't even hold back on the plot. It instantly gets you right into the plot though.
It gets you right into the plot. Like you said, Entei was actually.
Even more so. You see him actually running up to the top though, and all of a sudden, boom.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What happened to Greenfield? Like you see it right off the bat though, and you're like, oh shit.
Yep.
I mean, obviously, very similar to the Lugia movie where shit gets real though. Mewtwo is much more of a slower build up though, which is still solid in its own right.
Yep. Like it builds up, like as you can see. Yeah, let's see what else to do.
I found it though.
Oh yeah, Charizard was also.
I found it though. Okay, I found it though. So yes, let me look for it. So, obviously, yes, let's let me find Lugia. In my tier list, favorite Pokemon of all Pokemon, no. Lugia, I believe, is fairly high, I think.
Yeah.
Well, the alternative Entei is rated at A, but that's not Entei. We're not. Though it'd be cool if we seen a Pokemon movie that featured those Pokemon though, but we'll never get that sadly with Ash.
Yep. Oh yeah, I really liked how how like the main trio like stayed behind for like the battle of Molly.
Oh, found it.
But yeah, that was
No,
actually
no, actually, no. Both Entei and Lugia were at A- tier when I rated them. Interesting. They're both rated relatively the same. So, it boils down to literally, do I like Ash saving the... Do I like Ash saving the world?
I mean, yeah. Like,
Do I like
there's-
Ash?
there's
Do I like Ash saving the world or Ash saving the town?
They're all pretty good.
This is actually this is one of those difficult dilemmas to think about. But
yeah.
I think honestly, I'm going to actually go. No offense, Mel. I'm going to actually go with put the third movie in second place in a sense.
That's fine.
Because honestly, it's very close. Those two are very close. But if I really had to rate the both in particular, I think the idea of Ash saving the world versus Ash saving the town is much more impactful. You know, also the whole idea of the Chosen One. The Chosen One idea is really cool. I like the idea of Ash being called the Chosen One. And that's kind of what I like. Because it actually gives... It makes Ash seem important. Right? And Ash is important in this whole story. Ash is, and obviously, I like the wholesome part, like literally mainly Ash trying to save his mom, but I think really I like the idea of saving the world. And it fits.
Yeah. It does fit.
But I would say this is mainly it for this movie for the most part. But should we get set up for the next movie though?
Yeah. Yeah, the Pokemon movie Forever. Actually, I have a fun fact about actually 4. Originally, okay, you remember the GS Ball?
Yes.
Originally, apparently, that's what was supposed to be in the GS Ball. It was supposed to contain a Celebi.
Yeah, yeah, and a lot of fanfics have actually speculated on what they've done, the different ideas though. In the one I mentioned before, Ashes of the Past, the GS Ball actually held Arceus as well as held Arceus himself, plus also literally like the new versions of the Creation Trio, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, of Sir Aaron, who actually was there as a Riolu. Also, apparently don't ask, but apparently one of the Dialga actually had a Skitty hat on. The pretend actually was a Skitty just to be kind of funny, because obviously it's a fanfic, not supposed to be serious though, but they did that sort of thing though to help show off a little bit. But the whole premise behind it though is the fact that it literally had, obviously, well, in a sense, Arceus inside the GS Ball, which I think honestly would have been ideal. I wish they had done more with the GS Ball as a whole. That's probably one of the biggest failures of the Pokemon Johto series though, is the GS Ball. Yeah. So much of a plot relevance though became absolutely nothing though.
Exactly, like
it's
if it just had the GS Ball contained Celebi.
Honestly, the GS Ball, even if it only comes to the Gen 2 Pokemon though, if GS Ball actually held Celebi, I think actually heck, in the Pokemon manga comics, is the GS Ball ever actually mentioned?
I don't know. I've only read the Johto manga, so I wouldn't. Like I said, I've only read the Pokemon Adventure manga, the Kanto version. I have not read the Johto version.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I get a chance to read the Johto version, then I could probably.
Oh no! Oh, okay. Here we go. I found something right here. The GS Ball in the Pokemon manga and anime and games is a mysterious gold and silver Pokeball named for its gold-silver appearance and linked to the Gen 2 games, containing a legendary Pokemon, specifically meant for Celebi, but later revealed in the manga as a creation by the Mask of Ice, aka Price, who was actually the villain of the Gold and Silver arc. Ho-Oh Luca's spells protected its bearer from time travel, with Gold's Pichu eventually destroying it, solving the mystery differently than the scrapped anime arc. So it was originally the anime arc, but it was scrapped though. So it actually was a scrapped arc by the anime. Okay, here we go. Game connection. In Pokemon Crystal, a GS Ball is an event item in Japan that, when placed at the Ilex Force Shrine, summon Celebi, linking it to the legendary Pokemon. GS same for Gold and Silver's, the Greatest Smith Ball. In essence, the manga gave the GS Ball a concrete origin and definitive end, tying into the legendary lore, unlike the anime's abandoned plotline where it serves as a long-running mystery. So in some ways, though, the anime screwed up and didn't give us an answer for the GS Ball. But I think, honestly, they could have done so. They should have done some... Honestly, I would definitely say the 4th movie when the ideal point where the GS Ball would finally get its use at the very end, right?
Yeah.
That'd be where I should go. So, for the most part, I think... We should get started with the next movie, though, for the most part, but I think that's the idea for the GS Ball. So, let's see the next movie.
Yep, Pokemon Forever.
Alrighty. Third time's the charm. Okay, so... alright, let's start music, though. Let's get started. So, thoughts on this movie as a whole. I'll put up in the list right now. Ignore position right now. But what are your thoughts on this movie?
I think it was pretty good.
You obviously saw how the movie went for the most part. Because,
Yeah.
obviously, the way the movie worked, though, was that, yes, the main focus actually was Celebi. Suicune was sort of secondary, legendary, main appearance, or Celebi. And the idea of time travel. Obviously, the whole focus of Professor Oak going into the future, but not knowing it's actually him. At the very end, though, is a solid sort of conclusion at the very end.
Yeah.
So, and what I'm saying, honestly and personally for me, if I had to rate this movie compared to the other 4, I'm gonna be honest, this actually comes number 1 for me. Because obviously, yes, the whole save the world type of thing is one I do actually enjoy a lot. But also, when I really think about it, though, I do actually like Suicune much more than Lugia. And also, this was also one of the earlier Pokemon moves I'd actually watched. In fact, I would say it was probably... I actually watched this movie probably more... Like, I remember even watching this movie, even as a kid, in, like, obviously, if you know, I have this little area in my room called the Kid Cave, where we'd actually watch in there. I remember watching this movie, this one, and some other Johto movies as well. Not being a lot of the older ones. I remember watching it in there. I remember, though, this. Like, it's just a really good movie. Not only that, though, the Masked Marauder, terrifying villain. Really good. What do you think? What do you think, Mel?
I think this is a pretty good movie. Like,
It's the first time I'm actually watching it, though, right?
yeah. Like, I give it, like, yeah. I give it, like, I think I saw it probably, I don't know. Okay. I don't know, maybe, like, I think I'm giving it a solid 8 out of 10.
Yeah. So, in terms of ranking, where would you rank this movie versus the other 3 movies?
Second place.
Second place, though. Okay. Really good. I mean, interesting enough, though, be interesting at the very end, though, what our rankings look like at the very end for all of this. You know?
Yeah.
And remember, we have more movies to go through. So, overall, though, understand, though, both movies are all really good, though. There's not really many bad movies in particular. I mean, some movies are not that great, though. But overall, though, trust when I say this, though, but some movies will be much harder to actually... There'll be some movies that will be really hard to actually rate. And yes, I'll also have stories in particular based on certain things. But for the most part... It'll be much harder, though, for the most part. Also, I think I'll probably add that one Pokemon movie as well, which I'll definitely also the Mewtwo Legends one, so make sure to add that one on their list as well for the most part. But wait for that one later on. But it doesn't matter too much.
Some people just don't get it. That Squarespace is
Cool, don't care. But
Yep, and I'm actually moving the Mewtwo Strikes Back down to 3rd place, actually.
3rd place, so that means Lugia movie is in 4th for you.
No, Lugia is still 1st place. I still think that movie's still good.
Well, I mean, like by ranking them, I mean, like, we're ranking them, like, if you see right here in my list, you see how, like, I have 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th? That's what I'm kind of doing, though. I'm ranking
I'm doing the same thing, actually.
So, what's your ranking right now, so far?
Okay, so first place are Pokemon Movie 2000, and third movie. Second place is Pokemon Forever, and third place
no,
is
Mel. I mean, like, in terms of like ranking, like, obviously, first place is for me. First place is Celebi. Second movie is Pokemon 2000. Third is Spell the Unknown, and fourth is Mewtwo vs. Mew. That's what I mean by that sort of ranking. So basically, in a sense, that's what I mean like by ranking. Like, basically, only one Pokemon movie per placement. Because remember, we'll be going down from here on out. Because after this, at a row below, more rankings will be coming in.
Yep. Oh, there's only. Oh, I can only have
Sixth.
one per placement.
Yeah, it's 6th, 7th.
Okay, I'm gonna have to add some extra tiers.
Well, no, don't worry about that though, because right now it's just that sort of thing.
Yep.
Do not worry about the rankings in particular, because mainly it's just to show off specifically the specific rankings on it, things like that. Because literally the whole focus is that each ranking gets slightly different though.
Yep.
As more rankings go by, the more movies we watch, the more the ranks will go down, and pretty much we'll keep on going.
Yeah.
And obviously, yes, we're ranking. I'm ranking all the movies from. This is basically best of worst though, but overall though, so we're rewatching all the movies again though. That's our main focus.
Yep.
And in terms of all this video editing though, if you think about combination of different clips though, you're probably getting multiple different clips to one, which means talking different stuff each time, which is going to sound kind of weird in its own right, but
yeah,
doesn't matter. But overall though, I think really the movie, honestly, I mean, fun fact though, one of the earliest Pokemon plushies I got next to, actually, in fact, if you recall, the iconic Chibi Giratina was actually was a Suicune plushie and a Mew plushie at, ironically enough, Disney World Epcot. That's where actually I got myself that one, a legendary Suicune as a plushie.
I didn't expect Disney World of all places. Well,
Epcot, the Japanese store in Epcot actually had Pokemon stuff because Pokemon is Japanese. You know, it's famous, right? So that one iconic Giratina plush I have, the very beginning one, you remember in particular, the one I always showed off though, is in fact the same one I've got at that one place. It's sort of a special thing. Same guys with the Sandile plushie. If you recall the Sandile plushie I've shown off a little bit and sort of teased, that's that same one. Literally, a good bit of the Pokemon plushies I've actually gotten so far and early on was from that exact store. And to be honest though, if I ever went back to Disney World again, I would probably do the same thing again, probably get more Pokemon plushies there. The Samurott plushie I got was also from there as well, and I got that during actually my trip when I went to Disney World with my chorus group back in 8th grade, nearly a decade ago. So yeah. I did all of that. I got those Pokemon plushies though, and obviously a nice little collection of them. And yeah, in terms of Pokemon though, I think really I like Suicune as a Pokemon. Obviously, think about it. But let's watch that tier list I mentioned before. Back to the big massive Pokemon tier list I spoke about.
Oh yeah, the one we did.
Some massive tier list in particular to look at.
Yep.
Suicune is actually an S tier Pokemon for me. An S minus tier basically in a sense. But still an S tier. And actually one of the only few legendaries that actually makes an appearance in my S tier. Giratina being one, Miraidon being one, Groudon, Dialga, Latias, Reshiram, Zekrom, Kyurem, Rayquaza, Arceus, Koraidon, and Suicune are all my S tier legendaries. So yeah. Well, Celebi, well, I do like Celebi though. I think Celebi I rated. Oh yeah, I rated B tier. Celebi's in the B tier category. But overall though, I think really, it wasn't I think Suicune honestly worked well. And plus, also, if you think about it, this is actually the second time Ash has ridden a legendary Pokemon. A second time. First time actually being Lugia. Ash never rides Entei, which is not real Entei. There is also Mewtwo and Mew, which Ash never actually gets carried around by Mewtwo, or even Mew. Although Mew actually saves him by creating a giant bubble to protect Ash from getting launched and fall into his seriously injured. But overall, though, Ash so far in these movies has already ridden 2 different legendary Pokemon, both from Johto.
Yep.
But in some ways, though, this is ideal. It's actually it's an ideal Pokemon movie though, and honestly, I definitely would have to recommend like really any Pokemon movie I'd actually recommend because they're all really good. And if you were to do like a binge watching, I'd recommend watching all of them if you can, because you can see some sort of plot. Because they all have simple plots though, but it's a Pokemon. It's Pokemon. They're for kids, you know, right? You know, it's for kids.
Yep.
It's for kids basically. But I like this movie though. Now, granted, there are other there's later movies that definitely gonna push this down a rank though for the most part, but we'll get to those. We'll get to those later on. Eventually, there'll be a point though where sooner or later some movies will find actually better than others though, and when we get to that point though, we'll deal with that from there. Overall though, shall we get set up for the next movie though?
Yes.
Alright, I'll see you then.
Yep, see you then.
So, it is time for us to now, in a sense, give our thoughts on the movie. But first things first, we need music.
Okay, you want I'm just saying.
So, let's
With Purdue Global
Uh,
Education.
get another ad again.
Movie's actually really good.
Yeah. Well, movie Lottos and Lottie is definitely a fan favorite. Like, when you want to put in perspective in terms of Pokemon movies, though, if I recall in a lot of tier lists, though, even actually if we were to look at the tier lists in particular of a community ranking tier list, though, in question, okay, for the most part, this person's probably a Gen 1 or type of thing. So, I know. Oh, there you go. You can see it. There you go. Look at this right here. S. This person has not. It's for S. B. A. B. I mean, overall, though, to put it. Fuck. I just closed the tab. God damn it. Crap. Give me a sec. I accidentally just closed out of the tab.
Darn.
Much better now. There we go. So yeah. So overall, though, it's always rated high. Because it's a fairly popular movie. So for the most part, for me personally,
I can see why.
I'm gonna honestly,
People think this is
in my opinion, though,
like Johto movie.
yes.
Like after watching the movie, I can see why people think this is like one of the best
So
Pokemon movies.
in a sense, though, for me, I'm gonna put it actually literally as basically probably in first place at this point in time.
You know, I'm doing the same thing. Well, then again, my first place, all my places are kind of different than yours.
Yeah, I would have to do the same.
Like
That's
you're
just
doing
mainly-
only one. When I'm doing multiple.
Yeah, and in a sense, though, the different Pokemon movies we've seen so far, and they're all fairly solid, though. What really put Latias and Latias really separately, though, is obviously you saw a chemistry and bond between both Ash and Latias, and
yeah,
in some ways, though, you kind of wanted to have, like, say, maybe more of a bond in some ways, but like, it's neat of an idea.
I still would have also, you know, like you said before, I would have loved to see Ash just catch Latias.
Yeah, Latias should have been caught by Ash though, but that's and it's
But
even.
then ag-
But
but
then
then
again though,
I think,
reason why it could have happened, and who knows? Maybe if actually,
But then again,
if the Team
if-
Rocket built group duo actually didn't really do all the stuff they did though, it's a possibility that actually, Ash probably would Latias would have probably been like, "Can I go with Ash on this journey?" And Latias been like, "What the fuck? No, sister, you don't want to go on a journey. But I want to go, brother, big brother. No, I don't want to go. You can't go. I want to go. You can't go. I want to go. You can't go." Like classic like brother sister banter.
okay, yeah. Also, I'm just gonna say this: if it did go with Ash, guaranteed Ash would have won the Johto League.
Maybe. Remember,
Maybe it's Ash.
Ash could have lost though. Cause remember, because Ash is using Latias isn't really much of a fighter though. You saw Latias in
I know.
the movie though. She barely even fought. Latias is the one that really kind of sort of fought.
I know. Yeah,
Plus,
maybe you'd just be watching Ash from the sidelines.
which honestly, in my opinion, would probably be much more ideal. I can see actually Latias appearing in like one of as a companion, walking around. Different so is that she probably deal with actually people trying to capture her. So most likely, to be kind of smart, I would have actually probably recommend actually Ash actually legitimately actually sort of quote unquote catching Latias, but maybe with help of Professor Oak though, making sure that Ash can hold extra Pokemon, but have Latias be able to move around on her own, but be protected, right? Kind of similar to
Nobody else
Ash's
can
Pikachu.
capture.
Yeah, so it wasn't capture Latias. But also, if Latias
Like
and Latias
Cosmog,
actually,
in a sense.
if Latias and Latias actually had,
Ir de compras con tus padres puede ser vergonzoso.
what the fuck? No,
Who cares about Spanish crap?
no, it's not that. So if Latios or Latias actually have psychic types though, and they actually use the ability to, well, because like remember, telepathy is a thing that actually exists, and you've seen it happen in both Mewtwo, the first movie. You've seen it with Lugia and the Slowking, the second movie. Third movie, there was technically Entei, but that could have also probably been the unknown talking in a sense through Entei. It's unknown, really,
Yeah.
right? So for them, and also with the next movie though, you'll know there's actually some talking in particular with quote unquote Jirachi, but
Yeah.
for the
Big
most
problem? Go away? Okay.
yeah, for the most part,
Yeah,
really, that's
gonna
kind
never
of
get old.
Yeah.
that's probably best I kind of describe it though. Overall though,
But yeah.
I really think if you're gonna watch any of the Pokemon movies, at least in terms of the movies, in the Kanto era, I'd probably recommend Pokemon Movie 2000. In the Johto era, this movie I recommend is the fifth one.
Yeah, definitely. Like
Like-
the best movies in the Kanto like saga, well, in my opinion, are Pokemon 2000, the third movie, and Pokemon Heroes.
Well, no, the third movie actually is currently in fourth place for me. But granted, it's only kind of because the movies in particular are so rated high, and we haven't even reached the movies though that, in my opinion, are basically peak, which we will definitely get
Yes.
to moment in the near future. But I think honestly, right
Yeah.
now, it's probably best time.
Actually,
It's probably best
one of
time to
my
kind of stop from here though.
One of
But
my favorite movies is definitely going to be the Hoopa movie.
yeah,
Mainly because
yeah.
whatever Ash asks for, Hoopa's like, here you go, gives like a ton of it. Like just 1 ton of anything he asks for.
I do know when we do get to the movie, you'll probably want to stick around for that movie. You'll eventually
Yeah.
get there.
well, we can deal with that when we get there eventually. Because here's the thing, we'll
Yeah,
deal with
cool.
that when we get there. So for the most part, so we get set up with maybe the sixth movie.
Oh, actually, hold on. Actually, before we do that, I'm gonna go down. I need to go and get dinner real quick. I'm
Alright,
bringing
yeah.
it back upstairs. I'll be right back.
Alright. Another brief moment for another jump cut.
Yep, I'm stuck here.
Okay, so I guess the best thing to put simply for this movie. Hold on a sec. Let me play the music first in a moment. Um, Drew.
Hmm.
We have a problem. Should we get rid of problem?
Yes.
Give me a sec.
Problem?
Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec though.
That's what Gold Wish is.
Okay, let me do. Okay. It's
Drew,
okay.
you what?
No, bring him back. Sorry, I was trying to do the
We need you.
Sorry, I was trying to do the funny comedy. Jirachi.
Why I was the problem?
No, I was just being the Jirachi humor. I mean, you have to admit, though, it was a
Drew
good time for the joke.
Drew
So I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Drew. I was trying to teleport you to another chat thing, but it wasn't working for me. It was having a weird sort of
But yeah.
glitch. So no, just some classic humor. Though. So for the most part, okay. So, what are your thoughts on this movie?
Honestly, I'm gonna
Well-
give it like.
I'll be
it's
honest
second
though.
Place, actually.
I'm actually going to put this movie in third because I do actually like the two other movies we watched previously much better. But I say it's probably one of the really good. It's really one of the really good Hoenn movies. Like Hoenn movies, they still do fairly well. And in some ways, though, it's one of the first times you really kind of really besides the first movie, if you really think about it, it's and the third one technically because when you boil down the antagonists, though, Mewtwo was bad until basically Ash died and he changed his mind. Lawrence the Third was bad, but in a way though he just kind of just like becomes calm again. Then there's Entei, which is technically bad, so he's bad adjacent, you know. Then
Yeah.
there's the
Yeah.
Masked Marauder, who is definitely pure bad. And then finally Annie and Oakley, who are bad, but they get, screwed over because, well, their own in particular. Overall, though, I would say, of the Hoenn movies, though, I would say this is probably, in my opinion, of the four Hoenn movies, though, I would say that this is probably the second weakest of the four.
Yeah.
There's actually a really strong one, and we'll definitely get to that one very soon. And when I mean very soon, I mean like probably the very next one.
Yeah.
Like honestly, I would say the way the Hoenn movies work, in my opinion, though, is that they start off fairly okay, they get better, and then they go back down again. For the most part.
Yeah.
With really the two in the middle being the two best ones
So-
you'll watch.
So pretty much okay, good, and then
Yeah.
okay again.
Yes.
Mhm.
You'll definitely understand why I mentioned okay for it in particular, because... Yeah... Because honestly, the peak anime movies, in my opinion, is literally the Sinnoh ones. Those are the peak ones. Sinnoh is where it's peak. Sinnoh, and then the first part of Unova, up until basically, I think, specifically, the movie actually features our first returning legendary again, that being none other than... Well, actually, no.
The other Mewtwo.
Well, yeah, Mewtwo. In that opinion, though, I would say it's probably the first time, actually, I would say really, I would say it's probably really bad, and in my opinion, it is probably one of the weakest of the Pokemon movies. It's one of the weaker ones. But overall, we're not talking about that movie right now, we're talking about Jirachi. So, in a way, though, Jirachi had a lot of good moments. In a way, though, Butler as the antagonist, in a way, though, it felt like, honestly, like, he really just, like, first off, like, obviously, he got tricked, or should I say, he got basically sort of, like, left to where he was not able to do much in particular, because of literally, well, Team Magma being like, oh yeah, no, yeah, your idea worked, it failed. Which, okay, first off, reviving a fossil is one thing, right? But to revive a full-on legendary Pokemon, even a mythical, like, think about it. Honestly, Team Rocket tried to sort of revive / recreate a Mew, right? I mean,
Hello.
they did that.
Oh,
sort of
you-
thing.
Very random. Be a Lord of Barrels.
Yep.
Yep.
So for the most,
I was watching Five Nights at Wario's earlier, and I found out that Wario's 4 had a cross game quest I didn't know about.
I knew about that.
What's your opinion on it? Is it worth doing?
Yes. It's the best cross game quest I've done in any Final Fantasy Warriors fan game. It's the best one. Because the rest, all the ones I've done so far have been relatively well shit.
I just wanted to know if it was worth doing.
Yeah, it's worth doing. Yep. Yeah. What are your thoughts, Drew? I mean, or I guess in terms of rankings, where would you probably rank it? In terms of
Well,
like,
considering it's one of the 3 that I watched pretty much when I was a kid all the time, I'd probably put it right behind the. Well, I think honestly I like it better than the Latias movie.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
fair.
I
And
know what
honestly,
it is.
and honestly, the idea is that the movies are all rated however you feel about the movies as a whole. In fact, there's literally no bad.
There's something about the that first Hoenn movie I always liked. Especially too, I mean, you can never. That one joke will never get old. Get rid of problem. Okay.
That is
Don't
true.
Get rid of Mel
Yeah.
this time. Get rid of Mel this time.
Sorry, I can't get rid of myself though because sorry, Mel. I mean, hey,
What
hey,
the hell?
We had to do it. We had to do it.
the comedy joke. Sorry,
Fine.
a comedic timing though.
No,
You can't get rid of
you
me though
teleport
because
me in the middle of nowhere.
no, that's true. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not psychic, Mel. That's actually mostly it's kind of Drew's job.
You know
He's
what?
more.
Like, actually, wait, no, I can't change it.
You disconnect me though, sadly, because I'm currently.
Too bad Beer Lord actually wasn't there. You could have done him. I think that one would have been the most
Yeah.
comedic.
Unfortunately, I couldn't
You're real
Well,
confused.
you're
No.
you're the,
Okay, no, but
person.
regardless though, I would say the movie is still good though. I mean, I remember watching it fondly. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, I have this area in my home, which we call or coined the Kid Cave. So I remember actually would sit there in the TV and I would watch, oddly enough, a lot of Pokemon movies. The third one, the second one, the fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one, the seventh one, the eighth one, and also the 10th, also the later ones in particular. I remember watching a lot of them in that room. The only one I really never actually watched that room in
Yes,
particular.
I found it! I found it!
You found it? What'd you find? Oh,
Look, it's
show.
shiny! It looks so good!
But yeah, my
Oh,
general
Gold,
thoughts
you
on
cannot
the
tell
movie-
me this was. Sorry.
Good timing.
Sorry, Mel.
Okay, so my general thoughts on this movie, I think it's like a good B tier.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best Pokemon movie. Like, trust me, even the
Yeah.
movies that obviously the big fan favorite movie, that being, well, oddly enough though, I would say really the fan favorite Pokemon movie that people actually praise is probably Mewtwo and Mew as the best movie, which I don't really see it
Yeah.
as the best. I mean, it's a good movie.
It has the
But it's
best.
not the-
Yeah, I'd say it's not the best. It's a good one though.
It's
Like,
definitely
I'm saying, right?
it definitely deserves its praise for what it did, but it's not the best movie. But what's really different though, I would say, is that this movie in particular, it has its moments, Obviously, I'm setting myself up for the next movie in particular, for the most part. This is good moment. This is funny stuff. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
though making
Oh,
the
yeah,
wish,
that's right.
the wish thing, you know, get rid of problem. You know,
No problem.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay. So
you
I got
would have to think
problem
honestly if you really
here.
think about it though.
I actually have more of a problem here.
What?
I want to catch this thing in a good ball. The only issue is probably the best ball to fit what it is funnily enough a master ball. Do I really want to use a master ball though?
How many do you even have though?
Yep.
Do a great ball.
Um,
That's blue.
a great ball? Yeah, but I mean this is like a dark blue. Like this guy has a very dark blue. Oh, actually it's a little lighter than I thought. Yeah, it's actually, you know what? A great ball could work. Either a great ball or a dive ball, honestly.
Well, overall though, I would say
What do you think's better?
great ball. Overall, I'd say yeah. It's a good movie though. I mean, there's some moments I think honestly it could have been better.
Yeah, why not?
I think really. I mean, I'm not a movie critic though, at all.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I try to give my
Oh.
comments on certain movies or TV shows with, you know.
I mean, we're
Hey,
not.
Hey, guess
I
what?
mean, we're. I mean,
Give me
technically, we're not.
Zach.
I mean,
Oh,
we're,
you
I
may-
mean, we're not nostalgia critic.
Did it?
Overall, I would say this is a good way to
Holy,
end off.
you
I would
look
say this is
so
still a
cool.
fairly solid movie though in its own right. So I think honestly, it's probably the best way to probably
Honestly,
shoot.
Yeah, I think that's the best.
Yeah, best way
'cause
to end off though, because
I
there's
wanted
also
to catch the. Yeah, sorry, Gold. Go ahead.
we probably get ourselves set up for part of the next Mon movie left, which is going to be, I believe,
It focuses on the ox.
yes. Which oddly enough though,
Oh,
feels kind of fitting when you really think about it, especially when you know how much Rayquaza hates Deoxys. It becomes even funnier when you think about it.
Yeah.
Especially because that's because Rayquaza's there, sees Deoxys, and it's like, "Fuck you!" Boom. I mean, obviously, of the horror movies, you can probably figure out which one is probably my favorite of those four, and which one's probably my least favorite.
I mean, I knew there was a shiny, but why? I knew there was gonna be another shiny, at least one more. But why'd it have to be Machamp? Or not Machamp, but Machoke.
Yeah.
I got big green guy. It couldn't have been one of these cool guys over here.
Well, those are tiny though.
I'm gonna run back around. I knew there was at least one guaranteed shiny when you spawn in, since I had level 3. I just didn't know who it was. I guess I didn't bother to look that way when I spawned in.
We're only focusing, yeah, for the most part. Okay, so I guess we'll get set up for the next movie. So that will be for
Yeah.
next week, or actually next
Yeah.
time this video gets updated again. Oh,
Yeah.
music must stopped. Interesting.
Very surprisingly, there's a good bit of time until 12 if you guys just want to hang in.
Alrighty, so let's begin by listening to. I gotta find. Movie tier list. So let's start with the movie. Okay. So let's start off with our Pokemon music. Okay, so very beginning though. Let's start with the most obvious case. Thoughts on Destiny Deoxys as a whole?
To be honest, it's actually like again, this is actually a really good movie.
Okay. It's actually really entertaining though. Obviously, in my opinion, this does mean that all these early movies get knocked down. In my opinion, I would say this movie is actually better than the fourth movie. That's in my opinion.
Yep.
You know, not to mention as well, when looking back at this movie though, I will be honest though, when I first watched this movie though, I used to always think that Deoxys actually was the bad guy. You know? In reality, Deoxys actually is not the villain. the villain actually is really technically speaking Rayquaza, or more than likely it's more or less a, I guess you could say it's a more of a misunderstanding, I would say, right? Which makes perfect sense though, right? You know? So really, technically speaking, there's really no real villain though. The real villain is just a lack of communication between Deoxys and Rayquaza. Yet the whole lore of Tori being like afraid of Pokemon, Larus, City.
Yep. I mean, you gotta think about it, like, the only reason he's scared of Pokemon is because he got startled at a very young age.
Which wasn't really his fault though, if you really think about it though. It all happened because of really an accidental mishap between both Rayquaza. Technically speaking, actually, Deoxys did it on accident though. When they crash landed, it freaked out the Pokemon. Right?
Yeah.
But I mean, it wasn't. But I mean, Deoxys probably wasn't in control when that was happening. Something probably happened on the way to Earth.
Yeah.
It made sense though.
Or on the way to where he was going.
But yeah, overall, I think this is definitely, in my opinion, the best of the Hoenn movies. You know?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely agree.
A lot of money that I don't even need.
But yeah. So yeah, in your opinion though, is anything else you probably can think about this movie as a whole?
Like,
Think
well,
of?
actually, in my opinion, I'm putting this right next to the fourth movie, in my opinion.
But no, there's no tie type of thing. It was like going like, which movie do you think actually is better than certain movies though? Like, that's the idea of the ranking systems that we're ranking the movies.
Okay. I'm gonna still say, no Pokemon 2000 is still better.
Number one for you?
Yeah, still number
Yeah.
one.
Trust me when I say this though, we're getting later on movies though. The fifth Pokemon movie is gonna probably be very high for me for so long though. It will eventually probably switch out eventually, but it'll be fairly obvious when it does go down. But it's one of those like it's gonna take a while because it's that good.
Yeah.
But for most part though, Destiny of Deoxys, the plot is fairly basic if you really think about it. And it makes perfect sense though. Like, yeah, the role actually Tori plays works so well. He's not really he's one of the major characters though. And plus he appears in the very beginning of the movie though, so he's not like out of nowhere. So basically once you see Tori at the very beginning, you see exactly what's going on, you know exactly what's gonna happen. So immediately you go out of your way to try to figure out the whole stuff with Tori. You can agree with that, right, Drew?
Sense.
Not to mention as well, you see kind of the reason why he's afraid of Pokemon, and then over time you see that sort of that fear start to whittle away. And that's exactly what happens actually with like quote unquote Lily, which you remember, right?
Yeah, like the only. It makes sense too why they don't show it right away.
Although Lily in the
It's more of an
games, I don't think really she had much fear in particular.
No, she didn't have any fear. She just had Cosmog. She didn't have her own Pokemon though.
But was Lily in the anime, it was much more interesting because she had the fear of Pokemon, and then all of a sudden, it took a while, and then boom, her fear went away. Right? Wasn't it actually thanks actually to her like icy Fennekin? Not Fennekin, Alolan Vulpix, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how actually it happened though. But overall though, I'd say pretty good though. So if anything, and Drew, where would you rate this movie yourself?
Yeah, pretty high. I like the movie a lot. It's a good one. Like,
yeah,
probably probably right below. Which one was it again?
Which one?
Probably right below. I'll probably put it in second.
Right, second just was me. And this is actually second as of right now. Remember, all the movies will move down or up a rank though, depending on the next movies though. Which next movie is Lucario Mystery of the Mew.
Yeah,
This
and honestly, in my opinion,
this movie in
one of the
particular,
best ones.
well, this movie in particular, in my opinion, is this. Lucario Mystery of the Mew is probably the movie that single-handedly sort of opens up the biggest can of worms in the Pokemon universe, Pokemon lore. You wonder what that lore is?
Oh,
Well,
oh yeah.
the lore in question, which I'll probably tell later on, but to keep it more very basic brief though, and I'll tease this for the next movie, when we discuss that movie in question. Let's go ahead and we'll discuss that movie next. We'll discuss the movie next time, or should I say, tomorrow for the most tomorrow slash next time the next recording comes into play, right?
Mhm.
But yes,
Yeah.
let's be fair. I'm gonna keep it a little bit. I'm gonna keep that sort of nice little down low until then, cause
Yeah.
there's a certain reason why that the carb is actually very important, and also kind of increases and also answers a lot of questions based on the lore of Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
You want to know what that is? Think carefully. What is Lucario known as?
The Aura Pokemon.
And there's the answer.
Yeah. Plus it answers the whole, Ash able to using Aura.
Which is actually something in particular.
Yep. Yeah, one of his abilities, which is actually pretty cool.
If you think about it, though, think of all the moments actually where Ash has been damaged or injured, in particular, and how he's able to survive. Think of all think of all the Thunderbolts, the Flamethrowers, the various Pokemon he's able to kind of carry with ease in all the animes.
Right. This idiot has.
Well, as I already mentioned, strength. You'll understand because honestly, this movie also kind of answers all those questions. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This answers those questions. And now, it is time for the next movie.
Yes.
Okay, so let's start off with the obvious thing. So let's start off with the big elephant in the room. Or should I say the Donphan in the room. Lucario.
Yeah.
The main focus of the Pokemon is Lucario has the power of Aura.
Yep.
In fact, Ash somehow gains these powers of Aura. So, here's the question you gotta ask though. Is Lucario, in a sense, capable of handling, like, from what you see so far, the power of, the power of Aura, in a sense, is his main gimmick. It's his main spiel. What's really interesting though is that the Aura for Lucario is fairly powerful enough to actually kind of hold his own.
Yeah. And the fact that they showed Ash, had the equal amount of Aura power.
Well, and that's actually where a lot of theories come into play. Where the theory is that it's possible that Ash is in fact related to Sir Aaron. In other words, being possibly, maybe even, well, both possibly even relation to Sir Aaron. There's a possibility of that.
Yep.
That's actually where a lot of theories come into play.
Yep.
There's a lot of theories that Ash is actually related to Sir Aaron purely for the sake of his whole thing.
Yep. Yep, if that's the case, then wow. It makes sense since if he is these descendant of his. Well, at least the aura blood grows in the tree.
Yes, that is true. Now, as for the movie itself, though, this movie, in my opinion, single-handedly is probably the reason why many people wanted Ash to actually have a Pokemon like Lucario on his team. I mean, if I were to bet, if I were a betting man, I would probably bet that so many people begged the Pokemon Company to give Ash a Lucario on this team that it probably was the main driving force for Ash getting Lucario during Journeys.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. Out of all the Pokemon in particular, movies in particular, Lucario is basically one of those Pokemon that sort of makes sense. And plus, you saw how Ash had a natural bit of aura. And yes,
Yeah.
in a lot of popular fanfics for Pokemon usually featuring Ash, though, Ash usually is known for actually having aura. That's usually one of the most common abilities Ash is given. Very rarely, it's always used in particular with the most obvious case being able to understand Pokemon or telepathy.
Yep.
And for the most part, if the events in the movie had not happened, though, besides the fact that Lucario being the way it is, it's also a possibility, though, if Pikachu had not been taken away by Mew, it's possible that maybe Lucario probably would have gone away with Ash on a journey to see maybe, like, what's going on.
Yeah.
Which, in my opinion, would be ideal. Because if Ash and Lucario went on a little journey together, you could easily see what they could do, right?
Yeah.
So in my opinion, this is really actually what I'd say where Lucario becomes a bit of an interesting focus. And Lucario is actually an interesting character in his own right. His main gimmick is basically, well, obviously he's Pokemon of Aura, right? He focuses on his power. I mean, you know how Lucarios work for the most part. And Lucarios are, if I recall, in this case, Lucario could have both been seen as a quote-unquote legendary Pokemon at a time. But in reality, Lucario is not really a legendary Pokemon at all. Lucario is just a regular Pokemon. He's not legendary at all. However,
Yeah.
it was only in this movie, I would say Lucario was in fact seen as a legendary. Because also there's no such thing as Riolu. Riolu did not exist yet in this time period.
Yeah. Not yet.
There's no Lucario at this very moment. No Lucario at this very moment, but eventually Lucario does make an appearance in officially region. Then also while we get literally a Pokemon trainer like Sir Riley, who ends up being basically quote unquote who actually joins a Lucario. And then there is also obviously the one fighting type gym leader, Maylene, also having a Lucario. Cynthia also has a Lucario.
Yeah.
Yeah, think about it. So, other famous Lucario trainers we have officially. We have Sir Aaron and Ash, basically. Let's keep them off to the side. We have Maylene, a gym leader. We have Karina, a gym leader, who also has 2 Lucarios. We have Cynthia, a champion who actually owns a Lucario as well. Most of the good characters all have Lucarios, though. Riley has a Lucario. There aren't... Well, Cameron in the Pokemon... in the Pokemon series has a Lucario as well. Think about it.
Yeah. Oh wait, I think we're forgetting about someone. What about Karina?
No, I mentioned Karina.
Oh no, you did. Okay.
Yeah, I mentioned Karina as a gym leader. As for, I don't think of any other fighting type, other time Pokemon trainers actually have had Lucarios. I mean, Pokemon trainers in the anime with a Lucario. Oh, here we go. This is good. So, let's summarize particular for a moment. Ignoring the video, I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna use this video for a brief moment. Just understand for a brief moment to get the freaking ad out of the way. Go away, ad. So, let's start with the most obvious case. Obviously, it doesn't matter. There's no ranking type of thing. Let's start off with the most obvious case. This is Lucario. I don't know which trainer this Lucario is. Oh, okay, God, it's not gonna work. Ignore it. Ignore this video. Don't support this video. We don't want this. I'll know what trainers with Lucario in the main series. Now I want. Oh, here we go. Trainer Pokemon. This is good. Cerebi. No, wait. I want... Okay. I can find it though, maybe. See if I had one in. No. No. Okay. Unfortunately, this is not the right Pokemon video to look at, though. Let's look at. Let's see if I can find one Lucario anime, because you can find. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Well, this is perfect. Oh, this is good. All right. Here we go. No, wait, this is not good. No, damn it! I want this. I want. Just give me. I'm not getting anything good. God damn it. I don't think I can really say though, because male, female trainer. I don't care about male, female. I'm looking for every trainer has to look hard in the anime and their info. Okay, hopefully this works. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Obviously, we have Sir Aaron, right? Maylene.
Yeah.
How old is this video? 3 years ago. Okay, this is fair. Alright, this is fair. Riley's Lucario. Karina's Lucario. Cornell's has Corina's Lucario. She's Mega Lucario. And then we have Gherkin, who also has a Lucario as well, which makes sense. Professor Kukui apparently also has a Lucario, aka...
Huh.
So Professor Kukui also has a Lucario.
Oh, I did not know that.
In the Sun Moon anime.
Well, I didn't watch much of this.
Cameron's Ryu slash Lucario, in a sense.
Okay, that makes sense, yeah.
Right. Ash's Ryu Lucario, that being the final one left. Now, it's also a possibility maybe Horizon also has Lucario as well. Ash's Lucario, information I'm saying a little bit. So, overall, though, this is the best answer I would give, though, I'd say. So, yes. Is there a Pokemon trainer in Horizons Oh, perfect. Oh, Roy, here we go. Yes. Roy. In the anime, Roy has a shiny Lucario.
We now have the full backstory of how Roy...
Oh, here's the,
So here we go.
the Pokemon. Nice.
That doesn't matter. Well, doesn't. So basically, he has a shiny Lucario. Yes, there we go. There's your answer. So Roy has a shiny Lucario. So in a sense, though, he's also a great trainer as well. Hypothetically speaking, because of probably should do longer playlist OSTs though for music though, in particular for the most part, Mel. So if you want to take some time when we get a chance to do this update, put more music in the playlist though. You can do that sort of thing. But for the most part, I'll take a quick breather, get some popcorn and stuff for the next movie and stuff.
Okay.
But overall though, as you can see, all those trainers, if you think of all they have in common, think of all these trainers have in common. They all have Lucario. They're all powerful. And even Cynthia as well. Didn't mention Cynthia though, because Cynthia doesn't show having a Lucario in the anime, but in the game she does. Maylene and which is all in the games. So, overall though, in my opinion, Lucario, this movie honestly, in my opinion, goes relatively high. First off, for the most obvious case, a lot of these movies are going down quite a bit.
Yep.
Though in my opinion, I'm putting it in third place because I'll be honest, it's still really good.
Is different.
Yeah. put it in third
Yeah.
place for me personally. But overall, though,
you're putting it one at a time.
yes.
Yep. As for me, I'm slapping that one in first place. Actually, like I said, this is one of the best like Pokemon movies like ever be made.
Honestly, here's the thing. This movie and this movie can easily switch and flip-flop. Like, Lucario Mystery and Mew and Pokemon Destiny Deoxys are two both great movies. In terms of the Hoenn movies, these are easily some of the really good ones. Likewise, in particular, the best Johto movie is easily the fifth one. While in terms of the first two movies, the second, most people continue to pick 50-50 either the first or second one. Likewise, for the most part, really, the movies as a whole. And yes, this is literally the movie about Lucario. And yes, if you think about it, those are the second time I've actually seen a Mew officially. Likewise,
Yeah.
and in a way though, it makes perfect sense. So overall though, in what position does this movie get out of all in terms of first through eighth?
Be honest. Okay. Okay. You want my opinion on it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like okay. Like I said, first place. I'm gonna put right. To be honest, I'm putting it right next to the Pokemon 2000 movie.
Well, no, but Mel, you see how I'm doing my tier list though, right?
Yeah. Like I said, yours, mine is different than yours. You're putting only one at a time in each slot.
Well, I'm basically ranking them, because overall, I'm actually ranking the videos as I'm watching them. I'm not doing like
Okay.
say first, second. We're doing like S, A, B, C, D, F type of thing.
I'm doing
'Cause
the
even-
same, but just differently. I'm doing it.
Because even then, though, even if I did rate them like that, I don't think any of the movies, really, many of the movies would probably get an F or D tier. Some would probably be in C tier, but most of these movies in particular, for the most part, I would say go between B to S. Like,
Yeah.
so this is probably a slightly longer moment in particular, for the most part, if you think about it. But overall, though, shall we get ourselves ready for the next?
Pokemon Ranger.
Yes. Now this is the last of
Yeah.
the Hoenn movies.
Yep.
Yep. All right. So see you guys in a bit.
See you in a bit, guys.
Alrighty. Let's get started and let's review this movie. So. Well, I'm gonna be honest. I'm actually kind of conflicted. Here's the thing. A lot of people always say, and what I've seen so far a lot of times, usually Manaphy and the Temple of Sea is always usually seen as probably one of the weaker movies. Okay? I'm putting this right here for the moment so you can see it. But it's always one of the weaker ones in the movie series. It's not the best. For the most part, the biggest thing you really can give it is also a lot of the quote-unquote meme-worthy moments the movie has to offer. Obviously, the most iconic thing is the Phantom, who, in my opinion, is almost like a pirate. Is almost like a pirate Wario.
Yeah.
His the most iconic line is, "There are two types of people in this world," and it's just like he says this line a lot. It becomes a very much iconic sort of meme of a line.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Plus,
As for the moment in particular, also for the most part, you saw really pretty much Ash sacrifice himself to save the day.
Yeah.
Pretty much
Yeah, plus
showing
the final
Ash's
battle was-
character, and in some ways it makes perfect sense as to why Ash would easily be basically the main protagonist.
and also the final battle, like where Ash rises up from the water,
Mhm.
which was, I think, is pretty cool.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's not. So I'm gonna be honest. This movie isn't as bad as people say.
Overall, though, here's what I kind of think of this movie. After much thought, I'm gonna put it right in the middle of the pack. Okay? Or
Okay.
It's between Jirachi as well as also. I gotta think because rank it be either Jirachi. Which I like better? Jirachi with the focus of Groudon and also the focus of the Okay, and let's think carefully. Look at. All right, let's compare both movies for Jirachi as well as Manaphy. All right.
Okay.
So start with the most obvious case. So let's do a flashback. So Jirachi in particular has a focus on mainly with Max for the most part, him getting a bond with Jirachi. Likewise, May with Manaphy. One's more focused on the land, the other one's more focused on the sea. One has Team Magma, the other one doesn't really have Team Aqua because Team Aqua is disbanded in this sort of movie, but has an Team Aqua-like group known as the Phantom. One is a villain that actually redeems himself near the end. The other one has an irredeemable villain. So, in my opinion, which is better? The one with a redeemable villain who, despite his many flaws, was doing what he thought was right, or if I want someone where I like a movie with the villain that is basically irredeemable.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I think I like the irredeemable villain.
Yeah. I mean, for the most part, if you really think about it, look at the movies that we've seen so far. Let's look at movies in particular. Start with the most obvious case. Mewtwo. He was a big bad villain, redeemable. This one, you have Lawrence III. He was a villain, but he was kind of one of the weaker villains. This one, technically, the villain was unknown, I would say, but there really is no villain in this movie. This one right here, the villain was the Iron Mask Marauder, aka a Team Rocket member.
Yeah.
Then we have Pokemon Heroes, where the villain is basically more Team Rocket members, known as Annie and Oakley. Sixth movie, Jirachi, you have the Butler.
Yeah.
Deoxys, there's no villain. Deoxys isn't really a villain. He's trying to find his or her friend.
Yep.
And Rayquaza is not really much of a villain though. It's just the problem is
he's just fucking shit up.
This one right here, Mr. Mew, there's no villain at all.
No.
This one, there's a villain in this movie. So, I think that 100% those, but that's basically by the Phantom. So, overall though, I don't understand in particular, let's keep going focused. So, I gotta think. Also, as well, think of also funny moments. The funniest moment in the funniest moment really in the Jirachi movie is the iconic "get rid of problem." That's the most funniest classic moment in that movie.
Yeah. Sure.
Therefore, is that really the best moment in said movie? Is that really the best in the movie? And for the most part, both movies do actually feature tentacles, though. Technically, if you think about it, one is just water tentacles, one is just goopy tentacles from a fake Groudon. Right. And also, although it does show Groudon in the poster, you don't technically see Groudon at all in the movie. Because that's the whole thing. Well, in the other one, you actually do see Kyogre. So, in a sense, Groudon does not make any appearance in the movie at all until basically the 18th movie. Even though it's a stupid thing. Plus, if you think about it though, in the anime, Kyogre was also probably the Pokemon actually kind of sort of took control of Pikachu, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah.
with the red orb. Although I think really ironic though when the red orb beat Groudon and blue orb beat Kyogre. I guess the game's actually made it make sense though for the most part, but the anime was flip flop. Could have been a 4 kids dumb mistaken. Okay, but for the most part, if I really had to rate the movies in particular, after much thought, honestly, I have to do it like this. I still honestly think Card Mystery and the Mew, as well as also Destiny Deoxys, are far better movies, hands down. But after much thought, though, Jirachi the Wishmaker is actually now what I've actually mentioned before, and it's an odd update in particular, is now the weakest Hoenn Pokemon movie. Heck, Jirachi could technically also be heck, Pokemon Temple of the Sea could technically be the best Kanto-themed movie.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, overall, what are your thoughts and where would you rank this movie?
To be honest, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'm ranking this movie like A tier.
A tier?
Yeah, A tier. I think the movie's actually quite enjoyable. Plus the villain being a pirate, I think that's a pretty cool idea.
Yeah, I like the idea of the pirate though. The pirate is a pretty cool touch. Okay.
But yeah, that's why I'm giving it A tier. Like, I actually really enjoyed this movie.
Yeah. I mean, like I said before, there's really not really many bad Pokemon movies though. Eventually.
Yeah.
And even then though, look at all the movies we have left though. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Don't forget also make sure to grab the Pokemon Mewtwo remake. Those are all the movies we've actually missed so far. When you get to add those images on there. I think we still have them though for the most part. If not, we can just download and get those images a little bit. But overall though, for the most part, really, if you really think about it though, put it in perspective though, think of it this way. Don't think of it as Mewtwo and Mew, or should I say Mewtwo Strikes Back, as the worst Pokemon movie. Think of it actually as the starting of other movies far better than the previous ones. Right?
Yeah.
Think of it. That is honestly impressive in its own right. That just shows basically how much better the Pokemon movies have gotten so far. Sure, my ranking is slightly different from yours, and mine has some ups and downs, and for the most part, really, it's very sporadic though for the most part. But overall though, you have some really solid movies though, and there's really no bad, it's actually good. So, in my opinion, Pokemon Manaphy and the Temple in the Sea Temple. This is something I want to say. This is one of those very solid movies, though. And if you were to watch this and watch it again,
I possibly will. Like, but still, my thoughts are the same. A tier. I think the villain was pretty good. Plus, like I said, the part where Ash almost sacrifices himself. Plus, the final battle is actually pretty enjoyable.
Yeah, true.
With Ash lighting the water.
Yeah, Ash showed he was the power. It was the king of the sea, and it fits.
Yeah.
Ash doing this sort of thing makes perfect sense for Ash, right? Ash is a person who's a savior character. Overall, though, I think this is a fairly solid way to end off this sort of, moment in video type of thing. And fuck. What the heck? Oh shit. Much better. That was actually flipped around for a moment. Oh shit. Wait a minute. I think I'd. You know what? Yeah, this is good. I like this. I like it this way because I think honestly it makes perfect sense still. And so, shall we prepare ourselves for most likely the 10th movie?
Yeah, the 10th movie, which Susie has told me it's a really good one.
Yes, the Sinnoh movies are honestly the best. In my opinion, Sinnoh is where the Pokemon movies actually peaked. And I mean really peaked.
Yeah, that's what Susie said. That's what Susie told me.
Well, I'll see you you guys see you in a bit, basically, for that.
Yep, we'll see you in a bit for Darkrai.
Okay, so third most obvious case, Darkrai. Now, obviously, I think really we all know one thing. This movie, in my opinion, definitely deserves the top spot on this list.
Yeah, I'm saying
This
S
knocks
tier.
down every single movie in my personal ranking down, literally. First off, let's look at the elephant in the room. Obviously, the next 3 movies that we'll be watching, this one, the next one, and then the next one after that, is in fact the following. That being, all of them are all kind of intertwined and linked together. And for the most part, you'll definitely understand why when we get to the later ones.
Yeah.
But, for the first part, let's start off with the case of the whole thing. Obviously, at the very beginning of the movie, you see Dialga and Palkia fighting. This is what causes a lot of the problems,
Yeah.
which later on ends up affecting Alamos Town. Darkrai trying to stop it. Now, this is actually where things get very interesting. As once you get to that point of in the movie, when things start to get a bit crazy, you'll realize though, later on, when we get to later movies though, you'll see also literally the actions that caused this movie will then affect later on, and then again in the 12th movie, which literally is what caused the actions of the events of the 12th movie that happened prior to the events of the characters showing up, is what actually would affect the 10th movie, and then later on affected the 11th movie, which then come back to affect the 12th movie. So all 3 come together in one big arc. Yep.
Yeah.
Fact of the matter is, Dialga, Palkia was injured, so for the most part, him trying to get into the fellow space area, only Alamos Town, maybe was not really his intention. Now, there's a possibility that he didn't really intend to actually basically cause everything in particular, and maybe the reason why he was weakened, though, was the reason why the whole world itself was getting destroyed, one after the other.
Yeah, I'm wondering that actually.
Palkia
still,
maybe Palkia was injured, right? You saw there was a crack on there, and him fighting with Dialga. First off, Palkia and Dialga, they're always gonna be fighting each other, time, space. Think about it. This is what's the thing about it. Team Galactic, in a sense, their main goal is to harness the power of Dialga or Palkia. In the anime, it's Dialga and Palkia. Giratina is the 3rd Pokemon, which we'll actually see momentarily in the next of these clips and stuff. Clip segment check most slightly. But overall, though, the way I saw this, though, this movie being the first introduction, having Dawn as the 3rd companion of the whole trio, best. In a way, though. Look at the best movies in the other generations in particular. Ash was the main focus in trying to save the day with Latios and Latias, right? In the Deoxys movie, kind of similar. Most likely, Ash will see Ash save the day. May didn't do much of anything for the most part. You know?
Yeah.
For the most part, really, Dawn actually was a major character in particular.
Yeah.
And even Brock.
Yeah, Dawn does
Even with Brock being his, flirty self though, like he always is, this was the one time I think where Brock actually chose to not flirt. You know?
Yeah.
He chose to not flirt. He chose not to flirt though. He knew what needed to be done. And it's like, yes. If you think about it though, would you flirt with the nurse in the heat of danger and destruction, and the fact that literally that everybody you know can literally just disappear at a moment's notice.
Yeah, I probably choose to just
If this
take the innocent.
if this were an actual one of those natural disaster movies that you see a lot of Hollywood likes to make, though, you would have seen actually a lot of people probably sacrifice themselves as Polyphea's world starts to crumble. You would have seen a random guy jump into the distortion itself, disappearing though. Probably help sacrifice themselves, maybe to grab and toss another child or a Pokemon to safety. You know. Not only that though, but
Yeah.
this actually kind of beats literally a lot of the other dangers in particular. Think about it. Let's go back to some previous major dangers of the previous movies though. Let's start off with the first movie.
Yeah.
The biggest danger was Mewtwo. Mewtwo built a massive storm. That's easily countered by a Pokemon. It's usually mainly be countered or stopped by a Pokemon like Rayquaza.
Yeah.
The movie 2000, the weather would get destroyed, literally because of the fact of, well, the weather itself. Spell the Unknown. Technically speaking, the danger was mainly in Greenfield, but for the most part, really, it was mainly the crystallization of the entire land. If left unchecked, though, the crystallization could have kept on growing. Right? Then let's go Celebi.
Yeah.
Celebi, kind of.
Okay.
Celebi's
don't really think it was
Celebi's kind of the exception to that rule, and same goes actually. Same goes with the Lucario mystery. With the Lucario movie, where technically speaking, Lucario, really the only real big threat though is really, honestly, technically speaking, Mew accidentally taking Pikachu and Ash going on a journey to stopping it.
Yep.
Not intentionally. Latios and Latias, the biggest disaster going on was a massive tidal wave, a massive wave of water willing to kind of just wipe everybody out. With an entire.
Yeah.
And then we have the Jirachi. Technically speaking, Baron's goal was to make a Groudon. It failed. The Temple of Sea. Manaphy Temple of Sea. Technically speaking, no real big danger. I mean, to be honest, the biggest threat really was Phantom. But even then, even if he stole the crystals, though, nothing much really happened besides really a sinking of the entire building itself. And then finally, let's go with, Deoxys. Really, there wasn't much of a big threat though, besides really Rayquaza.
Yeah, to be honest,
being
Deoxys wasn't really the big threat. It was more Rayquaza.
well, even then though, technically speaking, there was really no big, real natural world disaster thing. This is the first. This is probably the first movie since probably, I would say, movie 2, maybe 6, if you want to count the fact that literally if that Groudon would actually have caused problems, if that Groudon had kept on going and kept on grabbing everything in their sight, and Ash and the gang was not able to stop it, they probably would have. That Groudon probably would have kept on going, and no one would be able to stop it though. Not even Jirachi. They probably been absorbed and dissolved basically in a sense. So, in my opinion, though, I think really, if you really want to count really the 6th movie being a movie where the world could have ended in the most likely post-probable case, though, yeah, the only really 4 movies technically the world could have ended if nothing would have done about it, because the heroes actually had. Nothing would have happened though. Mewtwo would have literally wiped out all of Pokemon. Now granted, wiped out all of humanity. Now here's the thing though, even if Mewtwo would have succeeded in his plan though, there's a bit of a problem. The big problem being none other than the fact that literally all these other powerful Pokemon would have tried to stop him. Now let's go back to point blank Darkrai. Darkrai would have probably most likely would have fought Mewtwo head on. Same goes with Rayquaza. Darkrai, Rayquaza, Lugia, like all these powerful Pokemon. Granted, put the first Pokemon movie in Gen 4 standards, and you have a bunch of Pokemon powerful enough to at least, if anything, stop Mewtwo right in his tracks. Which is actually why it makes the Mewtwo movie the weakest movie that I've seen. Because literally, later in the first, what's interesting most part though, you have to later on stop in particular. So for the most part though, I definitely see why Susie mentioned Darkrai being the best movie this time. And in some ways though, in my opinion though, I think all three movies though, when we get a chance to see all three though, all three of them deserve their own level of praise. So, what do you think about Darkrai as a whole? Now, obviously, you're rating them as a different type of thing, Tears and Ticker, as most, right?
Yeah. Okay. I'd like if you want me to talk about the movie
Go ahead.
as a whole, or just about. Okay. As here, the movie was actually pretty good, and plus, the final battle of the whole movie was intense.
The final moments, though, especially because when the actual Ash and Dawn rushed upstairs, you literally saw. Now, they did tease the staircase early on when Ash ran up the stairs in the first place, how long it would take, though. You know, take a long time.
Yeah.
And that was actually kind of fitting. And for the most part, also, Ash saving the day and trying to save, Dawn, it made sense. Kind of why I also see Ash and Dawn is the best chemistry out of any character. I don't see the same with Serena, or at least not in the way I don't see with Dawn. I mean, granted, I did kind of grow up watching the Pokemon anime from the late Sinnoh in the entire Unova arc, and I kind of stopped during Kalos, mainly kind of because during that time when I was watching the Unova arc, I was in middle school. When I went to high school, though, I couldn't have time to watch the show early in the mornings, because obviously, for me in high school, you go onto the bus earlier. Literally, it was elementary, high school, middle school. It makes so much sense, though, but I would rather it have been like early elementary, middle, high, and you let type of thing though for the most part. But yeah. It's school systems. What do you expect? I don't understand much myself, but for the most part, the way I saw it for the most part was literally the fact that in some ways though, Darkrai, or should I say, Dawn definitely was a major factor. I think honestly, Dawn was really good in this movie.
Dawn was a pretty good.
Dawn, Brock,
really
literally, even Ash, even Ash though. Sure, Ash instantly attacking Darkrai, not his brightest moment, but at the same time as well, let's also be fair as well. If you were in Alamos Town, and and all of a sudden you saw Darkrai, and you saw something from Stickler, would you attack Darkrai? If you had no idea what was going on, would you attack? And honestly, yeah, I would probably have my Pokemon attack Darkrai, not knowing much anything though. Unless I realized that Darkrai was trying to warn me about danger, I would assume Darkrai is there to cause problems. So honestly, it makes sense. Darkrai is there. Was trying to warn people about the danger that was caused by, you guessed it, Dialga and Palkia. Nobody believed him until by then it was too late. If they had realized the danger in the first place in the very beginning and didn't attack Darkrai, they could have stopped the whole issue before it was too late. And in some ways, though, it's the fault of the people in the town for assuming Darkrai was the bad guy, which is probably what caused Darkrai to be slightly weakened in the whole focus. Think about it. A Pokemon is trying to warn you about dangers for the most part of an absolute powerful Pokemon causing problems. You immediately blindly start attacking the Pokemon, not assuming they're the problem. No, they're not. The actual problem was, in fact, literally the fact that nobody was listening to Darkrai at all. Darkrai was injured and trying to get Palkia and Dialga to go away, stop fighting. Palkia and Dialga were too blinded in their hatred towards each other and weren't doing anything about it. They started fighting back and forth. They themselves didn't realize what was going on, so when everything started collapsing from within, it only took the very end of once the song that we play and calm down, calm them long enough for Ash and Dawn to be like, hey, you're fucking shit up. Stop it. Stop it right now. And that's when Palkia was like, okay, oh wait, oh shit, I better fix this. And that's when Palkia used its spatial powers to restore everything back to normal. The problem is, though, and we'll see later on, though, is that despite all the problems that have happened, let's just say the next movie does not give Dialga really a good look. And I think, honestly, we probably should get into it, you know, for the most part, right?
Yes.
We've talked long enough.
Yes. The next movie, which I think you're probably gonna love.
Yes, that's true.
Yes, we all know you're gonna love it because mostly it has your favorite legendary.
And Pokemon of all time, though.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's... let's be obvious.
Yeah, to be honest, I give this movie an A tier.
The only part I really say can be kind of, honestly, in my opinion, the
Yeah,
movie
the only
actually
reason-
just as good, if not better, than Darkrai movie. I do really like this movie.
I'm
Yes.
just saying, the only reason I put an A tier and why I don't get the S tier is mostly because of the whole stuff at the beginning with Shaman.
There's a bit of a catch, though. The part where Shaman kind of helps give us knowledge of the later on entries.
Yeah.
You know, literally, Shaman is a major focus of the movie itself, which makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But here's a bit of a catch. Because of how Shaman is as a whole, Shaman I think could be the most poignant aspect of the movie. But it says, well, honestly, really think about it though. Correctly though, in the early parts of the movie though, you would assume Garantina's the villain. However, instantly flipped over to show Zero as true villain. Now, Zero is very similar in premise to Pokemon Movie 2000 with Lawrence III. Now, Lawrence III, he wanted to capture Lugia for himself, and he was capturing all the legendary birds, which was also causing the end of the world with natural disasters and stuff. Zero wanted actually all the power of Giratina to himself. Hence why, you know, based on everything going on. So, this is actually where I would say, if you recall correctly, the moments of the battles from the Darkrai movie.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, the battles are still awesome. Like, I still agree that the battles are Plus, Zero was a pretty interesting villain.
Yeah, Zero's main villainy focus was, in fact, he just wanted to have Giratina's power himself. Now, obviously, he didn't realize that, obviously, when Newton realized that the power of Giratina himself would kill Giratina, he stopped.
Yeah. I mean, good on him.
Unfortunately, though,
Him that he
Zero
would
didn't see
stop.
that and didn't realize the truth.
Zero didn't. Yeah. But the only thing I do wonder, okay, he deleted all the documents for, you know, the weapon. But how did Zero get it?
Backup. Zero
It makes sense.
Zero basically made a backup copy of the file, and he went ahead and he made it. I mean, makes sense though. If you're a big evil villain though, you have plans in particular, and your boss isn't trying to stop you from doing this thing, what would you do? Well, for the most part, you would probably you'd probably make a backup copy of the entire information, hide it away, and then feign, you know, enragement and gone. Although, really, he also had that AI companion, which could have easily helped recover the data. Not only that though,
Yeah,
he built,
so I'm just
not only
gonna
that though,
guess.
very similarly, he built a fortress. Now what actually puts him apart from Lawrence III though, well Lawrence III had his big fortress that ended up being destroyed at the very end, and Lawrence III ended up becoming almost like non-existent of a threat. Zero actually went out of his way. He dipped out of his mech with a smaller Giratina-like, vehicle, and then immediately got into the Dorson world, only then start causing trouble in there. That actually puts it above Lawrence III as a villain. He's also far more, in terms of villainy, think about it in particular. We mentioned before Mewtwo a lot and how his plans use a counter and can be defeated. Giratina is one such Pokemon that would get furious at the actions of Mewtwo. If you try to wipe out all of humanity, it wouldn't matter. Giratina would stop him. Giratina, that was also as another Pokemon adding onto the list of Pokemon that would literally try to stop the actions of Mewtwo. Heck, honestly, all three Creation Trio Pokemon would easily try to stop Giratina. Try to stop Mewtwo. So Mewtwo really has no power because the Creation Trio, because Dialga could easily force Mewtwo in a time loop. Palkia could trap Mewtwo in a single space, even able to escape. And Giratina, well, he doesn't have advantage against Mewtwo. Ghost beats Psychic after all. And for the most part, really, the way I see it though, this is ideally what makes movies actually kind of great though. Probably one of the best Pokemon movies though. However, the cinema movies, in my opinion, are all amazing. In fact, if I really had to give any, if I were to do actually like a tier list, I could rate them via like S, A, B, C, D, F. I would say every single cinema movie would probably be an S tier. Like for the most part. So, and I think definitely in particular, sure, Shaman can be annoying though, but I don't honestly think Shaman has a role in the movie. And Regigigas, who does appear at the very end of the movie though, but fits so well. Manaphy, one of the big things to take note is that Kyogre appears right at the very end, barely has any role in particular, but all of a sudden just almost like tries to steal the scene at the very end. Kyogre has really no role for the most part, acting more as a background Pokemon. But that's the difference though. And then obviously, if you think about it, if a legendary Pokemon makes an appearance in the movie though, you wouldn't have this good role in the movie. Unfortunately though, you're gonna get something kind of, when we get to the one movie that's like, probably I know Drew really enjoys, for the most part, it's gonna be a bit different though because of how this movie kind of plays out, because of how big hype it was, and then honestly what people always thought was a letdown. Overall though, I would say Giratina Sky Warrior definitely deserves high praise. However,
I still give it high praise. The movie's still great.
However, this movie is also part of a 3-part movie series though, meaning basically there's actually one more movie that actually will finish off the trilogy. In this case, this is basically, as I mentioned before, Darkrai and it's called the Darkrai movie plus the Giratina movie, all linked together with a third movie which we'll be seeing next, or at least in this video.
First time, that one of these Pokemon movies actually has all three of them connect together.
And it's because, to put it in perspective, which obviously I'll mention that movie when we watch that movie next week though, but you'll ever understand why, as a whole, both movies weren't linked together. Because this movie links to this movie's actions, results that is actually causes the events of this movie, which then later on create sort of restoration in a moment in the third movie, this trilogy, to the very end, add more focus.
Mhm.
This is ideally the focusing point in particular. So, all three movies, and even more so, in the third movie in particular, they all link in particular mainly to the first, to this movie, to the 10th movie as well. So, all three come. So, in a sense, though, when you see the next movie, though, it'll all connect and make sense. The battle in Dialga and Palkia created the conflict, which is what caused Garantina to go and start attacking Dialga. And then, when Garantina starts attacking Dialga, Ash is able to stop him because Garantina remembered how Ash helped him out, which is where Dialga and Palkia help out in that movie as well. Where Dialga, as thanks for Ash helping out Dialga from not being destroyed by Garantina, well, you'll find out later on. I don't want to spoil it for a moment, but we'll talk about it probably momentarily in this recording type of thing. You'll have the movie particular, we'll discuss from there. Boom, boom, boom. All three will link together.
Yeah.
So, I'll see you guys later for the next part.
Yeah, see you for the next movie.
So, let's get started with the main thing with this whole movie. Obviously, to put it simply speaking, this movie deserves massive high praise. In my opinion, this is probably the best Pokemon movie of all time, I would say. With the idea,
I
Yes.
gotta agree with you.
the way this movie focuses, I mean, honestly, the way this movie focuses first off is look at it carefully like this. The movie featuring Darkrai, Dialga, and Palkia, the one that featured Garantina, Shaman, and hints of been built by Dialga, both kind of sort of teased the moments with the movie Arceus Jewel of Life. Even saw references to the previous movies, showing the two characters we see in this movie in particular. In fact, all three movies are basically a trilogy. And with in particular also the reason why, showing off that literally the events in the past from this movie were what caused later on during moments when Arceus was waking up, which caused the events of, you know, Alamo's town, which then later on pissed off Garantina. So literally, the whole focus of these Pokemon movies, though, fit the whole focus.
Yep.
Yeah.
The fact that okay, so I'm giving this movie S tier. This movie's really good. Also, the fact at the end, like, it psychs you out. The fact that, you know, Ash and friends almost got Thanos snapped at the end. Like, it's great. Like, the fact that they practically almost died.
That is true. They almost did. They almost died though, which is insane. The fact that they almost died and survived, was basically kind of because literally they were able to kind of save themselves.
Yeah, and it
That's all
also
different.
shows that the Pokemon world really does need Arceus to, you know, live. Because without Arceus, everyone dies.
That is true. But remember,
Yep.
it was Marcus who, in terms of a villain, is a very unique and effective villain in his own right.
Yep.
But he's not like a despicable villain
Yeah.
you would think. He's a villain
Yeah.
in his own right, as he's assuming that the world will be destroyed without, you know, Arceus's jewel power. So,
Yeah, he's a really good villain.
in
but
some
he's
ways,
not-
though, he's
he's not in.
he's
top-
he's
he's not a
he's,
top
he's not
villain.
he's a justifiable villain. He's not like
Yeah.
in terms of villains though, he's
Yeah,
not like literally Annie Oakley or the Masked Marauder or even Zero or heck even Mewtwo to an extent. Let's
Yeah,
put Mewtwo
seriously,
in
like
his
he's not in top villains.
or,
like,
or,
say,
or even the
like, say,
Phantom.
Mewtwo.
Like, there's times where movies usually have a very evil villain, and you know it. It's evil. Like, you know it. They have that
Yeah.
evil mindset.
yeah, like I
Damos,
said, in terms of villain,
or should I say, Marcus is not the evil villain.
Yep.
Well, he's an evil villain though, but he has his whole role. Now,
Yeah.
that's what actually makes it interesting, though. So,
Yeah, like I said, in terms of villains for this movie, if you compare like him, you compare him like say the other movie villains like Mewtwo or Zero.
no. Well,
Yeah.
in terms of movies and plot, if you really kind of put it in perspective, though, Arceus technically also kind of was a villain in his own right. He was a villain, but he was basically like he was a tragic villain. He was a villain,
He's a traffic.
but not on purpose, though. He was a villain, though, because he was assumed he was betrayed, and it also made Domino's technically a villain in his own right. But in reality, neither one was a villain.
They were just.
It took.
Well, he was just hypnotized by.
Yes.
You say the actual villain.
Right. Marcus, who was the actual villain in the entire movie. And really, if you looked up the movie itself, you know. Jewel of Life came out in 2009. Here's a Wikipedia article. So, obviously a plot, blah blah, and then later on, Marcus's true role, for most likely. Okay, so I guess but for most part, see, here we go. Correct. Right? The third Pokemon starts in 12th Pokemon overall. It's the last movie in the trilogy that started with the Rise of Darkrai and with Guaranteed Sky Warrior. So, basically, all three movies were literally a trilogy. If you think about it.
It's actually crazy. I can't believe the movies were a trilogy.
With Marcus, main antagonist. He was main antagonist in the movie, though, because that literally was his focus. Assistant, obviously, gaining type of thing. In other words, basically, Marcus kind of lost most likely stuff. So, hence, think about it though, follow if his actions ultimately lead to the events of Rise of Darkrai and Guaranteed Sky Warrior.
Yeah.
Cause Wayne and collision dial with Pog's home dimension in their battle, pulling Guaranteed Reverse World. So yeah, so in a sense, Marcus's actions were what caused the events of the movie, which would then later on affect the other two movies in particular. Which then comes back to then come back there. Because if you think about it though, had Marcus not betrayed Arceus, Dialga and Palkia never would have appeared in Alamos Town and caused almost an entire wipe of an entire city, which then would not have pissed off Garantina, who then later on would have not been stopped by Ash, who Garantina was gonna try to beat the shit out of Dialga for damaging his area. So, in a sense, all three movies are linked together, and that's the whole thing. I'd also put the voice of Arceus though, and how easily menacing it is. In its own right, though, Arceus, the voice that they personally chose for voice Arceus, though, the one disappointment I really have about one of the later movies, in particular, that actually brings Arceus back again, is that there really is no voice. There's no brief cameo voice option for Arceus. Even heck.
Yeah, they did.
Well, even further. In the Mewtwo movie, which we'll actually definitely get a chance to see / react to later on, it's not the same Mewtwo voice. Spoiler alert, not the same Mewtwo voice.
Oh yeah. No, not okay. Not the Carlos movie where the Wizards come back.
The Carlos movie. No, both. No, that's the Unova movie. It's probably, in my opinion, probably the worst of the Pokemon Unova movies.
What are you talking about? Mewtwo does talk in the Unova movie where he does show up. Well,
it's not. Well, it was a different
She's
Mewtwo, but I guess it was something that does fits in its own right, which is kind of neat. But overall, though, what I can see though, in terms of Pokemon movies, though, I would definitely recommend watching this trilogy because all three movies go together so perfectly, and heck, even watching the entirety of Sinnoh anime, it fits. So, this actually kind of it fits so much really well, though. Thing is that you could literally flip all three of these movies around, and they all would fit really well. Like, there's no other movie in particular that really go above them, I would say, and even go rival them for the most part. Because each one just fits so hand in hand. Honestly, you can't watch one movie without watching the other two. Absolutely cannot.
Yeah.
Because, although technically I kind of did at one point, though, when I saw Guaranteed in the Sky Warrior, but I didn't have much evidence of the whole Darkrai movie or Arceus Jewel of Life. Actually, I do have all the Sinnoh movies, as well as also the 2 Unova movies, the 14th and 15th, though.
Yeah.
But I have physical discs of the movies. The other ones I got movies of. I have sort of like.
I only have movie 20 on DVD.
I have TiVos of the other movies though.
Yeah. The only physical movie I own is Pokemon the movie I Choose You. I gotta collect the other ones.
Overall though, Ash was one of the only few trainers able to kind of sort of damage Arceus though. So honestly, if Arceus had not had all this plate still and Ash had no choice but to fight Arceus though, that would have been a battle against another god versus literally a actual trainer. I mean, think about it. Can you imagine if Ash actually had to fight Arceus himself in a battle? Imagine having to fight God. You could definitely see it would have been an intense clash.
Yeah, for sure.
A god like that, having much powers though, would easily make it a problem. How do you beat against a powerful godlike figure like Arceus?
That's true.
However, while Ash is able to kind of sort of help calm Arceus down for the most part, what is really interesting though is that literally it took literally trying to save the day to stop Arceus though. You know? Hey, at least they did save the day though.
Yep.
And honestly, if you think about it though, Arceus wasn't easily calm himself down. I mean, look at the 180 thing. Arceus did kind of calm himself from being. I mean, Arceus was stopped from causing the end of the world, and it just overall plot though. Let's put in perspective though. It's just Just think carefully. It's team. There's no evil team. Team Rocket doesn't have much, if not any of a role. They don't make an appearance. They don't cause problems. They don't suddenly steal Pikachu. They don't all of a sudden appear as like sort of background characters. They're actually literally just background characters. They have no role in the movie at all. In some ways,
most of these. Okay, I want to say something. Most of these movies we've watched, Team Rocket really doesn't do their usual development.
Yeah, they're literally. Team Rocket has really not much of any roles.
Yeah, so you could easily remove them from most of the movies, and nothing would change.
That is true. No.
Well, except for maybe a few movies where they are relevant.
No, yeah, well, they are actually.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the movies where they aren't that they're needed for the movie. Like, move them from those movies, and yeah, the plot would not change. Nothing would change in the movie.
Yeah, for the most part, here's what I see. First, second, third, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, no, 10th, 11th, and 12th, and well, future ones in particular, they have really no role. Only the 4th movie, the 5th movie, and the 9th movie, they have much more of a major role as somewhat antagonists in their own right. But even then, their role is kind of miniaturized, and then they're almost like they're like side characters, so they really have no real role in particular. So in reality, their only real roles they have as a reality is mainly, I would say, really, the movie where the biggest role in terms of villainy is probably the 9th movie, because that's the only movie in particular, though, where they try to work with the bad guy But then at the very end, though, they actually portray said bad guy. They purposely portray him and actually steal his own sub, and everything's collapsing down. So in some ways, though, they sort of actually used him because they figured he was such a gullible idiot, right?
Yeah.
Overall, though, Team Rocket is really a minor. These are really not really major characters, though. Even if they do make an appearance, though, there's not much they can do, though.
Exactly. Wait, Gareth? Yeah, like seriously, okay, and in the movies where they're not relevant, yeah, like I said, you can remove them from those movies where they aren't relevant, and none of the plot would change.
Well,
nothing in the movie would change.
I don't know. They all, even in the first movie, they do have a relevance though, because they were.
Well, okay, sure, okay, I give the first movie a pass because they help Ash.
And the second movie,
the second movie,
they do help out Ash in the whole thing. Think about it. The second movie, they have much of a major role in helping out Ash in getting to the last,
Oh yeah,
war.
I know that. They can say in those movies. I'm just talking about the movies. They aren't irrelevant.
They have, I mean, honestly, you can't really get rid of them fully though because they have their role.
Yeah.
No matter how minor it is though, in some ways though they do kind of sort of like help trigger the plot in some sort of way in their own right. They're not the
plus, let's
best.
Be honest, they're also here for comic relief.
That's really kind of the main role though. They don't. I mean, there'll never be a Pokemon movie though where the Team Rocket trio actually have a major role where they actually the main plot point.
Yep.
Honestly, that's what's spoiling me about Pokemon Journeys though. In my opinion, Journeys should have actually had Team Rocket go with Ash on the journey. Then they could have been appeared in a major plot point, and then if they had Pokemon movies featuring Journeys and stuff, you could have had like Team Rocket playing a more direct role in the movies. Right? Think about it like that. That'd been ideal. They could have done.
Oh heck! And you want to have a movie where Team Rocket is actually irrelevant? Well, since they never had Giovanni fight Ash in the anime, they could have just made a movie. Where Ash has to, stop one of Giovanni's plans.
Or no, not a movie though, but not a movie though, but because they might be reenacting the Mewtwo movie again, which we don't want.
Oh yeah, that's right. So yeah, I think it's better if that just became its own episode where Ash just actually fights Giovanni.
No, multi-episode arc. But regardless though, we're not talking about Giovanni, Team Rocket, but as a whole, I think honestly, there's also a reason why I do actually kind of like both Arceus, Guaranteed, like Gen 4 as a whole. I mean, Guaranteed my favorite legendary, and actually heck, I do actually have an Arceus plushie, but I actually have kept in its special case though because it's protected. I don't have a Dialga. I don't have a Dialga. I don't have a Palkia. I do have a Garantina.
Yeah, we all know, Gold. Your room is surrounded with dirt.
Don't test me though. I mean, I'll probably I might get more Garantina plushies though.
Oh God, no.
I mean, well, Arceus probably. I mean, but I was like a Dialga and a Palkia plushie though as well.
Yep. And here I thought your Garantina plus collection couldn't get even more bigger.
Unfortunately, I'm trying to get also like ones that look different though. I don't want the same ones.
Yeah, I need to. I don't have any Pokemon plushies. I need to get some.
But overall though, final thoughts on Arceus Jewel of Life.
Yep. Yeah. So.
Well.
Okay.
Now we actually finished off the hype.
Next movie is where Ash turns evil.
Sure about that?
Oh wait, no, that was in the Japanese trailer.
Alright. So, let's put it in perspective. Starting off with the whole thing, Zork, Master of Illusions. In terms of this movie though, this movie, actually, for me, I have a lot of nostalgia for watching this movie being one of the early Pokemon movies I actually have watched. So, in regards to this movie, hands down, is the superior version of Lucario in Mystery Mew. It's also a superior version of where Celebi was showing off when Wolf appears out. I would also dare to say, in terms of a plot point, in terms of stakes though, it is definitely top 5 material. Now, does it actually beat the legendary trilogy of Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, and Arceus? Actually, it beats Dialga and Palkia. I mean, it beats Darkrai, Dialga, and Palkia movie. That movie beats it. As for Giratina and Sky Warrior, the biggest voice acting you really get in particular in that movie is Shaman, and Shaman does have its annoying characteristics though. Well, Zorua was mostly kind of his own right. Plus, in terms of villainy, I would ever say honestly better than Giratina and Sky Warrior. As for versus Arceus or Zoroark, honestly, it can rival it, but I'll probably put it second place. But Zora and Zoroark, though, in my actually maybe could put it probably better though. For the most part, though, those two moves can flip flop. The whole idea of Zoroark, though, is the idea of illusions. You know, trying to be another Pokemon in particular. Now you've seen this before with Mew, right?
Oh yeah.
And Ditto. Mew, which we've seen in the Pokemon anime, both the first movie as well as also the 8th movie. But the rest of that, Celebi is actually Celebi's only one of a few legendaries though that actually has a major role in a movie where it's a major focus. The other kind of technically it's like the major leading role, right?
Yeah.
And that part's kind of interesting. Although Pokemon actually in fact being Mew. Ironically, if you think about it though, it's mythicals that seem to have much more of a role in multiple movies though. Also, Entei, Raikou, and Suicune make an appearance. And in fact, yes, those are canonically actually their shiny forms. So they gave us actually shiny Entei, shiny Raikou, and shiny Suicune. Now they did it purposely for a specific reason. Because Zoroark was transformed into different Pokemon though, they actually purposely set it up to where the Pokemon look different though. It was all planned. They did it on purpose. Kodai, the main antagonist, I would say if anything, it's probably the most evil out of all the villains we've had in these Pokemon arcs. Well, yeah, Mewtwo, and we'll go back to the with a little bit. Mewtwo, he was mainly just revenge against Pokemon humans itself and Team Rocket.
Yeah.
Then we have, Lawrence III, who was a villain in his own right, but he was more of a smaller part. He was just a guy who just won collection. He was a collector, nothing special though.
Yeah, okay.
You have Butler, who's his own villainy, his own right, not much of a role. Yeah. Technically speaking, Mass Marauder was a fairly evil villain, but he was actually a Team Rocket crony. Same with Annie and Oakley, both Team Rocket cronies. Finally, we have Zero, probably the last of the actual villains in the Pokemon movies. That being, he is the only one who, actually technically speaking, is a quote-unquote evil villain. Also, Zoroark now joins the ranks of, actually, think about it, of Weasel, Lucario, technically speaking, even Latios and Latias themselves, and probably even Lugia to an extent of being Pokemon. Lugia and actually Donphan of being Pokemon that should have appeared in a future region that's prior to their own. Think about it. precursor teasing of future future Pokemon.
Yeah. You know what? I definitely say that in the near future we should definitely do a tier list on all of the movie villains.
It'd be very difficult to kind of compare them all, because for the most part, if you were to want to look at all the Pokemon villains, though, Pokemon movie villains, though.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. So, okay. Obviously,
One thing for certain, like,
let's look at the other animes as well. So, I guess in a way, even so, you got a lot of Pokemon in particular for the most part, though. But
Yep.
I don't even Palkia counts as a villain in its own right. Also, as well as Reshiram or Zekrom, depending on which movie you're watching. Apparently, James also is a villain in its own right.
Yeah.
But for the most part, though, in terms of villains, though, going right ahead, let's get right to Kodai, which I believe. Wherever Kodai is. Also not going to show Kodai, most likely. Oh, Greek's Kodai. But in terms of villains, though, for the most part, just somebody alone, though. So, his focus being literally time itself. See, even more so. Yeah. So, literally, look at this guy, and then let's, most likely, if you think about it. Oh. Hold on. Put this guy up against what's maybe ones we've seen previously. Obviously, we'll look up, you know, Annie, Butler, Marcus, Lawrence III, Mewtwo. Technically, we'll even probably put Molly in there, Oakley. I won't put Palkia. I mean, Palkia, There's also Palkia in there as well, and as well as Dialga. There's also apparently Deoxys technically is a apparent villain in its own right.
Yep.
Let's say technically Entei, the Phantom, the Unknown. Zero. Probably showing off the side one type of thing. Although I don't know actually where the Masked Marauder. Unless Vicious maybe, but start with Annie. So obviously Annie, being part of with Oakley, they're just a duo. Butler mainly. He's a Team Magma guy. Marcus, we mentioned before, being his plot, basically, Arceus. Lawrence III, he's kind of a mid-antagonist in his own right. Mewtwo, putting in perspective, powerful Pokemon, appearing almost in 4 movies as main villains though, but mainly, his main focus being mostly revenge. Now, Palkia and Dialga, I would not count them. Even though supposedly they're counted as villains, though, here's the thing. Palkia is not seen. It's not really a villain, though. I would not count him as a villain, though. Likewise with Dialga. See, funny enough, the Blood Generation 1, Dialga been the most movie appearance of any other legendary. Think about it. Appearing in those 3 movies, though. But mainly, there aren't much villains. Deoxys, Phantom antagonist, Unknown, main antagonists, and then you have Zero. Overall, though, in terms of villains, though, and wrenches, we'll get to later ones in particular, you'll either wonder whether were these actually the peak of the villainy, or was this like the villains just kind of changed a little bit. overall, though, what Kodai was someone who, honestly, without desperation, though, would be willing to literally do anything to gain power. I mean, I would say the closest comparison with him in particular would actually technically be Zero, with his goal being to, gain Garantina's power for himself. Right? That is the only person I really can compare Kodai to. That's what I really compare Kodai to, is Zero. You can agree? Maybe? Mel?
I said I can agree.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you for a second.
Yeah, for some reason I was muted. I was just saying, yeah, I can agree. Like Zero's mode, okay.
Yes.
Zero's mode are understandable because like I said, he wants to get guaranteed his power.
Here's the thing. Zero actually assumed that he didn't assume the power of Garantina would make him thing. He wanted to kind of save the distortion world, but in reality, he was destroying it, not understanding it fully.
Exactly.
He didn't understand it, so it actually sort of, in a sense, became much worse for him.
Like he thought he was saving it, but in reality, he wasn't.
So at the very least, though, he had what is quote-unquote blind.
Yep. But hey, at least his reasons are much understandable than other villains, and he's a better villain than the Collector. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. Honestly, I would actually put him up there with Mewtwo.
In terms of villains?
Yeah.
Well, Mewtwo isn't really a bad villain.
I know. I'm saying he's not a bad
well,
villain.
Mewtwo's a good villain. Okay, Mewtwo is a good villain, though. The main thing with Mewtwo, though, is that Mewtwo gets outclassed by so many other Pokemon. Even, let's put it in perspective. Mewtwo is a powerful Psychic type. Look at all the Pokemon that actually Mewtwo would really get outclassed by, no matter what. Mewtwo himself would literally get sneered and destroyed by none other than. Okay, you know what? Let's go ahead a little bit. Zoroark versus Mewtwo. Who do you think would probably win a fight?
Probably Zoroark. Right. If I had to put in an example.
I mean, let's think basic typings. Zoroark's Psychic type. Oh no, Zoroark no. Mewtwo's Psychic type. Zoroark is a Dark type. Now, think of Dark types and Psychic types directly, right?
Yeah.
Makes sense. Typing alone, Zoroark wins. Also abilities. Mewtwo could brute force a lot of Zoroark's attacks still. But Mewtwo gets caught by Zoroark's illusion once, Mewtwo is in trouble. That's the whole difference.
Yeah.
Mewtwo becomes basically kind of helpless. Look what happened to Entei, Suicune, and Raikou. They were actually literally made helpless by Zoroark's illusion.
Yeah.
How do you beat that? Right? You can't.
It's true. Yeah,
only ability to kind of sort of counteract the illusions, though, is how you're able to kind of beat them.
Like, yeah, for sure.
But no matter what, Zoroark wasn't really evil in his own right. Which you saw in terms of villains. In terms of Pokemon villains, though, Zoroark did not make an appearance at all on that list.
Yeah, because Zoroark is not a villain.
And I say she, because remember, Zoroark is actually a female in this.
She's not really a villain. All she's trying to do is, Find
her-
Zora.
which is find her child. A mother trying to find her
Yeah.
rescue her child.
Yeah, she's not really evil. It's just that the villain of the movie made the people believe that she was evil.
Right. Which makes
Yeah.
sense. Think about it. Think about it. Kodai only cared about himself,
Yeah, he only
But I-
cared about himself and all the power.
which is literally the whole focus of said movie, though. That's why Zora and Zoroark became. It's such a unique sort of twist.
Yeah, he didn't care. He didn't care. He only cared about getting the power. He didn't care about anything but himself.
I mean,
Which
you
is why
literally,
he was
I mean, you
okay
saw,
with.
you saw it, right? I mean, you saw it, right?
Yeah, like,
literally,
I looked
main.
like he was okay with letting the entire city getting demolished or corrupted.
Yeah. So yeah, if you really put it in perspective, though, I would say honestly, for me, this movie kind of sort of helped put Zoroark on the map for me as one of my favorite, well, as also another favorite Pokemon. That's alongside Giratina as well. You know. I mean,
Yeah.
I have a Zoroark plushie. I also have a Zora plushie as well. Both versions of Zora, regular and a shiny Hisuian form, because I didn't want to go into get special form because I regular one. I've noted that Hisuian male Zora that shiny I have actually is a male or female. Do not ask me if it is or not. I don't know. If it's
Yeah,
male, if it's a male, god damn it! I asked Drew for a shiny female. Unfortunately, because I'm not getting it anyway. I'm being funny. I'm being funny though. You know that classic
Yeah, I
joke
know.
from long ago. But
Yeah.
regardless, though, I would say really to end off the Sinnoh movies. This was the right way to end off Sinnoh movies, though, and
Yeah, sure.
yeah. And to tease off a Pokemon from the next Region Note, which is also another reason is one of my favorites, though, I would say this was a very good hype. Now, will the
Yeah.
other movies compare to Sinnoh or Hoenn or Johto or even Kanto or even actually Kalos, though? Because
Yeah.
I would say
Depends
this
on
one.
how the people feel, how you feel about the Unova movies, and how you
But
feel about
the next
Unova as a
Pokemon movie,
whole.
though, we watch it. Well, we'll get to those movies, though. It'll be really interesting to kind of experience them, especially because
And
we'll be watching them.
Actually, I will say that this Unova movie we're gonna watch next. I have actually watched it. One of the versions.
No, we'll be watching both versions because honestly, both
Yeah,
versions do
I-
deserve a fair watch.
Yep. Well, I watched the Reshiram version actually.
I've watched both versions. I actually have
Yep,
both
so
versions as well.
I'm looking forward to watching both versions.
All right, well, let's get ourselves set for the next movie, which will be next recording. If I mean.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. So, start with the most obvious. Now, yes, there's two versions of this movie. We watched version white. Oh, so the
Yeah.
second one in the background. So, okay, that's too loud. So, here's what we're gonna kind of discuss. For the most part, Pokemon movie white, Pokemon movie black have relatively the same plots. Same, well, everything for the most part. There's some slight differences for each one, but for the most part, a lot of stuff that happens is relatively the same. In this way, this movie is not really one of the quote-unquote canon movies, yet at the same time as well, it does prove exactly one thing, and that Ash actually has ideals and also has truth. He is basically both the heroes in one.
Mhm.
As for movie White, in some ways, the movie White fits so well with the. Actually, I would say Pokemon movie White is probably much more likely the more canon version because of really how Pokemon movie Black, and especially in terms of the anime itself. Right.
Yeah.
If I had to rate this movie in particular, well, you also get to play pictures of the movies we've done before so far. Thoughts. My thoughts in particular, for the most part, is movie White is really good. Now, obviously, we had knocked down a lot of movies down quite a bit. We knocked down a lot of movies. To the point, though, honestly, I would say in my opinion, it's fourth. It's fourth place. Now, you gotta understand why it's fourth place. Obviously, the movies from the Sinnoh era are still really good. But the idea of the black and white movies together, and at least in particular, not only that though, put into perspective of look at this shit. Put into perspective of the following. Alright. You have Mew, Jirachi, Manaphy, and Celebi, for the most part. These are quote-unquote the small mythical Pokemon that Ash and company befriend.
Yeah.
Right? So, who would you really say is... Motherfucker, go away. Who would you say actually is really the best of those Pokemon? In my opinion, it is Victini. Not only that though, but the whole plot point of why Victini can't leave the area works so well because it's not intentional. Ash doesn't realize what's going on though. Realizes it afterwards, and it's like just it was out of the way trying to sort of help Victini out. You know.
Yeah.
Likewise, it's very similar to, well, you know, for most of the other Pokemon in particular. And the whole focus of Zekrom being Ash's main Nike, don't give go away, Nike. I swear. Okay. Go away, you motherfucker. Okay. And for the most part, really, I mean, you have a lot of stuff to deal with, though. I mean, you're talking about this movie as a whole. Granted, we have other version to watch to understand, but for the most part, really, I would say really the people voice like Shireko and Reshiram are different people. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, what do you think of this movie, though?
Pretty good. I'm giving it the A tier.
I'll say ironic enough, though, for me, I'm actually you're actually doing a tier list of movies. I'm actually ranking them very much.
Yeah.
If I had a separate tier list, I set up a little bit when I was going for a little bit and doing a tier list, though. For the most part, a lot of movies would probably be really high S or even A tier. Some would be much lower, though. You'll definitely know which ones that are getting kind of much lower, though. But I would say really these movies are really still solid in their own right. Plus these movies are actually kind of slightly longer, though. In fact, I would say these are probably the longest movies in the entire Pokemon series. These are the longest ones. And yes. Yeah. It does seem like the original Mewtwo and Mew movie is still being knocked down to last. And it does look like we are missing some movies in particular for the most part. We are missing... Well, on this tier... Well, first off, remember, a lot of when things reset though, I lost in the... Go away, Nike, yeah, I don't want that sort of thing. No. But like, when the tier list kind of got sort of a refresh type of thing though, we lost those tabs in a little bit because I think that's show them all. I'll need to probably get the images of the ones that I'm missing for the most part, which I can probably find relatively easily. Because for the most part,
look at it.
The only other thing I'm really kind of missing though for the most part is actually I Choose You, Power of Us. No, yeah, we're missing this one right here. And then we're missing this one right here. There's two Strikes Backs. And we're also missing
I think
Secrets of the Jungle.
we're only missing 2.
Yeah, which is not too bad though.
Yep.
But overall though, here's the part that makes it so amazing. The fact that they chose to make 2 different movies, very similar in no way, for black and white, shows easily one of the most solid things possible. Put into perspective, Pokemon Black and White. There's 2 sides, but yet neither side really is bad. In this case, this is ideally the perfect movie to watch. Not only that, added bonus. Which version of Black and White was your first? For you?
Oh, what? Which one?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember which one I didn't watch.
Because I actually had both games though, but my first version was Pokemon Black. I had Black version. So...
Oh wait, now I remember which version I had. I had Pokemon White.
Right, so that means, in this case, you would actually have had Zekrom on your side, taking on In. And gets this. Well, for me, I had Reshiram. Now you may be wondering, why not Zekrom for Pokemon Black and Reshiram for Pokemon White? That's the thing. It also would have looked really weird though. Like imagine putting Reshiram on a white background, or Zekrom on a black background.
Oh boy,
You can honestly see the issue though, right? But then as well, it makes sense. You would actually have a focus in particular based heavily on which side you choose. In this case, this is actually the most solid concept possible. With the idea of Reshiram's Zekrom being your allies, it's so solid. There's really no issues I have though. Now, I would say really the biggest issue could probably be the length, but as it as well, it's a Pokemon movie. I can't give a pass for like Pokemon movies though sometimes being not long enough, sometimes not being too long. But also as well, I would say really the top 3 are still the Sinnoh movies. That being Arceus, Zoroark, and then Giratina. But Pokemon version White works so well, and actually, in my opinion, is much more inclined to being fitting with the whole anime itself. Ash knows of Zekrom, right? So it feels more like makes more sense. Now, how does the whole Reshiram thing focus on? So how does Reshiram focus in terms of tier list though? In particular? Well, I like Reshiram and Zekrom though. I mean, if you recall my Pokemon tier list, which let me find my Pokemon tier list though. Where is this tier list? Oh, here we go. Let's go down the line. My tier list though. Recall, Reshiram and Zekrom are both S tier. S minus tier in particular. Right? So I like both legendaries equally. As a matter of fact though, both of them could go back and forth because in my opinion both of them are equally great. Literally, the black and white legendaries, in my opinion, at least the major ones, are in my opinion probably the best trio for any Pokemon game. The best trio. Now remember, I grew up black and white for the most part, so I have a lot of bias towards that. Well, I mean, excluding Giratina, which was first favorite though, and Dialga, of the creation trio, Giratina and Dialga are pretty much in the S tier area. Palkia, unfortunately, gets all the way down to A tier, not as high. Though the reason why he's still kind of in the first place is because of that legendaries from Construct series, of which, ironically enough, Reshiram and Zekrom make an appearance in that whole series though. They each have their own little dual combination though, although in the case of Reshiram, well...
They're an S+ tier.
Well, no. I don't want to say much in particular though, because it is not safe for work for the most part, but it's really old, I would say. But like, there's a lot of jokes and hidden innuendos in the series as a whole. There's a lot of stuff that was literally said. But there's a reason why Retro and Zekrom are so high up on the list, though. That's not. I don't think that everyone was actually included in that tier list.
Yeah,
We
you
did.
put I think it's S plus or minus tier.
S minus tier. I mean, really think about it though.
God damn it! God damn it!
What? Oh. Oh, you got
Damn it, Astro.
Okay, god damn it. How far back
Yeah,
did you lose comment dialogue with me?
But yeah, as I was saying, yeah. I think you put it in S. Wait, is that S plus or minus tier?
S minus.
Okay, oh, S minus tier.
So,
Okay, that's what. Yeah.
this was the version actually. This was the version actually where Ash sides with Reshiram, or sorry, Zekrom. Let's see what actually what it's like actually if Ash were to somehow choose to side with
Pressure.
yes. Now, in some cases though, I'm gonna mention one thing though, and that being, well, it makes more sense of Ash on Reshiram. But in some ways, though, actually, Ash with Zekrom fits much better. It's a... God damn it, Nike. Don't give a shit. Let's deal with Reshiram. Let's see the difference. It's relatively the same for the most part, movies, though, but
Yeah.
there are some slight differences. So, shall we see what they are?
Yes.
So... Well, obviously, for a movie, Reshiram, Zekrom, though, there's a bit of a distance. Because of how movies work so in particular, I can't really do... I have to kind of sort of do a little bit of a cheat type of thing. Because both these movies deserve to be in the same ranking. Because they are the same for the most part, but also they are different. Obviously, I sent you a list of all the differences in particular. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't see Rick as well because I still get the same feels like it is the other one.
But I do like how clever they went with making things slightly different. Granted, you probably could see some similarities in the most part, though, but it was a solid creative approach. They easily didn't have to do this sort of thing. They didn't have to do this sort of thing. They chose to do this. They chose to actually make both movies look the same. So for the most part, really, when you're watching this full video tier list type of thing, you're gonna get basically, for the most part, people discussing this movie as a whole relatively the same. Plot points are about the same in particular. Yeah, do you want to talk about it for a moment?
Yeah, I was just saying. Yeah, I put in the same ranking because I get the same feels like I did with the other version. Considering they're both the same movie, which they are, both are still enjoyable. But yeah, like I said, I get the same feels in this movie. But yeah, despite it all, it's still a really great movie.
Yeah, there's not much else I really could say though, really, but let's just say the Pokemon Company did something brilliant. Having two movies that are so similar to each other That is impressive. Okay? That's impressive. They don't have to do that though. At all. They don't do that though. No other Pokemon movie does this sort of thing. But yet it works for Black and White. I mean, really think about it. Can you imagine Giratina and a Sky Warrior, but have Palkia be replaced by Dialga? Imagine that movie though, right?
Oh boy, I can imagine that.
It would kind of mess up the 12th movie with Arceus of the trilogy, having Palkia make an appearance and have Giratina try to beat up Palkia. Would make not much sense though, but it some sort of way fits pretty well in its own right. And that's the difference.
Yeah.
This Pokemon movie is the only one that actually, in a way, does the whole everything slightly different perfectly. There's not much difference, I would say, though.
Yeah. I gotta agree.
I mean, obviously, there's some interesting sort of challenges. For the most part, really, Zekrom being able to best Golurk should not be possible. And also, I mentioned all the references, though I mentioned, well, you have a lot of stuff to go on. So really, a lot of stuff we discussed in the movie. Now, for the most part, on one hand, Ash being able to ride Reshiram fits so well, much better, because of literally the fact that, well, obviously Reshiram looks like a Pokemon you probably would be able to ride. Zekrom, not so much. Likewise, you have maybe, well, likewise you have basically, in a sense, Zekrom, which is much harder probably to be riding in particular, but it's still possible. It's a bit complicated, I would say. You know? You can sort of agree, maybe? A bit sort of more complicated. It's complicated. For the most part, really, there's not much differences, though. And honestly, really think about it, though, the fact that these first two Unicorn movies are so good shows really that actually Pokemon Black and White, despite the fact that people actually dislike it a lot, and in terms of a lot of Pokemon rankings, it's always one of the very bottoms of the ones in particular, they did a solid job. They did a solid job what they had in mind. Right. Yeah. I mean, seeing this movie a second time though, what were your thoughts? Like, sure, you watched the exact same movie again, right? But what were your thoughts?
You still there?
Yeah, you still there? Oh yeah, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so what were your thoughts on this movie? At least though you're watching it twice.
Same. Honestly, I feel the same way as did the other one.
Both movies did really well together in their own right because each movie, despite them being similar, had unique differences though that actually kind of stand out.
Yeah.
They didn't actually have to actually do that though. They could have made everything exactly the same.
Yeah.
Regular Hydreigon, regular Golurk. They chose to go for a shiny variant though. It was purposeful. That's the brilliant part about it.
Yeah, it was totally purposeful.
But yeah. So, I will say, for the most part, there's not much I will say for this whole movie, because really it's already been said.
Yeah.
But yeah. Next time we have ourselves a movie that is not made by with 2, but this time around features Kyurem and Sword of Justice, multiple legendaries. Now the other thing about it though, the Wind Trio does not make an appearance in a movie at all, but actually appears in the Meloetta arc. That's where they gain their whole notoriety.
Oh, yeah.
They're actually
yeah.
they're actually quote unquote canon in Pokemon anime. But
You mean that? Oh, yeah, that arc where Giovanni tried to take over Unova.
which in my opinion, was probably the best time you saw Giovanni, besides his
Yeah,
entirety of the anime itself, where she was an actual threat.
yeah.
So, shall we get ourselves back into the swing of things though,
Yes.
and get another tier list, another playlist for Unova maybe for next week?
Yeah, I'll make sure.
But also, you have to admit, listening to Akuma Town again is kind of funny.
Yeah.
Insert the ferret meme. Alright, see ya.
See ya.
Okay, so let's hit the music. Okay. Fitting theme for this whole thing in particular. But, so here we go. Keldeo, Kyurem, the Swords of Justice. Now, for the most part, you saw exactly how the movie went, right?
Yeah, I did.
In my opinion, though, this movie actually goes really high. I would say, if anything, though, this movie is definitely, in my opinion, a top 5. Like, legitimately speaking, this is how I think. Like, I like the Darkrai movie, though, but in my opinion, though, I see this movie high tier. If I really did an actual tier list, though, I would say, really, if anything, the first 7 movies in particular are S tier. You know, the first 7 movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first 7 movies for me would technically be S tier. Also, one word. In my opinion, followed by particular. You know, followed by basically, in a sense, you know, movies 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 being A tier. Which I believe that correctly goes from, that's Destiny Deoxys, Lucario, Alaris Laga's technically speaking should be, or technically speaking, be top 8, but since I mean, if I really had to do a tier list like this, though, you can probably see 7 through 12 pretty much would be, or 8 through 12 would probably be A tier. Destiny, Lucario, Celebi, Temple, which oddly enough is picked is like ironically enough, that's actually all the Manaphy ones, all the movies of the Hoenn. Then after that, I would say the bottom ones are pretty much C or B tier. Say for a Mewtwo one, which is C. If I really put it in perspective, though. But in terms of rankings, yet again, the original Mewtwo vs. Mew movie gets pushed down even farther yet again.
Seriously?
You can definitely see where definitely a lot of the favoritism. Now, honestly, here's the ironic part. If you watch the movies backwards, you'll probably have seen something slightly different sort of scenario, maybe. But watch movies in order makes more sense.
Mm-hmm.
But the idea of Keldeo learning about the power of, you know, friendship and teamwork and stuff like this, like, Keldeo had to learn the hard way of his actions having consequences, though. So him losing his ability to his horn, though, see, it makes me think, is Kyurem evil? The answer is no.
No.
Like many of these movies already, Kyurem is not. Kyurem's actually not a villain. Even though you may think Kyurem is a villain, Kyurem is not. Kyurem, in fact, chooses what chooses actually to in fact, even more so, Kirim actually is glad that Keldeo chooses to jump in the way and save Ash and friends, even at the cost of him actually being knocked out. Like, in Kirim's opinion though, that was actually Kirim's own sort of quote unquote test stub. Kirim knew Keldeo was lying, point blank. Which is why Kirim actually knew Keldeo was lying. Which is why he's like, I knew it. And I like the idea of how Keldeo, in fact, has to learn from his own consequences of his actions, though. And he does. Kirim learns exactly what he needed to do. So, Keldeo actually learning, though, is how he's able to grow. And it's why, in my opinion, though, is really solid ones. Even more so, Ash and the gang help out Keldeo directly. Even Team Rocket doesn't really make much of an appearance, though.
Yeah, they're sidelined once again. I think they get sidelined for most of these movies.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, you can definitely see why, in my opinion, I'd probably say this is probably my top 5 Pokemon movies. Like,
yes.
Legitimately speaking, the movies from Sinnoh to Unova are peak. Like, if they really had done much else, I mean, let's just go back a little. Think about the whole battle, right? Keldeo is getting his ass kicked by Kirim, right? Kirim actually, honest, in most cases though, you would think Kirim's actually a villain though, but Kirim actually stops, waits for Kirim actually stops her. He waits for Keldeo to make his move before he actually attacks though. And even more so, Keldeo actually hits Kirim's couple strong attacks though, just stands there. And even more, like, you can definitely see, I mean, looking at it now, at the time though, yes, Kirim was seen as a villain. But in reality, like I mentioned before in a previous part in particular, only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5, 6.5, 7.5. Only 7.5 of all the movies, I would say, give you a villain.
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of art. And sure, does Keldeo lose the fight? Yes, he does. But that doesn't matter. Keldeo actually won anyway. Keldeo actually won despite actually losing. He conceded the battle, but he chose to help protect. He could have won the fight against Kirim though, but he chose not to. And as a reward, Kirim actually helped make sure that the entirety of the whole, mines didn't collapse completely. It is unfortunate that it is. I believe actually, obviously went back and looked at one movie in particular. If we went back to Pokemon, I think. Trying to think of the Pokemon movie in question though, but you know the Pokemon movie though for the most part, right? Not a Pokemon game though.
Right.
Gates to Infinity. I don't remember if Kirim actually was the main antagonist though, but actually in a sense was probably hiding the. Because I remember the Bitter Cold is the final boss, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know. I'd have to. We probably have to actually clarify with Shaco on the whole thing, but in some ways though, I think Bitter Cold was actually technically. The Kirim actually was actually holding the Bitter Cold back.
I think.
Yeah, I might have. I believe so.
Ugh. God damn! I don't fucking know it. This Kurama person. Okay, okay. Why? UREM. I mean, let's think of Kirima's actually appearances though in games. Here we go. So here we go. For Kyurem. Kyurem is generally portrayed as a fierce, destructive, and territorial legendary Pokemon rather than inherently evil. As a dragon ice type in the Unova region, it is feared for its icy power and tendency to freeze its surroundings. While legends say it is once hunted people, it usually acts as a hostile guardian, punching those who interrupt its battles or trespass into its lair. And basically, Pokemon just sort of says this. Territorial and relentless. Kyurem will relentless chase on anyone who runs from a fight, seeming to accuse Helio. Hostile guardian. It lives in Giant Chasm, legislates a pair of people in Pokemon at night, force villagers to build walls protection. Empty Husk. According to lore, Kyurem is filling the remains of the original dragon, thing based particular. And in fact, honor bound. Despite its aggression, it has been shown a sense of honor, recognizing courage and valuing friendship over a simple victory. Yeah. Oh! No, okay. Here we go. Against Infinity, Kyurem acts as a brutal secondary antagonist and powerful enforcer of the Bitter Cult. So, basically, he is basically... So Kyurem is technically the villain. So Kyurem actually is technically more the villain though. So he is the villain though in that game. But in most games overall though, Kyurem isn't really, is usually seen as a pawn. Like look at Ghetsis. Ghetsis uses Kyurem literally to build his really cool, really fucking awesome airship though that literally just freezes the entire city, like full-on terrorist attack. Like that's pretty fucking cool. I can't wait. I actually cannot wait to see that. Hopefully, I know it probably won't happen. No, but I would love to see actually the Game Freak combine Black and White and Black and White 2 into one game, and then show us a scene of literally in HD, in massive HD high definition in particular, a giant Kyurem with the air storm thing just blasting the entire city, freezing it solid. Like heck, for the sake of it though, have that be like the introduction. Or once you beat the game, have literally Ghetsis make his attack though. Do one of those things where it's like, hey, you're resting in your home for a week though, taking a nice little break. Next thing you know, the very beginning, you see literally multiple cities getting frozen solid. You know, right? Yeah. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
With maybe new gym leader fights, even the rematches though, saying like, hey, to beat them all, fight the stronger gym leaders though. But that's a minor point though. But for the most part, Kyurem works well as a villain, even though he's not really a villain in his own right. But when he is a villain, he's a force to reckon with. That's my whole focus. So, in your opinion though, what'd you rate this movie?
A tier.
Yeah. Now, you can definitely tell I'm very positive about a lot of Pokemon movies though. This is honestly where I would say really the point of view of the Pokemon movies though does tend to now start to waver. While each movie in my opinion got better and better,
Although in the case of for the most movies though, once you get to like I would say from movies like from 7th all the way down the line to like literally I would say 12th, the order of the movies in particular are out of order. If you've noticed, 7th to 12th, the movies in terms of rankings are completely out of order. They're not like exactly order like one best, two one best, two second, okay, third, down the line like that. Right.
Yeah.
But this next Pokemon movie though is the introduction to Mega Evolution.
Oh yeah. Also, we get the return of a Mewtwo.
Is that the same Mewtwo though?
Yeah,
that was probably one of the biggest things that people
'cause
actually not like though.
This isn't the Mewtwo that Ash knows. This is a different Mewtwo that's apparently, I think, female.
Yep.
Yeah, this Mewtwo's female, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I kind of figured because it's the voice.
Mhm.
Like the voice, like totally tells me that it's female.
It doesn't matter too much though, but you know what? We'll take a crack at it as well.
Yeah, but hey, at least we get to see Mewtwo again.
Yep, that is true. Mewtwo is a powerful legendary.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get into that movie though.
Yep. Let's get to this movie that features once again a Mewtwo.
Okay. Here's the thing. I'm gonna start off on this thing. Initially, this is from way back when, that one incident I mentioned before, the whole Ash fake cry thing was a bit cringe, as well as also my issues. I mean, I was not fond of the idea of Mewtwo also having a different voice compared to the worst one. Hence why, I do, the first one in my opinion was far better. However, rewatching it though, it's actually an entirely different opinion though. Like, I'm knocked down quite a few movies on this ranking system quite a bit. It's not a top 5. Honestly, in my opinion, it might actually end up being, honestly, 9th place for me.
Yeah.
In terms of the tier list, well, it's... Well, technically, due to actually how I'm ranking the movies and stuff, it's technically A tier, in a sense.
Yeah.
Although technically speaking, if I really had to knock down from the A's to B's, I would probably. I wouldn't say any movies are. The idea behind it though is simple. First off, the Genesect are trying to find a home. Mewtwo, being a Pokemon that seems this is an outcast, wants to try to help him out. Problem is though, the Red Genesect is so. I mean, it's not. It's trying to protect its family and stuff, but you can get, right? That's not a bad thing, it's just trying to protect them. So,
yeah.
It's yet another one of those cases of, there is no evil villain in this Pokemon movies though. I mean, what are your thoughts, Mel, in particular? Because you were going to start something before I kind of interrupted you for a moment.
Okay, so I was going to say, this movie. Yeah, this movie's B tier.
It's not ideally the best of the Pokemon movies, though. Although, if I really think about it, though, since the top 7 for me are all S tier. After that, these movies go down in particular. I would say really the next 3 or 4, I would say probably go A tier. If I really actually read my whole tiers, though. Followed by probably, I think this is Manaphy. Manaphy and Jirachi. Because for the most part, really, this is fairly accurate to my tier list, though, for the most part. Exception, take these movies right here, which obviously Deontay, Hoopa, Volcanion. That's when we get to the whole Kalos movies. finally the Mewtwo returns, Power of Us, I Choose You, and then the whole jungle thing. In my opinion, with the amount of movies we have left so far, things get far more interesting.
Yeah.
But the thing is that yeah. The thing is that for the second appearance in a Pokemon movie featuring Mewtwo, and for most part, obviously, I was making a joke with the Houndoom type of thing, though, for the most part. Obviously, because Houndoom is one of my favorite Pokemon. For obvious reasons, though. But what was kind of comical is the fact that actually later the Houndours just more started appearing in the movie. Right? But for the last Unova movie, it is the weakest of the three, in a sense. Right? But it precursors Mega Evolution, which is obviously the next key thing. Like I mentioned before, every single Pokemon movie has always featured something from the next game. Movie 2000 featured Lugia, who was a Gen 2 Pokemon. Latios and Latias, technically a Gen 3 Pokemon. Feeling that. The 8th movie, Lucario, makes an appearance, which is a Gen 4 Pokemon. Although, technically speaking, if I really think about it, in my personal opinion, I think the Lucario movie should have been 9th, and the Manaphy movie should have been 8th. Right?
Yeah.
Like, that makes more sense.
Yeah. Would make more sense.
Finally, you have Zorua and Zoroark, which does sort of a similar teaser, similar to how Lucario was, and is basically, in a sense, Unova's version of Lucario, which was obviously the Pokemon that was mainly used for a lot of fan popularity, and fan art and stuff like that. But, in my opinion, I would say Zoroark teased Gen 5. Just like in the anime. I mean, honestly, think about it. In the anime, in the Johto anime, during Sinnoh League, Blaziken was teased for Ash via Parison, right?
Oh yeah.
Plus, also added bonus, so as for stakes, though, Genesect were trying to make a home, though, but in doing so, they made themselves a giant hive, which almost in a sense tried to cause pain for the city. Now, add with the whole classic thing I mentioned before, how literally Genesect and Mewtwo's flight around the city kind of felt like the whole classic Sonic vs. Eggman fight from the movies, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, I could show it off the video in particular though, but that's kind of copyrighted in its own right, so I can't do that. But we can discuss it here as a sort of focus, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I get. It was definitely. It definitely felt like the Sonic versus Eggman fight, like around the city. Yeah, I definitely get that.
Yeah, and I don't really see really much of an issue in its own right. I guess the only challenge I would say in particular for the most part is the Genesect as a whole. Once they were created by Team Plasma, which we see point blank in particular, very similar to how Team Rocket. Although this version of Mewtwo does not get a chance to meet Giovanni, which is way different from the original one. Well, the original one saw Giovanni, was manipulated by Giovanni, and then based on there wasn't much else. As that bonus though, don't forget, you can see Charizard again, which is also a point, because remember, Ash got Charizard after the League, and also was around the Declare Islands arc.
Yeah, so something tells me this movie does take place around the time when they're still on the Declare Islands.
Yeah, which
was not a bad arc though. It was just sort of like, it was slight filler before you got to the X and Y thing, which was understandable.
Yeah, it was just filler to just pad up the time before the eventually.
Which, honestly, I was
jump
kind of
into
fine
the
with that.
X and Y
I mean,
arc.
I was fine with that. I mean, I watched Unova a lot,
Yep.
so Unova anime was for me was one of my personal
I
favorites.
mean, if you think about it, it's kind of like it's kind of like how the Orange Islands from Kanto.
was filler for
Yeah.
Johto.
Yeah.
What's ironic though is the Declor Islands is literally the Orange Islands in its own right.
Yeah.
It's ironic.
Yeah, it is.
Also, don't forget, Alexis. Remember?
Yep.
She was there
She's
with
there.
them. She was a
Yeah.
teaser of Ash meeting a Pokemon from Kalos, Helioptile.
Yeah, she was
Remember?
literally there to, say, hey, I'm from Kalos. She's there to promote, X1.
Yeah, which is pretty solid. Each region always has some sort of Pokemon to help tease the next one. The movies, honestly, movies had basically this. They had Lugia, Lucario, Lugia, Latios and Latias, Lucario, Zoroark, and then Mega Mewtwo Y. Now, they couldn't show both Mega Mewtwo forms, but they showed Mega Mewtwo Y because Mega Mewtwo Y has a whole focus as it looks more speed based, while Mega Mewtwo X is more power based. And I have no idea how the one Pokemon movie though in question, right? The Mewtwo Revelations, remaster version. I have no idea if the movie has Mewtwo actually Mega Evolves.
Oh, you're talking about the Mewtwo Strike Back Evolution movie?
Yes.
Oh, actually, I have watched it, and hate to break it to you, though. Yeah, no, they don't.
Disappointing though, because
I've
that's
watched
not
the
disappointing
film.
though. Honestly,
It's
I hate to
just
say
a
this though. If
remake.
they were actually really truly made it though, I honestly would have had Mewtwo in particular, Mega Evolved Mega Mewtwo X though, be ideal to change it up a little bit. Show these Mewtwo, and then after that, because it's so much stronger though, it's much more of a threat. But the problem is that it feels like it's this identical carbon copy thing. We'll get to that one pretty much eventually. Who knows when this movie
Yeah.
is?
Cause yeah, that movie, Mewtwo Strike Back Evolution, but it's just in a new style. Because
No, no.
I was able to
Let's
watch
see.
the film when it came on Netflix.
Here's the thing though.
What?
What movie will we? God damn it.
Yep.
So-
It's just a remake of the first film, but with the new voice actors.
Right. So,
Yeah.
I think we pretty much, I would say for most part, are getting... Yeah, okay. We're getting close to the point of view of the next movies, though, so don't forget, we'll have to deal with literally the movies in
Yeah.
particular, where at this point in time, unfortunately, Ash's Pokemon movies kind of change up a little bit, because they
Yeah.
kind of, well... Like, after X and Y, unfortunately, things kind of went downhill.
It takes place in the whole,
Except-
the AU unit.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a different Ash where he goes on a separate journey to the one he usually goes on.
But,
Honestly, I feel like if they were to just still have Ash around, maybe just have him for the movies with his version of Ash.
yeah. Though, the one
know if
character,
you will.
the one person you get in the one I Choose You does give you sort of a feeling of like a bit of like if he's a unique rival in his own right. But I guess we're kind of getting sidetracked from the Genesect movie type of thing.
Yeah.
For the most part, really, Genesect movie, it's not the strongest in the movies though. It's solid in its own right though. It has its merits though. But like, there are the much. If I really had to recommend any Pokemon and generation Pokemon movies to watch in particular, I'd heavily recommend the Sinnoh movies. Hands down, recommend Sinnoh.
Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna say the Sinnoh movies are actually really enjoyable.
Though in order of generations in particular, I would probably say Sinnoh, Unova, Hoenn, Johto. Ironic though. Sinnoh, Unova, Hoenn, Johto, and then Kanto in terms of the movies, ranking them in terms of generations though. Because while the Kanto movies are kind of the weakest though, they still have their own merits though. They're pretty solid in their own right, but they're just not the best.
Yep.
Johto
Yeah, I still
movies,
enjoy it.
Alright, so right. I mean, really, think about it though. Pokemon movies themselves, they don't really have a whole overarching villain though, and each movie has a different focus or different sort of theme.
Yeah.
For instance, you know, let's take, you know, the movie of Black and White, or no, the movie of Keldeo. We lost previously. Keldeo's goal was understanding friendship, in that friends give him power, right? The power of friendship, which that was how he was able to kind of do well, even more so when against Kyurem. Deoxys had a very similar presence of actually trying to find their own friends as well, right? You know, Darkrai was a misled character Pokemon thought to be as a villain. Likewise, even with Giratina, Arceus, as well as Mewtwo, and I would say, well, Arceus and Mewtwo, but both Pokemon in particular, which are seen as antagonistic in nature in their own right, were only misled by evil humans, of which both were able to be stopped and saved by Ash. Even the Genesect to an extent. The Genesect, if you recall correctly though, the Genesect immediately saw Ash pat the Genesect on the side a little bit and immediately attacked Ash, assuming Ash was being hostile towards it. Right?
I did. I did see that.
In reality, the Genesect had made a mistake though, accusing Ash of being hostile towards it when that was not the case.
Yeah.
Yet, I don't see the Genesect really being that evil. The Genesect, really, this is a very similar boat of being like, there aren't really many villains in the Pokemon movies. But, in some ways though, the Genesect actually gain more of an understanding and able to kind of feel more at peace. So, to be truthful, I would say, I would honestly say really the Genesect though, it's not it's a solid movie, on right. Honestly, it's a lot better than I thought it was. Which is ironic though if you think about it though, because remember, I also mentioned Manaphy was also one of the weakest Hoenn movies, and look at it now. It's pretty much it's still kind of weak in its own right though, but it's above Jirachi. You know?
Yeah.
All because the Phantom. You know, I forgot the Phantom was just that was that funny. And then the Jirachi movie, its biggest joke really was the get rid of problem thing. That was its best joke, and that was really it.
Get rid of problem. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. I will most likely just rewatch that film just to see that one line. Oh, and also just enjoy the rest of the film.
Yeah. So, I gotta say overall though, you enjoyed the movie so far. I mean, really?
Yeah, I did.
I mean, for the most part, really, it makes sense as to why they couldn't do Mega Mewtwo X though. So I do get it, because Mega Mewtwo Y does look like the fast Pokemon. But,
yeah.
Is it really much else you could say though, for the most part?
Not really.
I would say it works though.
Yeah, like it definitely works. Like,
well, we do have the beginning of the Kalos movies though. This is where things will probably get a bit interesting, because, well, I don't really find Kalos' companions as the best. What's interesting though is that I believe most Pokemon in particular now make their final appearance though. In fact, Deontay in particular. Obviously, the three Pokemon in particular.
Here's the thing about the plot. It's just them trying to help Deontay make diamonds. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm kidding. That's the plot.
Yeah.
Rocket only go for a few seconds.
Yep. So we have yourselves Deontay, Hoopa, which also is more of for bring back a bunch of Pokemon though, and then finally Volcanion.
Yeah.
which is gonna be funny.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
All right. So, shall we get to the next movie?
Oh yeah, definitely for sure.
But yes, Deontay is going to be a bit interesting one. Yep. All right. So, starting off with the most obvious thing, music.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, Deontay. Here's the thing that's much interesting though. I guess Mel, you want to start off with thoughts on this movie as a whole?
Yeah, I think it's like pretty good for a first Kalos Pokemon movie.
In a way,
Like,
you can definitely say like the antagonists of the movie, ironically enough, are the trainers or the thieves who have all 3 starter Pokemon at their final stages.
yeah,
You know, each one have their own little unique sort of style or spin in their focus. So
Yeah,
it's
they're
actually
more-
kind of an interesting sort of concept. Plus,
Yep,
think about
there's
it.
not much to be bad for most of them.
Remember,
I say some.
only generations 2 and 3 are where you don't actually see all 3 starters in one movie.
Yeah, that's true.
You know? Yeah.
That's true.
But at the same time, well, okay, this plays music. All right, but at the same time as well, most obvious case is this. Overall, how would you probably place this movie?
To be honest, I'm placing it in A tier.
I gotta think for me, because I gotta think with this movie. Overall, though, tier list wise, if I actually were to rank the movies or rate the tier list type of thing for this movie, Deontay. I don't think it's S tier though. A tier. I'll put it in B tier because, in a sense, it's pretty solid though. However, where I'm actually rate it though is I gotta figure out where I want to rate this movie. Baron 2000, yes. Baron is one. Jirachi. Yeah. Okay. I think this is honestly I must say though, but I honestly have to say, really, it's better than it's actually not as good as the Temple of the Sea, but it's only kind of because, let's be honest, the Phantom in that movie is just kind of just so entertaining that makes sense. And Jirachi's biggest selling point was the get rid of problem thing. With Diancie,
Yeah,
it was a solid start, but like
his whole motive is to get better at making diamond.
yeah, which is nice. It's a nice plot though. I wouldn't really give it.
Like the plot's simple. Nothing too major.
Plus, I would say really the first early part of Kalos was kind of, if you really want to say particular in my opinion though, the Kalos anime's weakest aspect was its early beginning, because it was really trying to go full on to really it felt like they were trying to rehash the original series again for the most part, or at least they're trying to do something kind of similar with combining the first generation Pokemon with also third generation. I mean, if you really think about it, this is the kind of funny though how the third generation of Pokemon and the sixth generation of Pokemon all both have 4 companions walking around with a older sibling and younger sibling though at the same time.
Yeah.
May and Max, Clement and Bonnie.
But I'm gonna be completely honest. I think Bonnie's is better than Max.
Yeah. Well, for the most part,
Yeah.
Bonnie and Clements had a little getting together, no, right? But it's
Yeah,
separate.
I'm
Thing.
just-
It's separate though. It's separate. But overall, though,
Yeah.
for movie wise,
Sorry. Movie-wise-
oh, well, no, sometimes, oh wait, no, sometimes, well, Ash also lost to Omega Absol, which actually makes sense, you know, right?
Yeah.
Ash would have to be able to take on Mega Evolution Ash and win though, and Mega Absol would probably be a tough opponent. And plus, I mean, the big aspect really Bonnie has early on, at least before it kind of changed a little bit, was really the whole like, hey lady, please please marry my brother, and Clem being like, wait, no, don't do that to me, Bonnie.
You know, it kind of does feel like, you know, the whole thing with, you know, feels like the whole thing with Brock, but
Yet, the thing is that it's... You know what? Imagine if, okay, Misty or, I don't know, or Max or Krogunk was like, went to a Nurse Joy and was like, please, date our friend or date my trainer, and it's like, and Brock was like, no, I'm not ready for that yet.
yeah,
That's kind of what it feels like.
like it's a rehash of the whole, you know, thing. But the difference is the bit with Brock is funny.
Yeah, Billy Brock is funny though. The one with Clement isn't really as funny though.
Yeah, like they do the bit
I don't-
with Brock.
I don't
really
find
well.
it fun. I don't really find it funny though. His
like-
technology thing, but I think as well. Is this really? I mean, is this really the weakest of the Callus movies though? To be honest, I cannot determine. Say yes or no right now yet.
Yeah, like it's. Yeah. Like I don't think it's bad. I don't think the movie's bad.
No, I do think honestly the other movies do get. The other movies are kind of better.
Yeah.
But like. But yeah, I don't really. I really think Diancie is a decent movie in its own right, though. And if this is actually the first movie, though, that's probably a really solid choice. I wouldn't probably say it's the best choice
Yep.
for a first movie, though.
Because,
But,
like I
like-
said, well, I did watch a bridge version of this movie.
An abridged version?
Yeah, there wasn't a bridge version.
Is there a bridge version for all the Pokemon movies, though?
No, the person who did it, he only did an abridged version of this movie.
Okay, so
'Cause,
tell
yeah,
me.
he didn't
In context, though, tell me, how did it go for this version?
And it goes practically somewhat the same. Like,
What was kind of did they mostly just add random funny dialogue for certain Pokemon that didn't have dialogue though?
yeah, it's just funny dialogue.
So pretty standard stuff, right?
Yeah, like the person who did it, he did an bridge series for the series he's done for the Pokemon. He did Diamond and Pearl, Black and White, and X and Y. Those are the only ones he did. And then he never did Sun and Moon.
Yeah, okay, makes sense though. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, if I really had to say one thing with the movie though, is that while the movie has its solid perks though, I do kind of prefer some of the other Pokemon movies far more. I prefer far more. You know, that's what I see. I see other better Pokemon movies though.
Yeah.
But at the same time as well, is it possible that we could get movies come in better though? Yeah, true, they could have been. But I really don't think these movies. Yeah,
I mean,
later
in my
on,
opinion,
movies
like-
get better though. I mean, it's a solid movie in its own right though. But I think really it just had. There was more they could have done.
Probably nothing will truly beat these Sinnoh movies.
Yeah, none of these Sinnoh movies. Some movies really
Yeah.
did everything right.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that earlier. I did check Disney Plus. Yeah, the Sinnoh movies are on Disney Plus.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, they were on Disney Plus. Yeah, let's see. We have Pokemon Arceus, The Jewel of Life on Disney Plus, Rise of Darkrai, Master of Illusion, and the Guaranteed movie on Disney Plus.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
guess since this is probably all I can say about this movie as a whole. I mean, best way I can kind of sort of discuss it. Anything else? I'd say we probably get ready for the next movie, though.
Oh yeah, we're gonna watch Pokemon No Way Home.
Yeah. You're not wrong there. You're not wrong. That is the most. That makes a lot of
It's
sense, though.
basically like Spider-Man No Way Home when they bring back the legendaries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
I want to make that joke.
yeah, you're right. That's a pretty good joke. Yeah.
Like when I
Shall we,
like,
shall we get to the movie though?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, to summarize, yes, you are right in this movie basically being Pokemon No Way Home. I mean, being mentioned before as a joke. But
Yeah, it's a joke. It's basically because, just like in that movie, like every legendary, well, most of the legendaries from the past movie make an appearance.
yeah, but in the role in this movie in particular is slightly different. They're more or less they're causing trouble, but they're also under a control, under a spell.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, most of them. I say most of them.
Yeah, most of them are under spell.
Mostly Garantina.
Yeah. Garantina,
Dialga,
Dialga,
yeah.
which if you think about it's kind of funny though. Dialga, Palkia, Groudon, and Kyogre, normally known for fighting each other, are actually fighting together.
Yep. And if you think about it, it's reversed this time, where they helped Ash. This time against Ash.
But they weren't against Ash not on purpose though. Remember, it was
Yeah,
only
they
because
were being mind controlled.
they're being controlled by Hoopa. Hoopa was had got them actually doing something they didn't like they were doing. So. Well, what are your thoughts on this movie as a whole? And where would you probably rank this movie?
S tier.
Yeah, I'd never say it as S tier. It's not my top 5 movie for me, but I say moving all movies down a little bit, except yeah, it's a tier list movies type of thing. Definitely would put it as S tier. Definitely in the top. There's definitely, in my opinion, it is probably where I put it though in the top 8. It would not be top 5, but it does deserve high praise. I would say. It's better than Deoxys. It's not better than Keldeo. As their Darkrai. It's a tricky one to think of. Because let's put it like this. Darkrai had tried to sacrifice itself to help stop the whole destruction of the entire area because of Dialga and Palkia's fighting. In this case, Dialga and Palkia technically weren't really fighting each other. It was just that because their attacks kind of sort of collide together, get the whole space-time distortion thing. It was not really their fault directly. They were under a spell. The first time around, they were just mad because literally their worlds were colliding because of Arceus. With Latios and Latias, yeah, okay. I'm gonna put it above Latios and Latias because specifically, no, the main plot of Latios and Latias requires really Team Rocket, the Team Rocket duo, to actually literally cause the trouble.
Yeah.
Without that, they're not much of a. Without that, movie doesn't really kind of get much place. And so, honestly, without it, the movie probably becomes almost basically a romance movie between Ash and Latias, in a sense.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, it's
Well,
pretty cool.
it's more
Once again.
it's more one-sided though, because Latias has feelings for Ash though, but Ash is kind of oblivious though. But at the same time as well, with Hoopa, you barely got a feeling on the movie as a whole, like literally what it was like. Like Hoopa wanted to be free, but couldn't, so it actually had to learn the valuable lesson, which, in a sense, I mean, to think literally it took. The movie went ahead at 2 different spots though, from literally having it the whole Unbound form. You saw literally what it was like, so it showed actually its, you know, immaturity, only for it to grow and become more mature at the end of the movie. So it learned.
Yeah. It learned.
So yeah. But at the same time, well, would you? But yeah, I was not gonna say though. Really, that's the best I can say. But looks like next time we have, I believe,
The last.
the
Alice
last.
movie.
We basically have, in a sense, watching us the last Pokemon movie,
Last-
plus. God damn it.
That's actually directed in the anime, because after that we go to the AU universe for most of the movies. Because yeah, after the next one, yeah, like
Yeah.
I said,
Yeah, you basically have,
We're
you
gonna
basically have Volcanion, and then finally we have basically the 3 movies, which are based Generation Sun and Moon movies, and
yeah, but they take place in an alternate universe. It's a different
Right.
Ash.
well, no,
Yeah.
they do still feature Ash though for most of them though.
No, they feature Ash, but it's a different Ash.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
there's some
Like,
similarities though. For starters, Ash is probably Charizard, Electric System this time around, one of them. As for which one will probably go in order, probably go in the order it chosen type of thing though. But
Plus IQ was mostly the movie was mostly made because of Pokemon's 20th anniversary.
yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
And
It's-
also,
so-
it's also kind of nice there was really any Alola featured movies though, which
Yep.
after Volcanion, you're pretty much kind of done with Pokemon movies though, which is kind of sad. You don't get any new movies though, but no matter
Yeah.
what, next time we'll see actually. Well, I guess next time, let's just say actually next up in this recording we're doing, we're going to see our thoughts on Volcanion, and then probably I think honestly next after this though is probably I Choose You, right? Well.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out very much of a thing. But yeah, so shall we get ourselves set up for the next movie? I mean, pretty much that's all I say though. But there's not much we can say of this movie as a whole. I mean, after rewatching it though. Yeah, Hoopa Unbound. Like, I like the idea. Okay, I guess just the movie as a whole though. I do like the idea of the whole, like, first off, we mentioned before, Hoopa is a genie, right, when it's unbound, but as known as a mischief Pokemon,
Yeah.
it's much smaller, which makes sense. Hoopa's large form is a whole idea of genie, though. Remember, genies are known for giving wishes, though, but also, in lore, genies are also have been seen being actually, like, malicious beings. Like, literally, if you want to look at actually one of the really old versions of Aladdin, you can see a genie actually as more or less a bad character. Literally, the first for most people, the first instance of genies is Robin Williams as Aladdin, or Robin
Oh, yeah,
Williams
that's
as the
cool.
genie for Aladdin. So you would see genies as such a good thing, but
Yeah.
genies in reality, and even actually the official story of Aladdin, was more or less. I mean, I guess I wouldn't say confirm it right though, because I can't confirm everything a little bit, but it was usually seen as usually being a bad character.
Yep.
I mean,
The
if you think about it though, go ahead and think about it though. Think about it. The genies. I mean, you've seen a lot of wishes, don't? Stories in particular. You summon a genie from a magic lamp. You get 3 wishes. The first wish is supposedly, you know, you think that what's going on though. You use your first wishes selfishly. For instance, let's say I found a genie, and then I wished for, you know, I don't know. no, okay, no, I can't think of anything with time, but you know what? No. Let's say someone got that and they wished for a ton of, you know, gold. Now, the genie would probably give him a bunch of gold though, but the gold in question could probably have been like stolen, something like that. So you wouldn't understand what's going on. Then the guy wishes for, say, a castle or some sort of fancy home. So then the genie goes in and takes someone else's home in particular. Now, based in a sense though, you find out that literally that home is literally to some criminal mob boss, and that gold actually was their funds, their bank though. Now the entire mob is after you. So what do you do for your third wish? So you wish for the mob, everything back to the way it was, meaning literally you get rid of, you basically sacrifice losing your own house, all of the wealth that you got in particular, and the mob doesn't know you exist. But problem is though, the genie turns back into its lamp though, and it's done for. But or the genie decides not to do that sort of thing, and they tricks you to the last wish though. In reality, the last wish still ends up getting sort of caught by the mob, and now your brain is kind of sort of dead anyway. There's so many, I would say, like, I guess I'm gonna look at the first other thing though. Okay, oh, here we go. Aha! Okay, here we go. Here's an answer type of thing. Alright, so are genies evil or good? In mythology and folklore, genies or jinn are generally not inherently evil or good, but rather possess free will, allowing them to be benevolent, or neutral, similar to humans. Originating in Middle Eastern, specifically pre-Islamic Arabic tradition, they're depicted as creatures of smokeless fire and can be depicted as friendly, deceitful, and dangerous. So, free will, basically have their own type of things though, meaning they can choose their own actions in particular, which means they can either be a good genie, like the Aladdin, or they can be a bad genie. Right?
Mm-hmm.
In some of the older folklore, jinns are often viewed as spirits of desolate places rather than benevolent wish granters. And then many legends show jinns act maliciously, stories from the 1001 Nights or The Witcher, because they represent imprisonment. Or, in other cases though in particular, you have also, you know, Disney's Aladdin. Actually, it's actually also kind of like a Sonic game that features a genie.
I believe so.
Sonic and Secret Rings though, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sonic and Secret Ring, yeah. We have the good genie, which is Shara.
Yeah, Shara, and then
we have the
Eraser Jinn.
Yeah, he's the bad genie.
Right, yeah. So exactly.
Yeah.
See? Think about it. I remember some other game stuff. So in a sense, though, that's a perfect example of actually having two different genies, one being good, one being bad. So in this whole plot process, think of this movie as a whole. You had Hoopa, right? You had Hoopa was the good form, and then you had the Shadow Hoopa, which was the Shadow Unbound Hoopa, which was the evil form, the bad Jinn.
Yeah.
And that is kind of, sorry, I got kind of stuck maybe a little, but, and that is literally, that's kind of what I would say makes sense to this movie though. What makes the movie really solid in its own right though, is that, sure, is it fan service with a lot of favorite legendaries though? Yes. You're getting, if your favorite legendary is, Dialga, Palkia, Garantina, Reshiram, Zekrom, Kyurem, Regigigas, Lugia, Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre, Latias, well, and Arceus, your pretty much kind of set though, even Hoopa in there.
That's right. This is basically fan service for the Pokemon fans, just like how No Way Home was fan service for the Spider-Man fans.
Yeah, at the very same time, let's not also not forget as well that you also get, it was also the first time actually introduction showing off, in a sense, Primal Groudon, Primal Kyogre, as well as also returnable forms of Kyurem, which is the first time actually see again though, and also Mega Latios, Mega Latias, and Mega Rayquaza. but also not only Mega Shiny Rayquaza, which is a pretty solid thing to see.
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah.
That's a pretty solid thing to see in its own right, though, right? Seeing a Mega Rayquaza. Now, does that mean Rayquaza? I mean, here's the thing that also makes no sense. I understand though. Ash was able to actually Mega Evolve Rayquaza, right?
Yep.
Pokemon that Ash had probably no bond with, have no way to kind of bond with it though, manages to Mega Evolve it. That is honestly kind of surprising, but also not really surprising at all. Sure, in the plot of the movie, it's supposed to be like, oh yeah, Ash is they're alliance type of thing, all that fun stuff type of thing. But as well, is it also a possibility though that because Ash is the chosen one, Ash has had the ability to gain the bond of the Pokemon, or the Pokemon themselves, they knew of Ash's role of being the chosen one. So when Ash asked them for help though, and they gained their power though, they were like, yes, we'll help out because Ash is the chosen one, right? Ash asked for their help, so they're like, okay, we're gonna help you out though.
Yep.
So, is it possible that's the case as well? Ask. Is that? That's what kind of say. That's what I would say though. In particular, is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically.
But that's all I'm going to say though. I guess obviously we have next movie being Volcanion. So, shall we get ourselves into the movie now?
Yes.
The last Kalos movie and the last Pokemon movie to feature Ash and his companions he's traveling or going around with.
Mm-hmm.
And technically, if you really think about it, it's probably the finale of the final of all the Pokemon movies. But there's at
we gotta get to.
There's at least
after this one.
There's at least 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3. There's at least 5 more movies left if you really think about it.
Yeah. Wow. We're almost done with this.
Yeah. Okay. We just saw the Volcanion movie, which obviously whatever stupid ad thing, particular. But all right. I guess in Black and X and Y's Gym Leader thing, which is kind of in my opinion, probably the weakest. But it doesn't matter. So let's start with the most obvious case. Volcanion as a whole. So the idea is basically the idea of Volcanion and Ash being stuck together. Right? That's the idea of the whole plot of the movie, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But at the same time as well, the premise of it actually is fairly solid. Also, not to mention as well, think of how many Mega Pokemon you saw in battle. Right? This movie was basically where you actually, if you think about it though, the amount of Mega Pokemon you saw in the first movie and second movie was like non-existent. So in some cases, you could probably say Volcanion is where you could say they literally just were like, you know what, fuck it, we need to throw a bunch of Mega Pokemon in the first place, right?
Yeah.
So we have to chuck them all in there. But at the same time as well, it understandably makes sense. As for the movie as a whole, when we watched it though, it was actually kind of entertaining. I mean, compared to how effectively finally have a villain in these three Kalos movies. Technically, if you want to count Hoopa, False Hoopa as the other Shadow Hoopa as the villain. When you really think about it, though, there's not really a lot of these Pokemon movies don't usually have a lot of villains. And the one villain in particular, technically speaking, he didn't die. So, hypothetically speaking, if the movies were canon, he could come back as a minor antagonist. Similar to how Mewtwo...
You want to be funny if he actually teamed up with Lysandra.
Also an added bonus though, the fact that actually also the fact that he actually really took advantage of Zygarde actually to have not only 10% form, but also 100% form. Right?
Plus, I think it was probably there, to just tease us for what's to come in the show.
Well, remember though, didn't Sun and Moon also introduce Zygarde's other forms in particular? And also, when this movie came out, refresh back in particular. When did and Rival Kane 2016. Okay. When did Pokemon Sun? November 18th, 2016. You see what I mean?
Yep. Oh,
Think
now
about
you
it.
mentioned Sun and Moon.
This movie teased different forms of Zygarde. Now remember, if you really follow Zygarde for the most part, you always knew Zygarde of its 50% form, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you would never know any particular about it. Literally, the lore of Zygarde only grew because of the anime. And then Sun and Moon, boom. Next thing you know, you're like, oh hey, collecting 100 Zygarde cells to create the ultimate Zygarde? Why not, right?
I honestly thought that was like the coolest thing in that game. Just be able to collect all those cells.
Trust me, I say this though, it got really annoying after a while, trying to figure out which ones you missed though. Trust me,
Also,
it was fun at first, but it gets really annoying because it's so hard to find some of them. It's like, where the fuck are they sometimes? It's annoying.
Yep. Yeah.
But also,
oh, I just remember. I also remember this about the. I just remember this. Okay, remember the Pokemon they're trying to save?
Magearna?
Magearna. You know what? This is the first time it actually showed up in the movie, but the first time Ash saw it in the anime was in Sun and Moon.
That's right. Magearna is so Magearna is technically, in a sense, a Gen 7 Pokemon. Or is Magearna Gen 6, Gen 7?
I think it's probably 6%. Plus, yeah, Ash saw it second.
Wait, no, let's not forget as well. Mega Evolved Pokemon. Manectric, Swampert, Camerupt, Sharpedo. What's his name? Salamence? Six Mega Pokemon actually were Pokemon from Mega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, so it also teased those games as well. Or at least showcased them as well.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's right.
It's got Castellite Legendary. Magearna also has Castellite Legendary in its own right. Is Magearna a Alolan? Oh yes, oh it is! Aha! Yep, I was right. See, makes sense. Magearna is considered an Alolan Pokemon in terms of his debut, as was introduced in Generation 7, Pokemon Sun and Moon. Now remember, when Pokemon 4 was switched over to Sun and Moon, things changed. So in my opinion though, had Pokemon not swapped to Disney Plus, Disney XD, where it puts a thing though, it's possible that Ash's journey in Sun and Moon, and even actually Galar, would probably be slightly different. In fact, things were slightly different though.
Wait.
So literally because...
Wait, hold on. Back it up. Should it switch to Disney XD?
Yeah, think about it. What? Think of it in particular. In the where was Pokemon always playing in particular most of the time usually? Cartoon Network.
That is good.
Right?
Cartoon Network.
Think about it.
Yeah, I remember that.
Ash for the first 6 leagues loses the league. Right?
Yeah, and most of the like I said, and you said most of the Pokemon
Yet the second he is on he's on Disney Plus, he wins the league?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like Disney's like, okay, we're gonna give Ash a boost.
Yeah.
Yeah. One thing Disney actually does right.
That makes sense, right?
Yeah, one thing Disney does right. Actually. But yeah, I remember that because like, I do remember it was on Cartoon Network at one point, and then it switched over to Disney XD. Because I watched the majority of Black and White on Cartoon Network.
Yeah.
Yep. which I never understood why they decided to change it to Zetsu. I really never did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes sense though if you think about it. Think of it.
Yeah,
Right.
but I'm just saying if that guy did actually return like in, like the actual show X and Y Z, I think it'd be pretty cool for him to join like team. It would be really cool if he joined Team Flare.
Yeah, it makes sense though. Or even heck, I mean Team Rocket though.
Oh yeah.
But then again though, Meowth would tell Giovanni, do not work with this guy because this guy does not care about Pokemon at all. And
Yeah.
knowing that Giovanni, I don't know if Giovanni cared about Pokemon though, but or he'd probably say something like this. He'd probably say, "Hey Giovanni, how would you feel if you lost the ability to hear your Persian talk? Like you literally cannot hear it at all. Like now
I'm like-
Giovanni probably not care because Giovanni kind of is the way he is."
I don't know. He does really like his Persian.
Mm.
Yeah. Like seriously, he loves his Persian. He literally lets that thing sit on his lap for 7.
But I understand
So
though,
what's-
well,
No.
in terms of villains, where would you probably rate this guy?
I really don't know. Like maybe, okay. If we're going, okay, I'm thinking maybe I would probably rate him like either maybe A or B tier.
A or B
I
tier?
don't know.
As for this movie as a
I'm
whole, where would you rate this movie as a whole?
Honestly, I'm gonna say it. I'm giving this movie an A tier. Like the movie is so good. Like the plot is simple, but most of Volcanian explosions actually make up for it.
It does. And the added,
Yeah,
the added bonus of... And the added
Yeah, like
bonus
that-
actually of literally the idea of... like, the added bonus of really the fact that actually Ash was forcibly linked to Volcanion makes sense.
Yep. Because if you think about it, if that didn't happen, he would have never let them tag along. They probably would have had to force their way to like let them tag along. So yeah, without the magnet, yeah, they have. You probably say you can't follow me. Sorry.
It wasn't Ash's fault. He was forced to follow him. Ash
Yeah.
kind of was stuck to, Volcanion. So Volcanion actually had
Yeah.
no choice.
He had
But
no
eventually,
choice.
the Volcanion actually did kind of end up trusting Ash, though. Right?
Yeah,
It took a while.
yeah, because like
but remember,
he thinks all humans are bad, but that's not entirely true. Not
That is-
all humans are bad.
that is true. Remember, that statement right there makes sense. But remember, it makes sense, though. Think of how much
Yeah.
Volcanion would have been hurt by Pokemon, though. Or
Yeah,
human, though.
plus-
I mean,
Plus most.
think of it this way. Imagine if actually we said, like, all of one... Or, you know what? Let's take an animal that you can obviously say could count as... could be said all bad. Let's see.
I'm trying to think of a one. Be a lion?
No.
No, not a lion.
How about, no, that's a good one. Someone
Oh, wait,
says,
a lion
someone,
is?
someone says this, no. Someone says a statement, all dogs are bad. Right?
Okay.
Now,
I'm gonna
is that
be- I'm gonna be
true?
com- okay,
No,
I'm gonna put this.
that is not
They're
true.
not all bad,
No.
and I would know because I can actually vouch for it because I've actually owned a dog myself, and guarantee not all dogs are
Right.
bad.
No. Ignoring the concept, but think of it in the context of Pokemon, right? Not all Pokemon are bad, but the humans who control the Pokemon are bad. There is an exception to that rule, just like there's an exception for dogs. I mean, okay, there's not really an exception for dogs, so
Yeah. You just have to look.
The big joke is literally like, think about it. What's a dog? What's a dog where you could say that naturally, if you saw it, you could be, would be more naturally more weary about.
That's true.
Think of a dog, Mel. What's the first dog you think of that you would basically, if you saw it, reflexively, your human brain would instantly just be like, I'm gonna take a step back and hold off. I'm saying
really.
hi.
The dog.
What's the first dog you can think of? I can think of one real easy dog.
I was thinking maybe a husky.
No. Think what person would probably take a step back if they saw this dog and hesitate to say hi to it.
Oh, what dog? Dog.
Here's a hint. There's a singer that she's named after this dog.
What?
A singer that she's named after this dog.
Hold on. Okay. Okay. Can you repeat that?
There's a dog that is named. There's a singer that's actually named after a certain dog. He's famous.
It's Elvis, isn't it?
What?
It's Elvis.
No. More modern. To an extent.
Well, I don't know that. Well, I don't know that many singers.
Trying to think of how the best way to kind of describe the Pokemon. I mean, the dog without actually. Okay, you know what? Think of a dog Pokemon I dislike.
A dog Pokemon dislike?
Oh, never mind. Take it back. Grand Bull's based on the Bulldog. That's not. No, never mind. False alarm. False alarm. Sorry. No. No. Okay. I'll give it to you. Pit bulls.
Okay. Pit bulls?
Yeah. Pit bulls are known for are dog that people usually fear, for the most part. Pit bulls are normally kind of, terrifying. Right? I mean, you see a pit bull, you're more likely to kind of take a step back. But I have a neighbor who actually has a pit bull that is super friendly. And remember, pit bulls are not naturally bad dogs. In reality, the bad is the human who actually tells the dog to do bad things, but makes it a bad dog. But it's not really a bad dog, it's only going in the orders of the person who's telling it to do it. Similar to Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
Now go to the Pokemon though. Let's look back at this movie itself. Look at all the Pokemon you saw in the movie, right? Houndoom,
Yeah.
Salamence, Sharpedo, Tyranitar, Steelix, Gengar, Alakazam, etc., Marshtomp, Glalie. Think of all those Pokemon. Were they bad Pokemon?
Not really.
No, they were being controlled by evil men. And that is what makes sense. And that answers your question.
Yep. Why is it not all humans are bad? There are some good ones and bad.
So, therefore, where do we rate this movie?
Well, like I said,
This movie, in my opinion, honestly deserves, actually I'd say it's A tier. Which means ironically enough, the fact that actually now we're maybe even A tier? No, S tier. Wow,
Oh, you
I'll
are
be
sure?
honest though. I mean, I'm generally surprised though, which means literally I'd have to go higher than the highest. Let's see where the movies are. That means actually, it is basically in the top 9. So the question is, where would I rate the movie as a whole? I gotta really think this one carefully. First off, let's do some comparisons though. Start off with the Linus and Latias, right? Soldu, Stone, and then McGierner's little heart thing, right? In my opinion, though, while Linus and Latias' thing was actually kind of nice, though, unfortunately, it kind of does fall flat in overall, so it's higher than that. He's not in my top 5, though. I think, honestly, I might say this movie actually goes better than Hoopa. Better than Hoopa. You know? Because while Hoopa does feature Giratina, my favorite legendary, at the same time as well, it's one of those things where it's like, really, Hoopa could be both a blessing with Pokemon, but also kind of an annoyance. It's a 50-50, right?
Yep.
Also much as well, also featuring Zygarde in the movie is also really good. So you literally get you actually get 2 legendaries and a mythical in the movie. And sometimes you think, really, more legendaries does not mean good, right? Think about it. Arceus has only, in a sense, because Arceus technically is a mythical in its own right. So technically 4 legendaries and 1 mythical.
Yeah.
Zoroark features 3 legendaries and a mythical. Giratina Sky Warrior, 1 legendary and 1 mythical. Oh, no, 2 legendaries, 1 mythical. Victini Black and White, 2 legendaries, 1 mythical. Kyurem in the Kelly Soul Justice, 5 legendaries. Darkrai,
Yeah.
3 legendaries, or 2 legendaries and a mythical. Volcanion, 2 legendaries and a mythical. Hoopa, well, you get 6, 7, 8, 9, 3, 4, 10, 11, 12. 12 legendaries, I think, in the movie? Plus...
Oh.
No, 13. No, 13. Don't forget Regigigas, though. Sorry, I'm Regigigas. 13 legendaries and Hoop, which is technically a mythical. That's a lot. Honestly, guys, I mean, but for the most part, really, this is ideally. Ideally, at this point in time, you could probably say this is basically the tier list of all the mainline Pokemon movies before really start getting spin-offs and stuff.
Yeah, like I said before, after you know, X and Y, the movies took Ash for like an alternate universe.
Yeah. Although,
Yeah.
If
Although,
they really did Pokemon movies though, based on the Generation 11, Generation 7, or even 8, what they could have done.
I was actually watching like movies to Zach's like missed opportunities they could have had, and one of them is like maybe the Team Rainbow Rocket thing in Ultra Sun Ultra Moon could have been a movie.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. Imagine actually having this sort of thing, and actually from try to take on Team Rainbow Rocket with the Maxie and Archie, Lysander, Cyrus, Getsis, like having those characters in particular appearing, but they don't recognize Ash, everything. Or heck, maybe they recognize Ash, but mainly it's because they were to defeat Ash in their universe, or maybe it's some sort of multiverse thing where maybe Ash team up with multiverse version of himself take on Team Rainbow Rocket, who would then take over the islands. The fact that Rainbow Rocket only takes over Aether Foundation kind of sucks. I wish they would have taken over the entirety of the Alola region. Honestly,
yeah, like
if Sun Moon gets a remake in the next I would say 10, 15 years, here's what I'm going to do. Rainbow Rocket Advent would actually have the evil team leaders take over each of the different islands. Maxie and Archie taking over one island, trying to battling it out. You know, Cyrus takes over one island. Lysander takes over one island. Getz takes over another island himself, showing his own, you know, his own focus. And then final, or heck, not Getz though. Maybe have Getz appearing in his own right. Maybe Getz appearing taking over one island though. Then you finally have the foundation where Giovanni lays, right? You know.
Oh yeah.
Instead of just being like one small area though, have it built for the entire area itself. Then, as you battle out the area itself, you take on the different trainers and everything like that. And heck, you could probably add some new villains as well, right? Let's say you have, I don't know, Chairman Rose, right? Because technically, I mean, sure, he's not a villain in his own right, but or no.
No, this is before, you know.
Well, Sun Moon Ring would probably change things though, right?
Yep. Like, I feel like they probably would.
Or heck.
But yeah, like.
Or heck, what if Giovanni all of a sudden actually teams up with Volo, right? Now you get a brief moment though, where maybe you go ahead and you team up to take down Giovanni. Next thing you know, Giovanni's like, alright, I can still fight and still beat you again, type of thing. Then this Giovanni in this universe gets betrayed by Volo, and now you have to take on Volo now in a fight. It was like, alright, you remind me of this trainer I fought. But you know what? We've been talking a long time in this movie right here.
Yep.
So, should I get ready for the next movie though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
While this movie is not a Sun and Moon style movie, we are going to listen to Alolan music, which makes sense though, even though it's supposed to be a Kanto-related movie. But in some ways, though, the fact that actually you get so much Pokemon in particular, it's like for the rehash of the very early beginning of Ash's journey, they do a really good job, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, early on in this whole video that we've done, even though it's been split into like multiple parts for the sake of, you know, the fact that literally if you had to watch all these movies back to back and react to them and watch them, it would have taken us well over 2 days. And we probably would have been exhausted, we don't have a lot of time for that sort of thing, so all that fun like that. So,
yeah. Okay.
In regards to this movie as a whole, I would definitely say the movie definitely gets high praise. In my opinion, definitely, this one definitely kind of deserves that classic.
Yeah, I think no other place for this movie is the S tier.
Yeah, this movie deserves S tier. And in my opinion, though, where I rate this movie as a whole, sorry.
Yeah, I would say, but yeah, this movie's S tier.
First
honestly,
off,
like,
but what I want to put is, I do not think there's nothing with an all-time favorite Pokemon movie though. But trust me when I say this though, this one is actually a tough contender. I might actually say it beats Darkrai for me. Yes, it beats Darkrai. So Darkrai is now dropped out of the top. Well, Darkrai isn't top. It is, in other words, it is that high on the ranking. So let's not forget as well. Think of the two saddest moments in the entirety, or at least at least three sad moments. First off, when there's no Pokemon existing, right? That's a pretty sad moment.
Yeah, that one definitely. Yeah, that was sad.
But then there's also the moment when, you know, the one guy's trainers, Luxray, sacrificed its own life to protect the trainer though.
Yeah.
Like that moment is pure sadness.
Yes, it's pure sadness, and the other one, well,
Ash actually dying, including even the point
Ash
of where
actually
Pikachu
fucking dying. Honestly,
staying,
that was.
like, I think that moment alone is enough to say, well, shit.
Yeah. Like seriously, if you were to ask me to rate like some saddest moments in like the Pokemon movies, I'm saying this where Ash dying in movie 20 is number one.
Usually getting a phone for $0 is too good to be true. A hassle.
Yeah. That,
Yeah.
in my opinion, deserves a... Like, okay. Let's go to every single time Ash has nearly died in a Pokemon movie. Mewtwo
Let's
and
see.
Mew, he jumps into a wave of attack and gets blasted by Mewtwo and Mew. Lugia,
Yeah.
technically he dies in a way by getting hit and falling into the water and nearly drowning.
Do we really count?
I mean, adjacent. Then
Yeah.
there is also, I believe, not really much in particular. In terms, no deaths in the third movie, no deaths in the fourth, except maybe Celebi to an Celebi maybe. Latios dies, right?
Yeah.
Sixth movie, no deaths though. Deaths in the seventh. Lucario dies in the eighth.
Oh, yeah,
Ashleigh dies in the ninth. The 10th, Darkrai technically dies dies in a sense. 11th, there's really no death except for really Garantina, if you really think about it. In the 12th, Arceus dies as well. 13th, 13th, I would say no deaths though, but there's some fake outs. Right.
Yeah.
The 14th, Ash technically dies, so that was definitely Ash technically dies. 15th, there is no death. 16th, Ash technically doesn't die in that one. 17th, Pikachu dies.
Oh,
as well
yeah.
as everybody in particular. 18th, no death, but Ash is possessed. 19th, no death. And on this one, Ash dies. Now,
Yeah,
obviously,
Ash
obviously, we can exclude the Mewtwo remake because, you know,
Yeah.
technically speaking, it
It's
doesn't count.
we're excluding that one since that's just typically a remake of the first film.
Which is why I'm not counting it. So, besides, I have no idea how the whole Zarude movie is as a whole. That's the final movie.
Yep.
But let's think of it like this.
Yeah, but-
Right.
Oh yeah. But yeah, this is, and plus this is actually one of the only Pokemon movies I actually saw in theaters.
I never saw any Pokemon movie in a theater though. Even if I
Yeah.
could have seen it though, obviously, you know, I have siblings though, which makes it much harder to kind of watch movies like these, and they wouldn't have understood / cared for it. So
But I will say it was fun.
I'd watch
when
them
I
all
did see it
by
in
myself.
theaters. And like I did say, I did actually get a poster. They were selling posters at my theater at the time there, and I actually got one.
Nice. Yeah.
They were actually selling 500 of those posters I mentioned.
How much were the posters out of curiosity?
Oh, actually, hold on, if I can actually grab a picture of it, I can show you the poster. Let me do that actually, and I'll send
Yeah.
it to you in group chat. Give me a sec.
No, send me in DMs though.
Yeah, no, I'm sending it to you in DMs. Okay. Let's make sure. Come on. Here we go.
Give it a minute though.
Yeah, I should get it. I was. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let me just get. Okay, here we go. I'm just gonna. Let me just grab the image. Here it is. Okay, I'm sending it to you in our group in our DMs. This is the poster I was talking about. Yeah, this is the poster I was talking about. I actually got when I saw the movie in theaters.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
273 out of 500.
Yeah. Like, I was lucky to get this poster.
Only 500 people would get it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I might even also share a screenshot of it in the whole video popping up type of thing. You know, you're fine with me to do that
Yeah.
sort of thing.
Yeah, actually, that'd be really cool. Actually, if you do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But overall, though, in some ways, though, first off, Sword and Shield ruined Charizard greatly.
Oh,
It made
oh,
it
for
ruined
sure.
Charizard greatly. Yes, it is the probably reason why
honestly-
Charizard, in my opinion, is probably not my least favorite starter. I think honestly, my least
Yeah.
favorite starter is slightly different though. But it's my
I
least
don't
favorite.
usually-
But it's probably my least favorite Fire type starter, at least Final Evolution Fire type starter. But at the same time as well, this version of Ash's Charizard is so different yet so good. But also, you see, like Ash feels like he feels like a character. He has faults and stuff.
Yeah.
Honestly, I have no idea how Liko and Roy in the Horizons are, but
Yeah, same. Because
in
like
some,
I
in
said,
some ways though,
I kind of
you could
stopped
say-
watching the anime after Ash's journey ended.
I stopped watching during the whole Pokemon Journeys though.
Yeah, but in
Pokemon
my
Journeys
opinion,
kind of
Ash
ruined-
left the series. The series was over for me.
Yeah, but at the same time
Yeah.
as well, Liko and Roy
Like-
had their own. They tried to go their own direction though. Now, honestly, it'd be nice if they could have actually done more Pokemon movies featuring them, but I don't think really. Who knows? I think maybe the Pokemon anime has not made as much popularity as it once has after Ash was
Yeah.
gone. After they literally screwed up with Journeys in Gal's region, which in my Galar region was by far probably the worst region in the Pokemon universe.
Yeah, like shit. I was so looking forward to seeing Ash go to Paldea, but then they say, "Yeah, we're having him retire."
Ash should have gone to Paldea. It'd be cool to have seen Ash do what he would have done with the particular, but
Yep.
it doesn't matter. But overall, though, I think
But still, this movie is
for
a
the
10 out of
first,
10.
yeah, for the first of these three Pokemon movies that are based in Alola, despite not being in Alola, it's really good. And for 20th anniversary, it deserves high praise. Because not only that though, it didn't just keep it with just Kanto Pokemon. You saw Pokemon from Johto, Sinnoh, Alola, Unova. Like, it showed Pokemon from all across the world. They didn't, like, just say, oh, Pokemon just, oh, this Magic Control has Pokemon. Okay, let's show all 151 Pokemon only. They chose
But no, they
to
didn't.
show all the Pokemon.
Yep.
All Pokemon in particular.
Because like I said,
They-
this movie is a 20th like anniversary special.
It's a celebration.
It's a
Right.
celebration, and like when it's a celebration, you're expecting them to show like a lot of stuff, not just the 151 Pokemon, like everything.
They showed exactly what they wanted to show. So,
Yep.
how do you... So no
Honestly,
matter
I
what-
honestly like give this S tier. Honestly, and also the fact that this movie actually had a big impact like on the series going forward, mostly because some of the tracks from this movie actually make it their way into the anime.
Oh,
Yeah, I think it's from the trailer, like from the first trailer from this movie. Yeah, some of those tracks actually make it into the anime, which is honestly so cool. And like I said before, the final battle with Leon and Ash, like the song that plays, that is actually movie 20's theme.
oddly enough, though, the person actually voices Leon in the Pokemon anime is none other than the VTuber Sayu.
Right?
Yeah.
Huh.
Alexander, what's his name? Sorry, give me a second to get his name up. He's a famous actress, though.
Oh.
Yeah, probably a professional video. He's the persona of Alejandro Saab, I think. But he's actually the one. He's also voiced Leon. In fact, he's voiced all the characters in other games, though, in particular. But if you looked, and I haven't met him before, he is definitely a big VTuber, though. But although apparently also looks like, oh, model. Oh. Now I see why. Honestly, when I showed him the old Cinder plushie at one point, he was kind of like, oh, bummer. One of his model artists is, and one of the someone actually honestly, it was. One of his model artists is one of the people in particular that kind of sort of hurt Cinder, but that's not relevant at the moment. As for what he's, as for we look at his actual name. Let's look at his actual name, what he's done in terms of voice acting and stuff.
Okay.
TV shows.
So yeah, we already know Pokemon was one of them.
He's been in a lot of movie stuff, in particular, in a lot of different roles. Pokemon Journeys. He was in Pokemon Journeys though. Okay. Which obviously cast. Yeah, Sarah Natochenny.
Huh.
But the person who... Oh, Jimmy Zolpe was the person for James, right? That's the one who passed away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alejandro Saab, I think. What is he? He's been in other stuff in particular, though, but I want to see what TV shows he's...
Yeah, like, none of these TV shows are...
Oh, here we go. IMDb. So, Nori Kaisal turns up a little bit.
Okay.
I want to see what he's done. Oh, here we go. I believe he would actually... Filmography. Here we go. See, Rise of the Shield Hero. Oh, Rise of the Shield Hero. Oh, interesting. He's Lark Bird. He's one of the characters. Oh, yeah, bad guy. Oh, here we go. Pokemon the Journeys, the series. He's Leon.
Yeah, we.
So he voices basically Ash's strongest opponent he's ever faced. To be honest, I think I'm saying he's more stronger though. But you know what? For the sake of the whole case, yeah, sure, why not? But
yeah, sure, he's Ash's strongest. Right.
He voices literally Champion Leon. Now, that is honestly pretty solid. While honestly Leon is not my favorite champion. I think he's probably my least favorite.
University of Arizona Global Campus.
But I will say he does do the voice for Leon pretty well.
It doesn't matter though, but really think about it. Okay, alright. But yeah, that's really solid though. And the fact that he voices that character is iconic. But while Leon, in my opinion, I have my issues with, if I saw him in the anime, it probably would have been entirely different though. If the anime had gone something different, it might have not have mattered how good or bad the Journeys was.
Very stuck in the game.
No, the Journeys actually did make mistakes, which honestly would have easily been salvaged if they had done differently.
Oh no, I can agree they did do some mistakes. It does. I mean, question like they totally did some mistakes.
Journeys was basically the Pokemon anime company just getting lazy.
Yeah, seriously, they couldn't even end Ash's journey like correct.
Truly, Ash's true finale of his journey would have been him bringing back all of his Pokemon, but going back and forth, switching them teams around a little bit, showcasing the skills in particular. Heck, even more so, he has like 30 Tauros though. What if Ash decided he wanted to go ahead and trade some of his Tauros away? For other Pokemon.
And I guess, well, actually, they did take your idea into fruition. They just executed it very poorly.
Yeah, but
yeah, like they did for his epilogue series.
But for the way I celebrate, but honestly, I think it makes sense why they didn't do in a Alolan movie, especially for the 20th season of Pokemon. But also remember, didn't also
Yeah.
technically also have a special episode based in Kanto?
I'm pretty sure.
Remember, that's
Oh,
also
yeah,
where,
that's
also
right.
where, that's where
In
remember,
Alola.
that's also remember have the issues of where Misty not changing at all because literally she was afraid of a
No, seriously.
she was afraid of a caterpillar.
like,
I think.
Yeah, in the 20th anniversary, they did an episode where the crew goes to
Which-
Kanto and they bring back Rock and Misty.
It made sense though.
Yeah, and I actually in the special, I do like Misty's new
But also
voice.
see, almost also say Misty having a
like
mega.
she sounds.
But also Misty actually having also a Mega Gyarados was actually pretty cool. I'll give him credit though. A Mega Gyarados actually was pretty cool.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that two of Ash's previous companions, have Mega Evolution is cool.
Yeah, Ash's so
And I guess you can say now the main trio can all Mega Evolve their own.
well, so maybe
Also-
Iris, so can Iris as well probably. I think all the Ash's friends could probably Mega Evolve their own right. May has Blaziken. Dawn technically has Lopunny in a sense.
Yeah, I guess you can say
Iris
that.
has Dragonite, right? Mega Dragonite.
Yep.
And Excadrill. Silent really has no Pokemon that can Mega Evolve, unless all of a sudden. Iris has no Pokemon that can Mega Evolve. Serena has Delphox, right?
Yeah.
And then finally, Clement has no Pokemon, unfortunately, except for Chestnut, technically.
Yeah.
And well, overall, overall though, Ash's journey through these regions though was really solid.
Yeah, like the time we had with him, like I still appreciate the time we had with him.
It's sad that Ash had to end his journey the way he did, but you can't get
Yeah.
sad at that sort of fact. You can get happy
Yeah,
with
like-
the fact that Ash's journey
Look,
is just the
like,
beginning
look.
of a new venture.
I'm not upset that his journey is over. It's just upsetting like how they did this journey.
But let's not forget as well. Don't forget, you can have, well, Ash. I mean, if you feel like Ash's journey could be slightly different, though. Remember, there's a lot of times fan fictions can always give you that sort of thing. You know,
That's
fan
true.
fictions could give you what you want. You want to go
Yeah,
ahead and
'cause, like-
see.
Plus, you've mentioned those few fan fictions you read.
Yes, I've read a few fan fiction myself.
Yeah, like you said, Ashes of the Past, so he's really good.
Yes, but Ash and others.
Yeah.
Ash and the others. Ash and everything. But also, you saw how well Ash. In this movie, even Ash's companions felt like fleshed characters. It's a solid movie, and I don't know why the audio video thing is not working.
Okay. But yeah, it's a solid movie,
Oh, okay.
and it's a good
course,
start to alternate universe Ash.
Even to the moment.
This is how I move forward with Purdue Global. Start
Yeah, honestly, I actually don't
okay,
hate
okay,
the fact that the movie's
let's not-
in an alternate universe.
Let's not forget as well. Think about it. Think of the moment with Marshadow when Ash pretty much was at his lowest point. He thought, and look at what happened to Ash. Ash
yeah.
was in
What?
that weird world where there was no Pokemon, and it was like Ash felt weird. It felt unnatural. It felt like
Yeah.
insane, but yet in some ways though it worked. Marshadow in a way taught Ash a lesson. Yet
Oh yeah, actually,
when everything had
yeah.
happened and everything went wrong, Marshadow went berserk. That's why Marshadow
Yeah,
started attacking everybody.
That's like one thing. That's another thing about the film. Like the final battle between Marshadow was peak as fuck.
At the very end, though, Marshadow was trashy because it literally went out of its way and made sure, like, oh yeah, if I can't win, I'm gonna just kill you, have everybody kill you anyway.
Yeah. Like seriously, he literally he somewhat killed Ash.
Yeah.
Like seriously.
Well, technically, a bunch of Pokemon killed Ash.
I know, killed Ash.
But they were controlled by Marshadow, so I guess it kind of counts. I'll give you that.
Yeah, but they didn't come close to what Marshadow did.
Well, Marshadow is what actually caused them to kill Ash.
Yeah, like what, just physically died? The other times, well...
Ash technically nearly died. Only time he actually truly died, though, was technically the first Pokemon movie, though, where he turned to stone. But, in this case, Ash literally fades out. And that, honestly, like, that hits hard. The Luxray death scene. I mean, look at Alola. What's the early saddest moment in Alola you can really think of?
Honestly, I didn't watch much of Alola, so I can't really say.
Oh no. Here's an easy one. Cross actually has his Pokemon.
Yeah.
No, Mel, seriously, Cross has his Pokemon. You've seen it. It's one or two Pokemon.
No. Oh, yeah.
Incineroar. No, Incineroar. Ash's Incineroar actually has a moment of absolute of death, though. Literally, Ash. Oh wait, Ash's Litten or Incineroar, his mentor, a Stoutland or some sort of grandfather figure, dies. Canonically speaking, it dies. And that moment, and ironically enough, this is one of the few times where Meowth actually does not act, like a malicious Pokemon. It actually acts with compassion. And this is honestly a moment I would say it shows, like, Sun and Moon also show Team Rocket's compassion side. Because even so, like, Meowth, like, they saw what happened though. Like, Stoutland helped Litten learn its moves. It was the grandfather to it in a way, adoptive grandfather. And when it passed away,
I remember.
It was a sad moment. Like,
yeah,
that's honestly, in my opinion,
that.
you know how Bye Bye Butterfree is pretty sad, people get on tears and stuff? That moment right there is true sadness. Seeing
seriously,
Ash, seeing Litten lose the parental figure it had is tragic. It hits so hard. It's such a good scene, good moment though, that you're like, holy shit.
Like whenever I see it, whenever I see it, I'm like, holy shit. But then whenever I do see it,
it also works even better though. When you see Ash's Litten evolves into Incineroar, you get that moment of whoa. Like, Ash's Incineroar evolves, and it deserves it. It deserves evolution. It deserves it more than anything.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, honestly. But still, yeah. Like I said, that moment with I've seen the episode, and whenever I see it again, or whenever I see it each time, I'm like, I don't even say anything, honestly. I give it the moment of silence.
Yeah, because Meowth is by far. Meowth actually does, in some ways though, you get to see really, like, there's a lot less battles though in particular, but also it's just really solid.
Yeah, like Short Sun didn't have a lot of battles.
Honestly, I would say also why I gave a lot of praise to Stoutland, I think, because that one scene,
Yeah. Well, yeah, like I said, Sun Moon may not have a lot of battles. Well, then again, it was originally supposed to be a vacation for Ash.
Lola's Lola was somewhat similar as well, and becoming battle, a whole league thing. But in sometimes fanfics, though, Ash does do the island trial.
Yeah, which I really like.
But being a big roller coasters and bigger hair in Dollywood, or
I do like that actually. And Alola actually did get a Z-ring.
You did.
Yep. I'm like, why would they didn't give him a Mega Ring until journeys.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
actually, Ash
I
Greninja,
remember-
though, he didn't need a Z ring though. I do
Yeah,
kind
like, it
of
had
wish.
the Ash.
I do kind of wish we actually would have gotten actually a Serena Delphox and a Clement Chestnut. It would have been really cool. It wouldn't really fair. But they chose only Ash Greninja because Ash was the main battler though. But can you imagine if they
Yeah.
did something for Delphox?
Honestly, if they did,
It
I would.
it's honestly the reason
shock.
why Greninja became so popular. You know, Greninja
Yeah.
gained its popularity so much. It blew up popularity though because of
I
that.
mean, look at the freaking Sun and Moon demo before the game came out. What did they give you after you beat the demo for Sun and Moon?
A level 36 Ash Greninja.
Exactly. Seriously.
Guess what?
They just-
Guess what, Mel? On my original Pokemon Sun team, I actually used that Ash Greninja.
I believe I did. I think I did well. I think I did grab it.
So now you can see also a bit of an issue. I also had a Lycanroc. I had Incineroar, Ash Greninja. I think I've had a Magnet Zone, and then I had also a Snorlax as well.
Oh yeah, that's right. I think when I
Remember,
actually
I
did
mentioned
start doing
before though how I really
prequels-
kind of screwed up by giving myself a team of only fighting type normal type Pokemon that beat the fighting types.
I do
Hello, became a
remember I
problem for
did
me.
do this when I did
I-
do Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. I did grab one of the special Pikachu's with the hats.
Oh, I didn't do that, but
Yeah, I did
Jack
get
literally
Pikachu
Jack
and
literally saved my attempts actually at beating Sun and Moon by literally giving me a Toxapex.
But yeah, actually, that's a cool thing. Like, seriously, the fact that the game actually literally gives you a special Z Crystal for Pikachu is honestly really cool.
Yeah, it's so much of honestly. You know, I'm kind of surprised. I'm surprised there's actually no Mega Pikachu.
Yeah, like
Could
seriously,
you
like, we have
imagine?
Mega Raichu.
Or no, Mega Pikachu, but like of Ash's Pikachu.
Yeah, like seriously.
If you have a special Ash Pikachu, you get to Mega Evolve it into a Mega Pikachu or Ash Chew.
Yeah, seriously. Actually, why did they not do that for like Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu?
But
That
I
would've been
think
cool.
really we have seen all these movies a lot. Think of how long
Yeah,
it's
and,
been.
and honestly, there hasn't been not bad Pokemon movies since, in my opinion. But like a lot of the Pokemon movies are really good.
Yeah. No, even the ones that are kind of weakest though. I mean, sure, I've been ranking the movies myself directly by doing like a ranking system, but I've also have a tier list as well, which showcases
But yeah,
the movies
so like,
in order. The only,
they may have their
only one I say is
flaws.
kind of the weakest one is technically really Mewtwo and Mew. The rest of the movies, without ranking them in particular, or even giving a tier list though, are slightly different. In a sense though,
yeah,
overall though, Pokemon movies though, just want to say this though, the fact that majority of the movies, or at least really good, or if they're not really good, they're okay. There's no bad Pokemon movie,
yeah.
but
And
we
for
only
all
have-
you
we
were
only have-
wondering why we didn't include the Pokemon specials, which kind of count as movies, like Mewtwo Strikes, Mewtwo Returns. If we ever do a Pokemon specials tier list,
For business cards.
we will
Did you know
include
that
those.
Everything you need to brand your business.
I would. Okay, I'm gonna pause for a moment from music, but we're probably almost done with the whole thing. But I would say for the
Yeah.
most part, we would probably go out of our way and do, say, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, because like I mentioned, there's been a lot of specials, well, 6-hour specials, but they're not counted as movies.
No.
Like Mewtwo Returns, it's a special of the
Okay,
first movie.
okay, the specials I think based on probably based on different events though, probably for the most part, right? Major
Yeah,
events.
like I said, if we want to do a special Pokemon specials tier list, we'll do that separate.
Tell me how many there are and which ones there are in particular.
Yeah, I could probably look how many there are. I do know a few. Like I said, the
Which,
Mewtwo
well,
Returns.
wait, I know also the Meloetta and the 3 Legends is a is one in its own right.
Oh yeah, and also I cannot forget about the mystery of the Mirage Pokemon.
The Mirage Pokemon.
Yeah,
Oh
but,
right,
yeah,
right. I forgot about that one. I never saw that one.
yeah. There's actually that especially came out at a time when Ash's voice actor was getting, his voice actor was changing.
Okay, well, I've read a fanfic based on that sort of thing, but I never actually saw that exact one.
Yeah, I only saw a little bit of it. Like, I only saw most of it. I do know Misty is in.
Yeah, because I think Misty came back for a certain reason though, and the person in particular used also a fake Mewtwo, a Mirage Mewtwo, to try to take over, and it was like a plot to like. Is that right?
Yeah,
Which I actually, yeah. Overall, though, I would say it's fairly solid. I think, in some ways, Pokemon movies they bring out so much in the whole thing, right?
like for sure.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Like,
I think this. I think
yeah,
this is actually pretty long, though. We should probably stop this right here.
yeah, good idea.
I have no idea
But
how
yeah,
long.
so
I don't know how long those chats actually been for us. Actually, how long?
honestly, me too. But hey, it's still good to talk about, the
Yeah,
different Pokemon movies.
I'll have to read back and rewatch this section, to think how long it was we're chatting though, unless because it's so. This might be one of the times we might have actually been so long that chatting though and stuff like that. And if that's the case, that's actually a pretty good sign. If it's
Yeah,
a bunch of blank space, I'll just grab the blank space though. But
but yeah,
overall, though, Pokemon movies as a whole, they're great. They're a lot of fun. You could watch them. I mean, you could watch them. You can watch any one of these movies though and still have a good time.
yeah. Like I said, the only one I actually do own on DVD is the one we just watched. Yeah, I choose you. I might actually think again maybe the other ones on DVD.
I have a few. I have a few of them on DVD myself. At least I have the Sinnoh, or some of the late Sinnoh / Unova ones. I do have Guaranteed Sky Warrior on DVD, I believe. And then the older ones I do have on DVD. Thanks to my dad and how he was able to kind of get them for me. Especially way
Yep.
he had, especially way to get in the movies stuff.
Yeah.
But overall, though,
Yeah.
Pokemon movies. Shall we get ourselves to the next one?
Oh yeah, Pokemon: The Power of Us. Actually, to actually watch this film, but now I can't.
Yes.
Yep. So I actually really like this one as well.
Okay. Let's start with the music though, because obviously
Canada Dry presents the
as I said, we'll start with the music.
God damn it.
No, hold on a sec. Gladian's theme. Okay, so start off with, we saw the movie. This movie featured basically mainly Zeraora, that being the main focus. So, what are your thoughts on this movie, Mel?
I'm not putting A tier. Like, the movie's good. Like, I think it's good.
Yeah. Hold on a sec. Yeah, for the most part, oh shit. For the most part, if you really think about it, it had its own unique premise. Obviously, the idea of Pokemon coming together. You also notice the quality of the animation, though, was... it was not as great, I would say. In fact, I would say it felt like a Johto movie. Let's be fair.
Yeah, this felt like.
And all that much as well, though. You saw a lot of Pokemon from the older generations, though.
Yep. Honestly, I think this might have felt like Pokemon Movie 2000 Part 2.
Yeah. Or heck, yeah. You saw a bunch of Pokemon from Johto and Kanto. So it felt only Zeraora and that Lurantis were the only Pokemon that you saw that are from a later generation.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would say What did I rate this movie though? Now, although I like the premise behind it, I like the premise. Okay. You know, I like
Yeah.
the idea. First off, the cast of characters you had, right? You had, besides Ash, you had the one girl, the track star. You have, and her prior sibling. You have you have the mayor's daughter and the mayor. You have the uncle who was basically lying most of the time, but he was trying to do things to help keep his, little girl happy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You also have, well, in terms of premise wise, in some ways though, there was almost actually was no really villain though. This is one of those movies I would say you get rid of. There's no villain though. But the whole plot behind it is fairly basic, right?
Yeah, this is basically another basic Pokemon movie.
As for how I'd rate it though, I would honestly say if anything, if this movie actually came out in the era of when Ash was still going on his journey though, for the Johto region though, I would honestly say if anything though, it would have worked pretty well. Because you know what? You could definitely see Ash in this point of view having like Totodile, his Phanpy Donphan, Bayleaf,
Yeah.
Noctowl, like all of his Pokemon in particular from Johto Heracross, like help out in saving the day.
Yeah. But like I said before,
but
yeah.
the fact that Ash only had his
Yeah.
Pikachu with him does narrow it down a little bit though. Unfortunately, unlike I Choose You, where literally you have Ash literally gets, honestly, if you're thinking about it though, literally has Pikachu as a starter. He has Charizard, and then he also has Butterfree, which then gets rid of completely afterwards. So releases afterwards though. But though
Yeah.
it is funny how certain Pokemon in particular he lacks though. But for the most part, and if you think about it though, the fact that we had watched a movie featuring both Ho-Oh and Lugia, especially for quote unquote the 20th anniversary of Pokemon, I would say, is that right?
Yep.
It's kind of funny. It almost seems kind of very fitting, right?
And also, you brought up the whole Ash not having any Pokemon.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I'm actually gonna say, because I watched a video of Trainer Zach, and he actually says this is probably just a one-off adventure that Ash and Pikachu just went on between regions.
True.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think
Versus Sam and Pikachu on a random adventure, doing whatever they're doing.
At the same time, though, let's also think carefully. The idea of Zeraora.
Well, then again, this movie did come out around the time when Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon did come out, and that's where that Pokemon was introduced.
Yeah, Zeraora was just never really kind of given much Like I remember getting the free Zeraora though. I remember Zeraora. Like Zeraora was like, you remember that we were given Zeraora, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. No, I shouldn't have played Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon.
Yeah, they gave us free Zeraoras though. Heck, we didn't have the free shiny Zeraora, remember correctly? Otherwise, it's kind of an interesting thing if you think about it. But the fact that literally Zeraora's main focus is that alone is crazy.
Yeah.
Well, Well, I guess in a way, it makes you wonder though. Okay, in your opinion, do you say this movie does give Lugia more justice or less justice? Because if you really think about it though, Lugia has, in terms of Pokemon that appears in the anime, both movies and the show itself, Lugia makes an appearance 4 times in total, 2 movies and 2 segments in the TV show. Once, obviously, during one point during, during the very beginning of Journeys, right? And then once
Yeah.
during the whole World Islands arc, we get to feature 2 Lugias, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Also, another one of the moments where Ash almost dies, but yet he doesn't. But
Yep.
except, technically, he didn't really die, though. He technically just got knocked unconscious for a moment.
Yep.
Right. So, really, I would have to say, though, this is tricky to think of, because to really think about it, though, I mean, besides these random characters you never seen again for the most part, I would have to kind of give it a high B tier because while Zero Aura was the main focus in the movie, though, he only really appears in the latter half of the movie, though, and plus you really see him later on. So as a result, though, that means, in a sense, this movie goes somewhere between these movies right here. Okay. Let me drag this movie up a little bit for a sec. So what did I think of this movie? Did I like this movie more than Celebi? No, I think Celebi movie did much better. The Pokemon Ranger movie, I think honestly Phantom kind of definitely saves the day. The Deontay. Not okay. This is what I'll give it. It's better than Deontay. Alright. It's a very tough one to kind of go for, knowing how these Pokemon movies work, though. But I would say that's sort of a fair ranking. It's neither good nor bad, but I would definitely give it the classic B rank for me. But it's definitely in the middle of the pack. Otherwise, movie-wise, it's not too bad. Eventually, if anything about it, though, I have no idea how these last 2 movies are gonna fare. You know.
Well, yeah. We have a remake of the first movie, and then the last of the AU Ash timeline movie.
Yeah, I know, definitely. These movies are.
Yep.
With.
Because these are the last movies that. Well, actually, no. The remake. Well, the one we're gonna watch next. That's just a remake of the first film, and then this one. Yeah, it came out before Ash retired.
Ash's final movie. Ash's final movie encounter.
It's seriously like they could have still kept Ash around, but only keep him for the movies.
I think honestly that probably been the best bet. Then you could have had either Ash bring his old Pokemon around back and forth type of thing, or have Ash catch new Pokemon off to the side. I mean, technically speaking, it's 30 Tauros. What if he just traded like 28 of them? You keep 2 of them though, right? He trades 28 of them for 28 different other Pokemon though. Maybe they could be Pokemon actually that obviously Ash could probably train in particular, right?
Yeah.
Have fun stuff. Otherwise, it doesn't matter much.
Actually thinking about that. Why wasn't Ash's epilogue?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I was just thinking like it would have been cool if Ash's epilogue was a whole movie.
Yeah, or heck, even I have the Ash vs. Spice rematch with his Journeys team. That could be a movie.
Yeah, like literally. Could you imagine how much people would be shouting in the theaters when if Ash actually did eventually beat him? Tell you. It'd be great. It would be awesome if he did win against Tobias finally. I mean, we only knew he only had like 2 legendaries on his team. We didn't know his full team.
Well, that could have been a good way to help tell how many legendaries he actually would have, though. But I guess you could say this will be almost close to the last part of the whole Pokemon movie tier list, though. Right?
Yeah.
Well, shall we get ourselves set up for the next movie, though?
Yep, for the remake of the first Pokemon movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back Evolution.
Well, let's start with the music. Yep, music can be played. We can hear music though. Great. All right. So, okay. So, Mewtwo Strikes Back Evolution.
Yeah, it's a really good remake of the first film.
In some ways, though, you have to wonder though, why did they have to remake it in the first place?
Yeah, because like
Updated graphics.
Yeah, and I really like, depending on if whenever you're ever doing a rewatch of all the Pokemon movies, do you watch this one or the original?
That is true. In my opinion, though, initially I was gonna think, okay, no, the original is not gonna be as good as the original. Would be much better than a remake. Like, oh, it's inferior. Honestly, while honestly the biggest downside of the movie is really how Ash and the others look, which does not look, which obviously can look kind of weird and jarring in its own right. If you ignore that aside, it's still much better than probably the original version. But it's more like an art preference though. The Pokemon look great though. I can definitely see, in my opinion though, if we got this movie as a Pokemon, you know what? And you know how Shaco loves Pokemon Mystery Dungeon though. If we had actually gotten a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon movie featuring this art style, can you honestly agree that would have not been really a cool idea? You know?
I totally would have loved that.
A Pokemon Mystery Dungeon actually thing. So overall though, let's start with the most likely tier list though. First off, here's the movie and stuff like this. Mewtwo Strikes Evolution though. Obviously, in my opinion though, the original one was C tier. In my opinion though, this one actually probably goes up to B tier, so that's actually an improvement. Also, the jokes in particular were good, and I think honestly, the idea of Team Rocket appearing with a Lapras boat makes a lot more sense than the whole Viking thing. What I think was actually done as a nod in particular, most likely. So I think honestly making it more focused around Pokemon works much better. Also, the whole focus of, the fights with Ash and, Ash and Pikachu, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot they did really well. And this honestly is definitely an improvement. What they could have done, but is it so great? Certain movies are much better though. Like obviously, these movies up here are honestly, in my opinion, are peak. But
yeah,
if you're to watch any Pokemon movie though, I definitely feel like you're better off watching this version instead. That's what I recommend.
Yeah.
Watch this version. Do not need to watch the original. The remake is a better choice.
Yeah. As for like where I put it, well, the original got a C tier
as for
me.
ranking these movies though,
yeah, I'm moving this movie up to B tier.
Let's see, the lowest B tier movie. Let's see, I have this one. I have 2000 movie 3, Manaphy, Jirachi, Xerneas, and a Power of Us. Manaphy is the highest, so Manaphy is probably the highest of at least these 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, I'm gonna put this right here. Let's see. Gotta think. More do you? Well, so. Let me think. I gotta think carefully of these movies though a little bit because of how these movies work. Let's see, movie 2000 had the whole Lugia thing, which not bad though. It was all right. Still had its own unique flair, which is not too bad. Unknown. Okay, we'll say Manaphy C. Was there a lot more? Okay, ignoring our minor commentary we had while we were watching the movie, though, pausing on and off. Would you want to say really there was a lot more humor in this movie compared to say Manaphy of the Sea?
Yeah, I say yeah.
say yes. Like, ignoring our own banter back and forth. Like, movie by itself. Movie by itself.
Yeah, move. Hey.
Remember, because
Yeah,
we
like,
had
one more-
remember because we talked and made some gags in the movie as a whole. Truthfully, I don't really think it beats Man of Steel. Power of Us. Okay, 2000. I think it does. I think it actually does beat 2000. I think it beats at least. I would say. Oh, this is tricky, because this is actually really tricky to think. You know, because for me, I've rated how I thought of the movie as a whole. Dang. Here's the thing, though. Let's maybe pretend I actually watched this movie first instead of the other one. Would I rate this movie higher praise over the other ones? I have to recall back movie 2000 though, so. Yeah, I gotta think. I like 2000 more than the first movie. Yes, in the context of the original, but the recent rematch, this remake version is my first time I actually have seen this movie, though. The first time I've seen this one. Okay. This is the first time I've seen this one. So. Yes. For all the unknown. Yes. Jirachi. Jirachi's biggest joke, it actually only has one joke though. And that's really the whole get rid of problem thing. That's its only selling joke though. And that's it. Yeah, it's kind of a problem though. It's its only joke it has. Deontay, yes. Power of Us. We saw one recently though. I gotta think of that movie in particular. Okay, Temple of Sea. The Phantom honestly definitely sells it. I think it's not as good as the movie as Manaphy movie. Not as good as Manaphy though. Okay. Not as good as Manaphy. All right.
All right.
So no, it's not good as Manaphy. Let's give Manaphy. I was gonna say it's not good as Manaphy. So the question is Power of Us. Saw it recently though. Was Manaphy good? Well, no, not Manaphy. Was the Power of Us better than this one? We saw it one 2 weeks. We saw it 2 weeks ago, right? In a sense.
Yeah.
I would say yes. This actually is a. So to think the remake went up. Like, from, in a sense though, this is how far the original is. So the remake is pretty much really high up on this list though. Which is pretty good though. Although it's not perfect, obviously a lot of the main issues in particular get counteracted though in Wade and heavily are like these guys like, oh yeah, by the way, do you know you could literally have, well, you know, a literal, like, dark type, like, I don't know, a Zoroark or a Zorua just to literally defeat Mewtwo? Like, think about it. Zoroark easily has the best Zoroark easily, in my opinion, is the best counter against someone like Mewtwo. And Mewtwo wouldn't know it's a Zoroark until after he attacked the Pokemon. Right?
That is true.
So, therefore, you take advantage of that fact. But, and that, would you be fair to say this is a fairly fair assessment, at least this movie as a whole? Sure. Is it? The fact that I should literally have it better than the remake, though, is probably something else. For the most part, probably see a lot of people probably preferring the original. But I do think really the remake did have its own little unique twist that makes it just as good as the original. But it's like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything else though, but like, well, we have one last movie left to do. To think the last movie left is Secrets of the Jungle. This is, at this point in particular, this final movie is the last Pokemon movie that I'll ever be watching, in a sense, because Pokemon Company, once they make the Pokemon anime though, will never make a Pokemon movie ever again.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Until they make another like movie, yeah, guys. Yeah, guys, we won't return to this list until maybe they make another movie, and then we watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless they make another movie, then yeah. This is where it stops. After this movie, after the next movie we're gonna watch, they'll stop from there. And if, okay. Also, for all you guys wondering, you're like, but Metal and Gold. What about Detective Pikachu? That movie doesn't count.
We're not really counting that movie though because technically, it is a.
It's its own.
It's its own movie in particular, and most of these movies all feature Ash. So I wanted to at least focus on these movies in question, given the whole.
Yeah.
Plus, this is literally the Ash Pokemon movie tier list.
Yeah. Plus, Detective Pikachu doesn't feature live action Ash Ketchum. Unfortunately.
Features his own Pokemon as well.
Yeah. Although it would have been cool to see live action Ash Ketchum.
Or kind of cursed though, if you think about it. It could be really good, actually really cursed.
I mean, the movie, okay, Detective Pikachu wasn't that bad. Wait, you don't admit the Pokemon in that movie look.
No, it's a joke. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding for the most part.
Great. Just, if they ever do a live action Ash Ketchum movie, just don't cast Tom Holland as Ash.
Yep. Well.
Yeah, because I don't know how he would do.
Well, okay. So, I guess you know what? Pretty good way to end off here. So for the most part, we have to deal with actually literally the final Pokemon movie left. So, our final
movie.
So let's see how this movie will rate against the other ones.
Yeah, so for when we do Detective Pikachu, I want to at least do that for when we do the Little Game movie tier list.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah. So we'll watch that movie when we do that one.
Wait. Oh, yeah, I think I know what I did. Huh. Nope, we're good. Audio's still playing type of thing. It's apparently audio must have been shared with your other audio thing, which.
My thing's still being shared?
Yeah, your audio's working much better.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yep. So. Oh wait, let's end off here. Oh, I should have stopped recording. So we now finally got a chance to see the last movie, Zarude and, The Secrets of the Jungle. I'm gonna be honest. For the final Pokemon movie that Pokemon movie game list gave us though in question, holy shit. It's really good. I mean, definitely gives you the whole George of the Jungle vibe, though. Even more so, the sad moment in the movie hits hard. Especially when you realize that the person who is actually the quote-unquote villain is the one actually basically just goes insane, and it's like, it's like, I guess the best way to describe it though is, we've seen it a lot of times in movies as well. Avatar, the one that's like live action one with the blue avatars basically. It's a very similar premise though. Humans go ahead and try to take over an area with a bunch of the people of the whole area, try to stop them. Swords of the Jungle. Humans cause problems too. Great, up a little bit. Like it's little at that. It's little. That's everything though. So, dare I say it though? This. Are you kidding me though? What the fuck? Yeah. Dare I say it though? Honestly, this movie gets high praise.
Yeah.
Now, the question is, where would I rate this movie?
I'm giving it the 8.
8? Yeah, 8 tier, probably an S tier. It's probably gonna be an S tier though, because granted,
yeah, I give it A.
for Gowler's one and only Pokemon movie, they did a really good job. They could have easily made it a very simple, mundane, boring story in particular like that. No, they hit hard. They hit hard. So, okay. Here's over here though. So, at the very end though, A tier, probably top A tier, maybe even low S tier, honestly. I think S tier though.
Yeah, actually, I'm thinking the S tier. It's pretty
but
good.
the question though is, where do I rate this movie compared to the other S tier movies in question? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It means very least though, at the very least though, it is actually 10th place. Or no, that's it. Oh. Actually, no. It's more. Oh, so it's more of 11th place. It's low at 11th place though. So it's not top 5 though for me. But I would say oh wait, shit! I grabbed the wrong movie. I grabbed the wrong movie. Wait, I did. Wait, oh no, the Power Bus was. I messed. I grabbed the wrong movie. I got the wrong movie like goofball. Well, yeah, there, much better. So, in my opinion though, this is definitively my ranking of the Pokemon movies. You know?
Yeah.
Oh wait, I gotta probably make it right though. But, that's not too bad though, and overall though, just think carefully though, there's 24 Pokemon movies though. Only if I really did an average rating based on the movies as a whole in my thoughts, well, let's do a little fun, little simple math thing though for the most part. And then we can discuss the movies as a whole briefly for a moment. Just getting myself a calculator up in a moment. Times 5 plus. Just do a simple like 5S5A4, you know, like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, you know, type of thing though. Right. You know, makes sense.
Yeah.
That feeling when you check your bank account and your paycheck's days away. And of course.
And oh, of course I don't really care. What are your thoughts on this villain though, as a whole?
Okay. I mean, his whole plan of, you know, wanting to get the tree. Banging. pretty good idea for a villain. Like his whole motive is just wanting to get this tree. Just because, his co-workers a long time ago said, no, we can't do that because Pokemon live there.
Pokemon humans.
Yep, Pokemon humans.
They knew the truth though, only to then realize. And the guy was like, "No, I can't do this." So he goes and gets him into an accident. Somehow.
Yeah, and gets them all killed.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. So, the average of my Pokemon movies ranking as a whole, you know what the average is? With 98 points in particular, by 24 movies, my average actually is A tier. If you were to average out your movies tier list, though, what would you probably have in particular for the most part?
No.
No, Mel, how many S tier do you have?
How many S tier movies do I have?
Yes.
I just saved the image, so I'm about to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 S tier movies.
Okay, how many 4-star? I mean A tier.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Okay. How many B?
How many B? 1 B tier.
1 B?
Yeah, and that's Mewtwo, and that's the remake of the Mewtwo.
Hold on. Oh. Right.
Yep, and...
How many C?
3.
3 C tier.
Yep, and there are 0 Ds.
What is it, 9, 20, 24. Oh, that's 90. Wow. Your number is actually exactly the same as mine, because...
Yeah, because I actually like it.
Literally, Mel, I'm serious though. Your number average, while mine's slightly different though, while I actually had 11 5s, 8 S tier, 4 B tier, or 4 A tier, 3, B tier, 7 B tier, and 1 C tier, which of course I probably messed up my math maybe. No, wait, I have 11 S. I have 11 S tier. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, I actually have 12. I forgot. No, I fucked up. I fucked my math though. I fucked my math up a little bit. Shit. I'm wrong with my math though. 100. No, I have 100. Actually, exactly 100 points though. But I'm still 8 tier. No matter what. So no matter what though. Regardless though, you and I's Pokemon tier rankings is basically a A tier.
Yep.
We have, but A tier movies. That is really good. To think that movies in general A tier. So Pokemon as a whole are great, and honestly, this personal ranking I did in particular, in a sense though, this is based on my definitive ranking of the Pokemon movies. In dead last is the original Pokemon Mewtwo and Mew. While it is the first movie though, a lot of the movies get much better as it goes on. It's the first one. But it is still kind of the weakest though, because when you put in the context of other stuff that you know later on, the movie has a lot of glaring issues. Plus, it is still kind of humorous though, but it is the weakest. After that is Pokemon Movie 2000. A movie I kind of did actually have a lot of memories watching though. I would say, only went up a little bit. I would say the whole idea of Ash the Chosen One was pretty solid though, but a lot of times fan fictions actually have done something better with the whole Chosen One thing.
Yep. Because he truly is the Chosen One.
Yep. After this, you have the Spell of the Unknown, which, well, obviously has the whole, Unknown as a major focus, where Unknown become much more of a threat, but naturally in the games they're kind of just... They vibe. They vibe basically. They're kind of nothing. They're nothing.
And I stand by my point and say that the movie's still awesome.
Yeah. Well, it's 21st for me. After that is Jirachi, which the only main selling point really is Jirachi, and its biggest joke is the whole get rid of problem thing, of which is pretty much the thing you probably remember in that movie.
Yeah.
After that is Deontay, of which I would say really it's
Aside from that, nothing
mid.
really much about that movie is. Like, I say the movie's just fine.
Yeah, the movie's fine. It's cool seeing all the Callus starters, though. The other Callus movies do much better. After this, you have The Power of Us. You get a massive cast of characters, though, for the most part, and it's not too bad. It's just okay in its own right. In some ways, though, this movie you could easily get rid of Ash in this movie, though, and you'd probably get a very similar plot, you know?
Yeah.
After this is Mewtwo Strikes Back Evolution, which is basically, you know,
This is a remake of the first film.
but it's a lot better in particular in every single way. After
Yeah,
that,
plus-
you have, obviously, some jokes in particular. After that, you have
Yeah.
Pokemon Manaphy and the Temple of Sea. That one, honestly, the big selling point is Manaphy plus also Phantom.
Yeah.
After that, features a movie that features Celebi. Celebi voiced the Force, featuring Suicune.
Actually, I
Really
think the
solid
movie's
movie in
pretty
its own
great.
right.
I think the movie was pretty great, actually.
Lucario Mystery and the Mew. A movie that actually features a Lucario treated as like legendary Pokemon, which in some
Yeah,
ways
as-
though could have was stuff.
Yeah. As I said, S tier for that movie, because that movie is peak.
Well, it's certainly 14th place for me in my ranking.
Yep.
Then after that, we have our last and final movie featuring Mewtwo. That being, ironically enough, the one from the Unova movies, Genesect and Legend Awakening.
Yeah.
To think that initially,
Yep.
the Mewtwo that's not voiced by the original voice actor, though, would actually be
Because this-
better than the
Yeah,
one.
this Mewtwo's female.
Well, it is, yeah. But in some ways, though, I did actually like the premise, though, and also the whole Genesect, of which, the very end, realizing that literally everything was going on, and also there really is no bad guys, though. In fact, then there's Destiny Deoxys, the second of the Hoenn movies, though. In a sense, the Deoxys want to try to get back and find their friends and stuff, so they can get back home and stuff.
Yeah.
After that, we finally reached the S tier movies. Latios and Latias. It is
Oh,
near the bottom of the list though, but it's still a really good movie though, and I still kind of find the enjoyment. Plus, also the whole classic joke of Latias being one that really likes Ash, adding another Pokemon to the list of Pokemon that pretty much would if they were not limited on, to quote Joker from the whole Joker thing, there's no laws against the Pokemon, Batman.
Oh,
Except
yeah.
it would be reversed. It'd be there's no laws against the human. Noivern. No, Latias, you can't do this. Right? Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, after that, Hoopa, Clash of the Ages.
AKA Pokemon No Way Home.
Pretty much, yeah, that's not sure. Then the final Kalos movie, though, is Volcanion, which, I'll be honest, though, I like the idea of having all Mega Pokemon appearing all at once, battle a little bit, and actually having Ash and Volcanion be stuck together. Even the whole teasing of the whole sacrificing move, which, yeah.
Yeah.
After that is our first cinema movie, Darkrai, Rise of Darkrai.
Honestly, this movie is actually
The
quite
movie's really
enjoyable
good
for-
though, especially when it comes in the context of the 3 Pokemon in question. But it is really interesting how literally it knocked down away from the other ones in question.
Yeah.
But it's really good.
Actually wait till Sinnoh to get a full trilogy of Ash catching Pokemon.
And I also recommend I watch all 3 movies at once. After that is I Choose You, the first of the 3
Peak.
spin-off movies. So also peak
Movie
as well.
peak. Yeah. Like S tier.
And also has the best scene where Ash dies.
Yeah, literally
Literally dying by almost being obliterated by Pokemon and stuff. And actually even yeah. When I first saw that movie, saw that moment though, I did cry.
Yeah, like when I saw him, when I saw him in theaters, I cried in the theaters when he died. I shed a tear. It was so sad. Plus, hearing Pikachu talk for the first time.
That definitely kind of added a bit of a nice little shock factor. After this, the Zarude and Zarude, should I say, the Secrets of the Jungle. That one really was good. Like, from that really, it hit great and hard and stuff. You forget much in particular though, like that, but how in the world would you get something like this though? Yeah. Then we have the top 5. Starting off with the top 5 with Keldeo. The whole story about Keldeo learning what it means for, like, being a sword of justice. After this, it's basically sort of a tie between the black and white movies, of which obviously both movies are basically the same, but I honestly couldn't give any one of them above the other. Both are so very similar, but also slightly different.
Mm-hmm.
The bronze medal goes to Giratina and the Skyward. Obviously, yes, the Giratina being one of the top 3 for me makes sense for me, and obviously Giratina bias aside. But the movie was really good, and even more so, the only part really kind of was, because obviously kind of gets weak though, it's really honestly Shaman. But even then, Shaman's not that bad. In the rewatching though, Shaman actually made a lot more sense, and also was kind of just unknowingly just not knowing what was going on, and for the most part assumed the worst of Giratina, right? Which, and for the most part, really, you've seen. Well, sorry, that's movie in Solid Sega anyway, so it made sense. After this, though, second place goes to Zoro and Zoroark, though. Huh.
Yeah.
And yeah, obviously I do really like Zoro and Zoroark though, and it's adorable, and they're cool. I mean, Zoro was an adorable Pokemon, and Zoroark's super cool. Honestly, if I could get any Pokemon in real life, in particular, I would. There's a lot of Pokemon choices I'd probably go for. And going to that whole Pokemon tier list I have though in question, if I had to choose a Pokemon, there's at least a few Pokemon I'd probably choose in particular. But I couldn't have a Giratina though, because obviously, no fair. Staraptor, Houndoom, Rockruff, Sandile, or any version of Zoroark though, I would actually love to have as a Pokemon if it was in real life. Male or female doesn't really matter. It's a Pokemon, Zoroark would probably be very handy though, especially about its abilities though. Staraptor would be really good for like travel and stuff. Though, same would go with Gardevoir with the ability to use Psychic, or even Miraidon, but the number 1 pick for my best favorite movie of all time is Arceus and Jewel of Life. Honestly, I don't think really any other Pokemon movie kind of deserves the kind of top spot. And obviously, though,
not to mention the film with Pika's phone.
Yes. And obviously, though, even Arceus probably would assume actually Ash is the, chosen one. So, thing is that, in this case, though, I could say the Arceus movie, although end off the trilogy of the Pokemon movies in question, at least the trilogy between Darkrai, Giratina, and then Arceus. But yet, in some ways, though, I kind of do wish Arceus, or at least the voice actor for Arceus, made appearances again, even if it was us a little bit. And it's really, I mean, overall though, these Pokemon movies are all really good though. I mean, you can't disagree, right?
Yeah, all good. Yep.
I mean, you can't really disagree though.
Can't disagree. Like all these films are great. Yeah, if we did actually, and for all you're wondering, yeah, if we did actually put Detective Pikachu, even though it's not an Ash Ketchum movie, but I'm just telling you guys, if we did put it on the list, the movie would have gotten S tier.
Yeah.
Yep. But you guys get to find it out when we do video game movies tier list.
Yeah,
I want to wait a while before we do that. Actually,
yeah, definitely, I agree.
yeah. Because like I said, after this, we're gonna do a Kirby right back at your tier list.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. All the movies we've watched so far, each one really was unique and special. And okay. But yeah. Come on. Okay. So I think really, overall, these movies did really good job, and for the most part, really, it was a long time though. It took us a couple months to actually finally get through them all.
Yeah. And for what it was worth, it was actually really fun to actually watch all these films. I had a really fun time watching these films with you. And I might actually think about getting these films now on DVD.
Okay. How we're like, we're freaking zooming everything though. I'm trying to zoom in everything. Holy shit! It just zooms everything like crap. Okay, I refresh this page a little bit so I can actually fix it a little bit, but
yeah.
I don't know why it zoomed in all this much so quickly while trying to download the image though, for the most part. But yeah, okay. The Pokemon movies though as a whole. Oh, yeah. Okay, it looks like my PNG is kind of sort of frozen on me at the moment. So but my audio still is being heard.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah. I don't know why it's. Oh, that's weird. Oh, then maybe everything's frozen though. Maybe what's going on. Maybe everything's frozen. But everything's still recording though. So I think very end though. Well,
Yep.
Well, I guess that's it for this Pokemon movie tier list though. Right. As I can't really. As literally though. Oh. Did everything stop? Oh, music must stop maybe for a moment, but hold on, I'm gonna pause. Okay, we're back. Yeah. Well, you know. Oh, enough here. So yeah. What do you think? So the very end though, tier list wise, fairly solid tier list. You know?
Yeah.
And all Pokemon we've watched in particular were all great. So there was no bad movies though.
Yeah, not really bad Ash Ketchum Pokemon movie. And no bad Pokemon movie in general. Like all the Pokemon movies are peak. Like good old Pokemon has a good lineup of movies under their belt. Oh, thanks,
yes. Eventually, hopefully, I'll be able to download this video and stuff. Hopefully, it downloads. It's down listening though. If not, though, then we'll zoom out so we can kind of see. This is legitimately the list. This is the list, though, if you think about it. Very small, though, but fairly solid in its own right. Although terrible to see, because unfortunately you can't zoom in so easily, though. But yes, Pokemon movies as a whole are great. And in some ways, though, it's so much. I mean, honestly, even if you didn't actually have Ash come back again at all, in my opinion, these movies can do heavily great stuff on their own.
I mean, they've already proven they could do a film without Ash Ketchum.
Technically speaking, Ash was was in part of the movie in the first place.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about when Detective Pikachu was made.
Yeah, well that's true, but technically this is sort of its own sort of separate thing.
Yeah, I'm just saying they can. Still, that proves that they can do a movie without Ash Ketchum.
But yeah, at the very end though, I
Yeah.
would say we had good results and good wins though, and I think really, Pokemon as a whole is, you know, it's great.
And whenever Pokemon does do another movie, whether it be animated or live action,
I
It'll
guess
be
the thing
great.
I'm wondering though, is it maybe possible maybe the reason why we haven't done another Detective Pokemon movie in particular is because literally how massive it is? And for the most part, really, Pokemon movies, you could do anything. You know?
yeah,
You could have I mean, first off, the movie that features a lot of Pokemon in particular, it literally had Mewtwo being focused. You could have another Pokemon movie that features another Pikachu and another male or female goes out of their way to try to stop some evil, maybe some other legendary. Let's say in particular they go to an area though, and all of a sudden you find out that literally there is a evil this evil Darkrai that is basically causing, havoc and stuff, right? What do you do now? What do you do now? This Darkrai is causing problems.
I'm starting to think that's like the reason why we haven't seen another animated movie, Pokemon movie, is probably because since Ash is now retired. Without
I
Ash.
guess in some ways though, I could have seen what they could have done. They could have easily brought Ash and had him be exclusive for the Pokemon movies though. I don't know if the actor actually would have minded if she appeared only for the movies.
Yeah, I'm
right?
pretty sure Sarah wouldn't actually mind. Plus she's still in the Pokemon anime to this day, just in other roles.
I guess if you really asked her directly and asked her something along the lines like, hey, if you were given an option to be voice Ash in a Pokemon movie, would you go for it?
For sure.
She probably
Yeah.
well, but also remember she did kind of retire from being Ash Ketchum in the first place.
Yep.
Hey, you're
Although
only doing this heavily as
Yeah, I'm sorry. I still follow Instagram.
But yes, to think at the very end. Just think how massive this long this video is going to be at the very end of all this.
Oh yeah. Don't imagine.
And it could have been longer though if you think about it. Unfortunately though, Horizon never got Pokemon movies though. Kind of a shock
Yeah.
if you think about it.
Because apparently,
Kind of wish
I probably
Horizon did get Pokemon movies though.
they thought like it's actually gone.
Maybe it's because
Maybe
honestly, who knows how Liko and Roy were in particular, but yeah.
Like Ash is probably the most popular one, and plus, him in movies kind of
And
makes.
supposedly, and then say also in the anime though that Ash made an appearance in the movie, in the Ash TV show as well.
I think so. I think it was only a cameo.
Kind of sad it was never official
Yeah.
though.
But since the new Pokemon games are coming out, and we're gonna most likely get an anime.
I don't know. Will we get the same protagonists though in this anime, or will it be entirely new protagonists?
Yep. Or will they finally cave in? Said, you know what? We tried to retire Ash. Here you go. He's back.
And yep, here we go. Here's that tier list I made, the whole ranking system I did.
Oh wow, that's big. Yeah.
Okay,
But yeah,
I need to ban
Just saying,
someone
like-
first quickly. Mikey, Nintendo fan Conk of Contor has been hacked, so
I haven't really got any messages from him. Plus, I'm not
he
really.
sent me a message though in particular though. I'm gonna
That's
quickly ban him though for the sake of
Yeah.
How long?
it's the same everybody particular. Oh, I can't report them. I can't report them. Sure, I can't report. Crap. Got banned though.
Yeah,
You got
I
hacked though,
haven't-
so unfortunately I can't. Well, I
I
can't.
haven't really
I can't.
friended anyone.
Shit, I can't. Oh wait. I wish I could.
Oh, since I haven't friended him, then, so
Well,
I'm
anytime-
safe.
I need to.
Because I am not making that one mistake again.
Yeah. Okay. Delete message. Sorry, I just wanna. I'm gonna try. For some reason, you can't ban people if you block them.
Yeah.
So I gotta kind of. Or no. I can't. Block. Oh, here we go. Ban. But remember, Spurs is hacked though. I'll just delete anything that's been said though for the most part. Okay, I banned him. Okay.
Yep.
I banned the guy. Unfortunately, out of his control. I feel bad for him though. If I can find a message to him a little bit again, I'll try to do so, but it's unfortunate. But, sorry, I got sidetracked for a moment. It's message a little bit for having though for a moment. Sorry, thing though.
Yeah, but yeah,
Okay.
as I was saying, like,
I'm being
Like if-
cautious though. I feel
So, yeah.
sorry for Mikey though. Eventually come back again though. But you know what? Great movies in particular. Honestly, would you definitely recommend people to watch these movies as a whole?
yes.
Honestly, even if you never watched the Pokemon anime and you just watch these movies though, you get a good experience though.
Yeah.
I mean, Pokemon as a whole is for everyone. Humans,
Yeah, doesn't matter what age you are, you can enjoy Pokemon all the same.
yes, that is
Yeah, Pokemon
true.
is a franchise for everyone of all ages.
That's what makes Pokemon so amazing. It doesn't matter
It's-
what you choose in particular. You can
Yep.
gain
Yep.
so much in particular.
And it doesn't matter
Pokemon-
which generation you jump into. You can jump into any generation.
Yeah, I jumped in on generations 4 and 5, and I had some good old-fashioned experience though. My experience
I jumped
actually was
into
really
Generation
good.
2.
Really
Yeah, I
good
jumped into
experience.
Gen 2 when I started. Just enjoyable.
And Jaco had his own Pokemon journey he's chosen in particular. And same goes with Drew, as well as also, you know, I would say, you know, Jack, Chase, Gear, like everybody, even G, S, like everybody we know. They got into Pokemon for one reason or another. There's a favorite Pokemon. Everybody has their own favorite Pokemon. That's what
Yep.
makes Pokemon the best. Everybody's favorite Pokemon is valid.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
In some ways, though, you kind of wish Pokemon were real. If Pokemon ever were
Aren't-
real, you would gain so much in particular.
Okay, yeah. Okay, completely. Oh, yeah. If Pokemon
But
were real, I would have a Pikachu right now.
At the same time as well, while it'd be great, you would have a bunch of other issues as well. Look at all the bad guys you have to stuff you have to deal with.
Yeah, at least we have a way to defend ourselves.
Think about it.
Yeah,
You
we
would
actually
have-
we would.
You would literally have, say, people like Giovanni who would take over every single particular. Giovanni,
But yeah.
Genstis. People are like environmentalists. Like
Yeah,
Sander.
but still,
You'd have literally
at
have,
least,
I mean, you would have a bunch
Yeah.
of bad people, there'll be also a bunch of good people as well.
Yeah, those crime bosses. Yeah, were people were.
Well,
kind of
well,
like
but
on,
just
like, real
think about
world.
it though. Remember, there are no bad Pokemon, only bad humans. With exception
Yeah, bad
to
human.
some Pokemon in particular, or exception to Malamar. Malamar's the exception.
But yeah,
But-
we would have a way to defend ourselves.
I'm glad to finish off this whole movie tier list though. You know.
Yeah.
And I guess saying although it's very long, a little bit, it'll be fun to at least finally upload this video from start to finish though. How long it took
Yeah.
to make this video as a whole series? Wow. Long time. But yes.
Mm-hmm. But yes. But yeah, before we do eventually do, like I said, if we were at Gadget tier list, I do want to do that Pokemon movie theme song tier list. Plus, of course, I'm actually waiting until Shaku gets, a little bit better. So yeah.
Well, see you next time.
Bye guys, see you next time. Enjoy the films.